Part 2, Chapter 9, Section 102 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 9, Miracles of Jesus. Section 102, The Miraculous Multiplication of the Loaves and Fishes. As, in the histories last considered, Jesus determined and mitigated the motions of irrational and even of inanimate existences, so, in the narratives which we are about to examine, he exhibits the power of multiplying not only natural objects, but also productions of nature which had been wrought upon by art. That Jesus miraculously multiplied prepared articles of food, feeding a great multitude of men with a few loaves and fishes, is narrated to us with singular unanimity by all the evangelists. Matthew chapter 14 verse 13 and following, Mark chapter 6 verse 30 and following, Luke chapter 9 verse 10 and following, John chapter 6 verse 1 and following. And if we believe the two first, Jesus did not do this merely once. For in Matthew chapter 15 verse 32 and following, Mark chapter 8 verse 1 and following, we read of a second multiplication of loaves and fishes, the circumstances of which are substantially the same as those of the former. It happens somewhat later, the place is rather differently described, and the length of time during which the multitude stayed with Jesus is differently stated. Moreover, and this is a point of greater importance, the proportion between the stock of food and the number of men is different, for on the first occasion 5,000 men are satisfied with 5 loaves and 2 fishes, and on the second 4,000 with 7 loaves and a few fishes. On the first 12 baskets are filled with the fragments, on the second only 7. Notwithstanding this, not only is the substance of the two histories exactly the same, the satisfying of a multitude of people with disproportionately small means of nourishment, but also the description of the scene in the one entirely corresponds in its principal features to that of the other. In both instances, the locality is a solitary region in the vicinity of the Galilean Sea. Jesus is led to perform the miracle because the people have lingered too long with him. He manifests a wish to feed the people from his own stores, which the disciples regard as impossible. The stock of food at his disposal consists of loaves and fishes. Jesus makes the people sit down, and after giving thanks, distributes the provisions to them through the medium of the disciples. They are completely satisfied, and yet a disproportionately great quantity of fragments is afterwards collected in baskets. Lastly, in the one case as in the other, Jesus, after thus feeding the multitude, crosses the sea. This repetition of the same event creates many difficulties. The chief of these is suggested by the question, is it conceivable that the disciples, after they had themselves witnessed how Jesus was able to feed a great multitude with a small quantity of provision, should nevertheless on a second occasion of the same kind have totally forgotten the first, and have asked, whence should we have so much bread in the wilderness as to feed so great a multitude? To render such an obliviousness on the part of the disciples probable, we are reminded that they had, in just as incomprehensible a manner, forgotten the declarations of Jesus concerning his approaching sufferings and death, when these events occurred. But it is equally a pending question, whether after such plain predictions from Jesus, his death could in fact have been so unexpected to the disciples. It has been supposed that a longer interval had elapsed between the two miracles, and that during this there had occurred a number of similar cases in which Jesus did not think fit to afford miraculous assistance. But on the one hand, these are pure fictions. On the other, it would remain just as inconceivable as ever that the striking similarity of the circumstances preceding the second feeding of the multitude to those preceding the first, should not have reminded even one of the disciples of that former event. Paulus, therefore, is right in maintaining that had Jesus once already fed the multitude by a miracle, the disciples, on the second occasion, when he expressed his determination not to send the people away fasting, would confidently have called upon him for a repetition of the former miracle. In any case, then, if Jesus on two separate occasions fed a multitude with disproportionately small provision, we must suppose, as some critics have done, that many features in the narrative of the one incident were transferred to the other, and thus the two, originally unlike, became in the course of oral tradition more and more similar, the incredulous question of the disciples especially having been uttered only on the first occasion, and not on the second. It may seem to speak in favor of such an assimilation, that the fourth evangelist, though in his numerical statement he is in accordance with the first narrative of Matthew and Mark, yet has, in common with the second, the circumstances that the scene opens with an address of Jesus and not of the disciples, and that the people come to Jesus on a mountain. But if the fundamental features be allowed to remain, the wilderness, the feeding of the people, the collection of the fragments, it is still, even without that question of the disciples, sufficiently improbable that the scene should have been repeated in so entirely similar a manner. If, on the contrary, these general features be renounced in relation to one of the histories, it is no longer apparent how the veracity of the evangelical narratives as to the manner in which the second multiplication of loaves and fishes took place can be questioned on all points, and yet their statement as to the fact of its occurrence be maintained as trustworthy, especially as this statement is confined to Matthew and his imitator Mark. Hence, later critics have, with more or less decision, expressed the opinion that here one and the same fact has been doubled, through a mistake of the first evangelist, who was followed by the second. They suppose that several narratives of the miraculous feeding of the multitude were current, which presented divergencies from each other, especially in relation to numbers, and that the author of the first gospel, to whom every additional history of a miracle was a welcome prize, and who was therefore little qualified for the critical reduction of two different narratives of this kind into one, introduced both into his collection. This fully explains how on the second occasion the disciples could again express themselves so incredulously, namely, because in the tradition whence the author of the first gospel obtained the second history of a miraculous multiplication of loaves and fishes, it was the first and only one, and the evangelist did not obliterate this feature because, apparently, he incorporated the two narratives into his writing just as he read or heard them. Among other proofs that this was the case, may be mentioned the constancy with which he and Mark, who copied him, not only in the account of the events, but also in the subsequent allusion to them, Matthew chapter 16 verse 9 and following, Mark chapter 8 verse 19 and following, call the baskets in the first feeding kophinoi, in the second spurides. It is indeed correctly maintained that the apostle Matthew could not possibly take one event for two, and relate a new history which never happened. But this proposition does not involve the reality of the second miraculous feeding of the multitude, unless the apostolic origin of the first gospel be at once presupposed, whereas This yet remains to be proved. Paulus further objects that the duplication of the history in question could be of no advantage whatever to the design of the evangelist, and Olshausen, developing this idea more fully, observes that the legend would not have left the second narrative as simple and bare as the first. But this argument, that a narrative cannot be fictitious because if it were so it would have been more elaborately adorned, may very properly be at once dismissed, since its limits being altogether undefined, it might be repeated under all circumstances, and in the end would prove fable itself not sufficiently fabulous. But in this case particularly, it is totally baseless, because it presupposes the narrative of the first feeding of the multitude to be historically accurate. Now, if we have already in this a legendary production, the other edition of it, namely, the second history of a miraculous feeding, needs not to be distinguished by special traditionary features. But not only is the second narrative not embellished as regards the miraculous, when compared with the first, it even diminishes the miracle, for while increasing the quantity of provision, it reduces the number of those whom it satisfied. And this retrogression in the marvellousness is thought the surest proof that the second feeding of the multitude really occurred. For it is said, he who chose to invent an additional miracle of this kind would have made it surpass the first, and instead of 5,000 men would have given not 4, but 10,000. This argument also rests on the unfounded assumption that the first narrative is, of course, the historical one, though Olshausen himself has the idea that the second might with probability be regarded as the historical basis, and the first as the legendary copy, and then the fictitious would have the required relation to the true, that of exaggeration. But when, in opposition to this, he observes how improbable it is that an unscrupulous narrator would place the authentic fact, being the less imposing, last, and eclipse it beforehand by the false one, that such a writer would rather seek to outdo the truth, and therefore place his fiction last, as the more brilliant, he again shows that he does not comprehend the mythical view of the biblical narratives, in the degree necessary for forming a judgment on the subject. For there is no question here of an unscrupulous narrator, who would designedly surpass the true history of the miraculous multiplication of the loaves and fishes, and least of all is Matthew pronounced to be such a narrator. On the contrary, it is held that with perfect honesty one account gave 5,000, another 4, and that with equal honesty the first evangelist copied from both, and for the very reason that he went to work innocently and undesignedly, it was of no importance to him which of the two histories stood first and which last, the more important or the less striking one, but he allowed himself to be determined on this point by accidental circumstances, such as that he found the one connected with incidents which appeared to him the earlier, the other with such as he supposed to be the latter. A similar instance of duplication occurs in the Pentateuch in relation to the histories of the feeding of the Israelites with quails, and of the production of water out of the rock, the former of which is narrated both in Exodus chapter 16 and Numbers chapter 11, the latter in Exodus chapter 17, and again in Numbers chapter 20, in each instance with an alternation in time, place, and other circumstances. Meanwhile, all this yields us only the negative result that the double narratives of the first Gospels cannot have been founded on two separate events. To determine which of the two is historical, or whether either of them deserves that epithet, must be the object of a special inquiry. To evade the preeminently magical appearance which this miracle presents, Olshausen gives it a relation to the moral state of the participants, and supposes that the miraculous feeding of the multitude was effected through the intermediation of their spiritual hunger. But this is ambiguous language, which, on the first attempt to determine its meaning, vanishes into nothing. For in cures, for example, the intermediation here appealed to consists in the opening of the patient's mind to the influence of Jesus by faith, so that when faith is wanting, the requisite fulcrum for the miraculous power of Jesus is also wanting. Here, therefore, the intermediation is real. Now, if the same kind of intermediation took place in the case before us, so that on those among the multitude who were unbelieving the satisfying power of Jesus had no influence, then must the satisfaction of hunger here, as in the above cases the cure, be regarded as something effected by Jesus directly in the body of the hungry persons, without any antecedent augmentation of the external means of nourishment. But such a conception of the matter, as Paulus justly remarks, and as even Olshausen intimates, is precluded by the statement of the evangelists, that real food was distributed among the multitude, that each enjoyed as much as he wanted, and that at the end the residue was greater than the original store. It is thus plainly implied that there was an external and objective increase of the provisions, as a preliminary to the feeding of the multitude. Now this cannot be conceived as effected by means of the faith of the people in a real manner, in the sense that that faith cooperated in producing the multiplication of the loaves. The intermediation which Olshausen here supposes, can therefore have been only a teleological one, that is, we are to understand by it that Jesus undertook to multiply the loaves and fishes for the sake of producing a certain moral condition in the multitude. But an intermediation of this kind affords me not the slightest help in forming a conception of the event, for the question is not why, but how it happened. Thus, all which Olshausen believes himself to have done towards rendering this miracle more intelligible, rests on the ambiguity of the expression intermediation, and the inconceivableness of an immediate influence of the will of Jesus on irrational nature remains chargeable upon this history as upon those last examined. But there is another difficulty which is peculiar to the narrative before us. We have here not merely, as hitherto, a modification or a direction of natural objects, but a multiplication of them, and that to an enormous extent. Nothing, it is true, is more familiar to our observation than the growth and multiplication of natural objects, as presented to us in the parable of the sower, and the grain of mustard seed, for example. But first, these phenomena do not take place without the cooperation of other natural agents, as earth, water, air, so that here also, according to the well-known principle of physics, there is not, properly speaking, an augmentation of the substance, but only a change in the accidents. Secondly, these processes of growth and multiplication are carried forward so as to pass through their various stages in corresponding intervals of time. Here, on the contrary, in the multiplication of the loaves and fishes by Jesus, neither the one rule nor the other is observed. The bread in the hand of Jesus is no longer, like the stalk on which the corn grew, in communication with the maternal earth, nor is the multiplication gradual, but sudden. But herein it is said, consists the miracle, which in relation to the last point especially, may be called the acceleration of a natural process. That which comes to pass in the space of 3/4 of a year, from seed time to harvest, was here effected in the minutes which were required for the distribution of the food. For natural developments are capable of acceleration, and to how great an extent we cannot determine. It would, indeed, have been an acceleration of a natural process, if in the hand of Jesus a grain of corn had borne fruit 100-fold, and brought it to maturity, and if he had shaken the multiplied grain out of his hands, as they were filled again and again, that the people might grind, knead, and bake it, or eat it raw from the husk in the wilderness where they were. Or if he had taken a living fish, suddenly called forth the eggs from its body, and converted them into full-grown fish, which then the disciples or the people might have boiled or roasted. This, we should say, would have been an acceleration of a natural process. But it is not corn that he takes into his hand, but bread, and the fish also, as they were distributed in pieces, must have been prepared in some way, perhaps, as in Luke chapter 24, verse 42, compare with John chapter 21, verse 9, broiled or salted. Here then, on both sides, the production of nature is no longer simple and living, but dead and modified by art, so that to introduce a natural process of the above kind, Jesus must, in the first place, by his miraculous power, have metamorphosed the bread into corn again, the roasted fish into raw and living ones, then instantaneously have effected the described multiplication, and lastly have restored the whole from the natural to the artificial state. Thus the miracle would be composed, first, of a revivification, which would exceed in miraculousness all other instances in the Gospels; secondly, of an extremely accelerated natural process; and thirdly, of an artificial process, effected invisibly, and likewise extremely accelerated, since all the tedious proceedings of the miller and baker on the one hand, and of the cook on the other, must have been accomplished in a moment by the word of Jesus. How then can Olshausen deceive himself and the believing reader by the agreeably sounding expression, accelerated natural process, when this nevertheless can designate only a third part of the fact of which we are speaking? But how are we to represent such a miracle to ourselves, and in what stage of the event must it be placed? In relation to the latter point, 3 opinions are possible, corresponding to the number of the groups that act in our narrative. For the multiplication may have taken place either in the hands of Jesus, or in those of the disciples who dispensed the food, or in those of the people who received it. The last idea appears, on the one hand, puerile even to extravagance, if we are to imagine Jesus and the apostles distributing, with great carefulness, that there might be enough for all, little crumbs which in the hands of the recipients swelled into considerable pieces. On the other hand, it would have been scarcely a possible task to get a particle, however small, for every individual in a multitude of 5,000 men, out of 5 loaves, which, according to Hebrew custom, and particularly as they were carried by a boy, cannot have been very large, and still less out of 2 fishes. Of the 2 other opinions, I think, with Olshausen, the one most suitable is that which supposes that the food was augmented under the creative hands of Jesus, and that he time after time dispensed new quantities to the disciples. We may then endeavour to represent the matter to ourselves in 2 ways. First, we may suppose that as fast as one loaf or fish was gone, a new one came out of the hands of Jesus. Or secondly, that the single loaves and fish grew, so that as one piece was broken off, its loss was repaired, until on a calculation the turn came for the next loaf or fish. The first conception appears to be opposed to the text, which, as it speaks of fragments of the 5 loaves, John 6:13, can hardly be held to presuppose an increase of this number. Thus there remains only the second, by the poetical description of which Lavater has done but a poor service to the orthodox view. For this miracle belongs to the class which can only appear in any degree credible, so long as they can be retained in the obscurity of an indefinite conception. No sooner does the light shine on them, so that they can be examined in all their parts, than they dissolve like the unsubstantial creations of the mist. Loaves, which in the hands of the distributors expand like wetted sponges, broiled fish in which the severed parts are replaced instantaneously, as in the living crab gradually, plainly belong to quite another domain than that of reality. What gratitude then do we not owe to the rationalistic interpretation, if it be true that it can free us, in the easiest manner, from the burden of so unheard of a miracle? If we are to believe Dr. Paulus, the evangelists had no idea that they were narrating anything miraculous, and the miracle was first conveyed into their accounts by expositors. What they narrate is, according to him, only thus much, that Jesus caused his small store of provisions to be distributed, and that in consequence of this, the entire multitude obtained enough to eat. Here, in any case, we want a middle term, which would distinctly inform us how it was possible that, although Jesus had so little food to offer, the whole multitude obtained enough to eat. A very natural middle term, however, is to be gathered, according to Paulus, out of the historical combination of the circumstances. As, on a comparison with John 6:4, the multitude appear to have consisted, for the greater part, of a caravan on its way to the feast. They cannot have been quite destitute of provisions, and probably a few indigent persons only had exhausted their stores. In order then to induce the better provided to share their food with those who were in want, Jesus arranged that they should have a meal, and himself set the example of imparting what he and his disciples could spare from their own little store. This example was imitated, and thus the distribution of bread by Jesus having led to a general distribution, the whole multitude were satisfied. It is true that this natural middle term must be first mentally interpolated into the text. As, however, the supernatural middle term, which is generally received, is just as little stated expressly, and both alike depend upon inference, the reader can hardly do otherwise than decide for the natural one. Such is the reasoning of Dr. Paulus. But the alleged identity in the relation of the two middle terms to the text does not in fact exist. For while the natural explanation requires us to suppose a new distributing subject, the better provided among the multitude, and a new distributed object, their provisions, together with the act of distributing these provisions, the supernatural explanation contents itself with the subject actually present in the text, Jesus and his disciples, with the single object there given, their little store, and their described distribution of this, and only requires us to supply from our imagination the means by which this store could be made sufficient to satisfy the hunger of the multitude, namely, its miraculous augmentation under the hands of Jesus, or of his disciples. How can it be yet maintained that neither of the two middle terms is any more suggested by the text than the other? That the miraculous multiplication of the loaves and fishes is not expressly mentioned, is explained by the consideration that the event itself is one of which no clear conception can be formed, and therefore it is best conveyed by the result alone. But how will the natural theologian account for nothing being said of the distribution, called forth by the example of Jesus, on the part of those among the multitude who had provisions? It is altogether arbitrary to insert that distribution between the sentences, he gave them to the disciples, and the disciples to the multitude, Matthew 14:19, and they did all eat and were filled, verse 20, while the words, and the 2 fishes divided he among them all, Mark 6:41, plainly indicate that only the 2 fishes, and consequently only the 5 loaves, were the object of distribution for all. But the natural explanation falls into especial embarrassment when it comes to the baskets which, after all were satisfied, Jesus caused to be filled with the fragments that remained. The 4th evangelist says, therefore they gathered them together, and filled 12 baskets with the fragments of the 5 barley loaves, which remained over and above unto them that had eaten. Chapter 6:13. This seems clearly enough to imply that out of those identical 5 loaves, after 5,000 men had been satisfied by them, there still remained fragments enough to fill 12 baskets, more, that is, than the amount of the original store. Here, therefore, the natural expositor is put to the most extravagant contrivances in order to evade the miracle. It is true, when the synoptists simply say that the remnants of the meal were collected, and 12 baskets filled with them, it might be thought from the point of view of the natural explanation, caused the fragments which the crowd had left from their own provisions to be collected by his disciples. But as, on the one hand, the fact that the people allowed the remains of the repast to lie, and did not appropriate them, seems to indicate that they treated the nourishment presented to them as the property of another, so, on the other hand, Jesus, when, without any preliminary, he directs his disciples to gather them up, appears to regard them as his own property. Hence Paulus understands the words Iran, etc., of the synoptists, not of a collection first made after the meal, of that which remained when the people had been satisfied, but of the overplus of the little store belonging to Jesus and the disciples, which the latter, after reserving what was necessary for Jesus and themselves, carried round as an introduction and inducement to the general repast. But how, when the words, they did all eat and were filled, are immediately followed by, and they took up, can the latter member of the verse refer to the time prior to the meal? Must it not then have necessarily been said at least, for they took up? Further, how, after it had just been said that the people did eat and were filled, can that which remained, especially succeeded as it is in Luke by to them, mean anything else than what the people had left? Lastly, how is it possible that out of 5 loaves and 2 fishes, after Jesus and his disciples had reserved enough for themselves, or even without this, there could in a natural manner be 12 baskets filled for distribution among the people? But still more strangely does the natural explanation deal with the narrative of John. Jesus here adds, as a reason for gathering up the fragments, that nothing be lost. Hence it appears impossible to divest the succeeding statement that they filled 12 baskets with the remains of the 5 loaves, of its relation to the time after the meal, and in this case it would be impossible to get clear of a miraculous multiplication of the loaves. Paulus, therefore, although the words, therefore they gathered them together and filled 12 baskets, etc., form a strictly coherent whole, chooses rather to detach synagagon and, by a still more forced construction than that which he employed with the synoptical text, makes the narrative pass all at once, without the slightest notice, into the pluperfect, and thus leap back to the time before the meal. Here, then, the natural explanation once more fails to fulfill its task. The text retains its miracle, and if we have reason to think this incredible, we must inquire whether the narrative of the text deserves credence. The agreement of all the 4 evangelists is generally adduced in proof of its distinguished credibility, but this agreement is by no means so perfect. There are minor differences, first between Matthew and Luke, then between these 2 and Mark, who in this instance again embellishes, and lastly between the synoptists collectively and John, in the following points. According to the synoptists, the scene of the event is a desert place; according to John, a mountain. According to the former, the scene opens with an address from the disciples; according to John, with a question from Jesus. 2 particulars in which, as we have already remarked, the narrative of John approaches that of the second feeding in Matthew and Mark. Lastly, the words which the 3 first evangelists put into the mouth of the disciples indefinitely, the fourth in his individualizing manner ascribes to Philip and Andrew, and the same evangelists also designates the bearer of the loaves and fishes as a boy. These divergencies, however, may be passed over as less essential, that we may give our attention only to one which has a deeper hold. While, namely, according to the synoptical accounts, Jesus had been long teaching the people and healing their sick, and was only led to feed them by the approach of evening, and the remark of the disciples that the people needed refreshment. In John, the first thought of Jesus, when he lifts up his eyes and sees the people gathering round him, is that which he expresses in his question to Philip: Whence shall we buy bread that these may eat? Or rather, as he asked this merely to prove Philip, well knowing himself what he would do, he at once forms the resolution of feeding the multitude in a miraculous manner. But how could the design of feeding the people arise in Jesus immediately on their approach? They did not come to him for this, but for the sake of his teaching and his curative power. He must therefore have conceived this design entirely of his own accord, with a view to establish his miraculous power by so signal a demonstration. But did he ever thus work a miracle without any necessity, and even without any inducement, quite arbitrarily, and merely for the sake of working a miracle? I am unable to describe strongly enough how impossible it is that eating should here have been the first thought of Jesus, how impossible that he could thus obtrude his miraculous repast on the people. Thus, in relation to this point, the synoptical narrative, in which there is a reason for the miracle, must have the preference to that of John, who, hastening towards the miracle, overlooks the requisite motive for it, and makes Jesus create instead of awaiting the occasion for its performance. An eyewitness could not narrate thus, and if, therefore, the account of that gospel to which the greatest authority is now awarded must be rejected as unhistorical, so, with respect to the other narratives, the difficulties of the fact itself are sufficient to cast a doubt on their historical credibility, especially if in addition to these negative grounds, we can discover positive reasons which render it probable that our narrative had an unhistorical origin. Such reasons are actually found both within the evangelical history itself, and beyond it in the Old Testament history, and the Jewish popular belief. In relation to the former source, it is worthy of remark that in the synoptical Gospels, as well as in John, there are more or less immediately appended to the feeding of the multitude by Jesus with literal bread, figurative discourses of Jesus on bread and leaven, namely, in the latter, the declarations concerning the bread of heaven and the bread of life which Jesus gives, John 6:27 and following. In the former, those concerning the false leaven of the Pharisees and Sadducees, that is, their false doctrine and hypocrisy, Matthew 16:5 and following, Mark 8:14 and following, compare with Luke 12:1. And on both sides, the figurative discourse of Jesus is erroneously understood of literal bread. It would not then be a very strained conjecture, that as in the passages quoted we find the disciples and the people generally, understanding literally what Jesus meant figuratively, so the same mistake was made in the earliest Christian tradition. If, in figurative discourses, Jesus had sometimes represented himself as him who was able to give the true bread of life to the wandering and hungering people, perhaps also placing in opposition to this the leaven of the Pharisees, the legend, agreeably to its realistic tendency, may have converted this into the fact of a miraculous feeding of the hungry multitude in the wilderness by Jesus. The fourth evangelist makes the discourse on the bread of heaven arise out of the miracle of the loaves, but the relation might very well have been the reverse, and the history owe its origin to the discourse, especially as the question which introduces John's narrative, "Whence shall we buy bread that these may eat?" may be more easily conceived as being uttered by Jesus on the first sight of the people, if he alluded to feeding them with the word of God. Compare John 4:32 and following. To appeasing their spiritual hunger, Matthew 5:6, in order to exercise the higher understanding of his disciples, than if he really thought of the satisfaction of their bodily hunger, and only wished to try whether his disciples would in this case confide in his miraculous power. The synoptical narrative is less suggestive of such a view, for the figurative discourse on the leaven could not by itself originate the history of the miracle. Thus the Gospel of John stands alone with reference to the above mode of derivation, and it is more agreeable to the character of this Gospel to conjecture that it has applied the narrative of a miracle presented by tradition to the production of figurative discourses in the Alexandrian taste, than to suppose that it has preserved to us the original discourses out of which the legend spun that miraculous narrative. If then we can discover, beyond the limits of the New Testament, very powerful causes for the origination of our narrative, we must renounce the attempt to construct it out of our materials presented by the Gospels themselves. And here the fourth evangelist, by putting into the mouth of the people a reference to the manna, that bread of heaven which Moses gave to the fathers in the wilderness, verse 31, reminds us of one of the most celebrated passages in the early history of the Israelites, Exodus 16, which was perfectly adapted to engender the expectation that its antitype would occur in the messianic times, and we in fact learn from rabbinical writings that among those functions of the first Goel which were to be revived in the second, a chief place was given to the impartation of bread from heaven. If the Mosaic manna presents itself as that which was most likely to be held a type of the bread miraculously augmented by Jesus, the fish which Jesus also multiplied miraculously may remind us that Moses gave the people not only a substitute for bread in the manna, but also animal food in the quails. Exodus chapter 16 verse 8, chapter 12 verse 13, Numbers chapter 11 verse 4 and following. In comparing these Mosaic narratives with our evangelical ones, there appears a striking resemblance even in details. The locality of both cases is the wilderness. The inducement to the miracle here as there is fear lest the people should suffer from want in the wilderness or perish from hunger. In the Old Testament history, this fear is expressed by the people in loud murmurs. In that of the New Testament, it results from the short-sightedness of the disciples and the benevolence of Jesus. The direction of the latter to his disciples that they should give the people food, a direction which implies that he had already formed the design of feeding them miraculously, may be paralleled with the command which Jehovah gave to Moses to feed the people with manna, Exodus chapter 16 verse 4, and with quails, Exodus chapter 16 verse 12, Numbers chapter 11 verse 18 through 20. But there is another point of similarity which speaks yet more directly to our present purpose. As, in the evangelical narrative, the disciples think it an impossibility that provision for so great a mass of people should be procured in the wilderness, so in the Old Testament history, Moses replies doubtingly to the promise of Jehovah to satisfy the people with flesh. Numbers chapter 11 verse 21 and following. To Moses, as to the disciples, the multitude appears too great for the possibility of providing sufficient food for them, as the latter ask, whence they should have so much bread in the wilderness, so Moses asks ironically whether they should slay the flocks and the herds, which they had not. And as the disciples object that not even the most impoverishing expenditure on their part would thoroughly meet the demand, so Moses, clothing the idea in another form, had declared that to satisfy the people as Jehovah promised, an impossibility must happen, the fish of the sea be gathered together for them. Objections which Jehovah there, as here Jesus, does not regard, but issues the command that the people should prepare for the reception of the miraculous food. But though these two cases of a miraculous supply of nourishment are thus analogous, there is this essential distinction, that in the Old Testament, in relation both to the manna and the quails, it is a miraculous procuring of food not previously existing which is spoken of, while in the New Testament it is a miraculous augmentation of provision already present, but inadequate, so that the chasm between the Mosaic narrative and the evangelical one is too great for the latter to have been derived immediately from the former. If we search for an intermediate step, a very natural one between Moses and the Messiah is afforded by the prophets. We read of Elijah, that through him and for his sake, the little store of meal and oil which he found in the possession of the widow of Zarephath was miraculously replenished, or rather was made to suffice throughout the duration of the famine. 1 Kings chapter 17 verses 8 through 16. This species of miracle is developed still further and with a greater resemblance to the evangelical narrative in the history of Elisha, 2 Kings chapter 4 verse 42 and following. As Jesus fed 5,000 men in the wilderness with 5 loaves and 2 fishes, so this prophet, during a famine, fed 100 men with 20 loaves, which, like those distributed by Jesus in John, are called barley loaves, together with some ground corn, a disproportion between the quantity of provisions and the number of men, which his servant, like the disciples in the other instance, indicates in the question, What, should I set this before 100 men? Elisha, like Jesus, is not diverted from his purpose, but commands the servant to give what he has to the people, and as in the New Testament narrative great stress is laid on the collection of the remaining fragments, so in the Old Testament it is specially noticed at the close of this story, that notwithstanding so many had eaten of the store, there was still an overplus. The only important difference here is that, on the side of the evangelical narrative, the number of the loaves is smaller, and that of the people greater. But who does not know that in general the legend does not easily imitate, without at the same time surpassing? And who does not see that in this particular instance it was entirely suited to the position of the Messiah, that his miraculous power, compared with that of Elisha, should be placed, as it regards the needs of natural means, in the relation of 5 to 20, but as it regards the supernatural performance, in that of 5,000 to 100. Paulus, indeed, in order to preclude the inference, that as the two narratives in the Old Testament are to be understood mythically, so also is the strikingly similar evangelical narrative, extends to the former the attempt at a natural explanation, which he has pursued with the latter, making the widow's cruse of oil to be replenished by the aid of the scholars of the prophets, and the 20 loaves suffice for 100 men by means of a praiseworthy moderation, a mode of explanation which is more practicable here than with the New Testament narrative, in proportion as, by reason of the greater remoteness of these anecdotes, they present fewer critical, and by reason of their merely mediate relation to Christianity fewer dogmatical, motives for maintaining their historical veracity. Nothing more is wanting to complete the mythical derivation of this history of the miraculous feeding of the multitude, except the proof that the later Jews also believed of particularly holy men, that by their means a small amount of provision was made sufficient, and of this proof the disinterested industry of Dr. Paulus as a collector has put us in possession. He adduces a rabbinical statement that in the time of a specially holy man, the small quantity of showbread more than sufficed for the supply of the priests. To be consequent, this commentator should try to explain this story also naturally, by the moderation of the priests, for instance. But it is not in the canon, hence he can unhesitatingly regard it as a fable, and he only so far admits its striking similarity to the evangelical narrative, as to observe that in consequence of the Jewish belief in such augmentations of food, attested by that rabbinical statement, the New Testament narrative may in early times have been understood by Judaizing Christians in the same miraculous sense. But our estimation has shown that the evangelical narrative was designedly composed so as to convey this sense, and if this sense was an element of the popular Jewish legend, then is the evangelical narrative without doubt a product of that legend. End of section 102. Part 2, Chapter 9, Section 103 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 9, Miracles of Jesus. Section 103, Jesus turns water into wine. Next to the history of the multiplication of the loaves and fishes, may be ranged the narrative in the fourth gospel, chapter 2, verse 1 and following, of Jesus at a wedding in Cana of Galilee, turning water into wine. According to Olshausen, both miracles fall under the same category, since in both a substratum is present, the substance of which is modified. But he overlooks the logical distinction that in the miracle of the loaves and fishes, the modification is one of quantity merely, an augmentation of what was already existing, without any change of its quality. Bread becomes more bread, but remains bread. Whereas at the wedding in Cana, the substratum is modified in quality. Out of a certain substance there is made not merely more of the same kind, but something else. Out of water, wine. In other words, a real transubstantiation takes place. It is true there are changes in quality which are natural results, and the instantaneous effectuation of which by Jesus could be even more easy to conceive than an equally rapid augmentation of quantity. For example, if he had suddenly changed must into wine, or wine into vinegar, this would only have been to conduct in an accelerated manner the same vegetable substratum, the venous juice, through various conditions natural to it. The miracle would be already heightened if Jesus had imparted to the juice of another fruit, the apple for instance, the quality of that of the grape, although even in this his agency would have been within the limits of the same kingdom of nature. But here, where water is turned into wine, there is a transition from one kingdom of nature to another, from the elementary to the vegetable, a miracle which as far exceeds that of the multiplication of the loaves, as if Jesus had hearkened to the counsel of the tempter and turned stones into bread. To this miracle, as to the former, Olshausen, after Augustine, applies his definition of an accelerated natural process, by which we are to understand that we have here simply the occurrence, in an accelerated manner, of that which is presented yearly in the vine in a slow process of development. This mode of viewing the matter would have some foundation if the substratum on which Jesus operated had been the same out of which wine is wont to be naturally produced. If he had taken a vine in his hand and suddenly caused it to bloom, and to bear ripe grapes, this might have been called an accelerated natural process. Even then, indeed, we should still have no wine, and if Jesus were to produce this also from the vine which he took into his hand, he must add an operation which would be an invisible substitute for the winepress, that is, an accelerated artificial process, so that on this supposition the category of the accelerated natural process would already be insufficient. In fact, however, we have no vine as a substratum for this production of wine, but water, and in this case we could only speak with propriety of an accelerated natural process, if by any means, however gradual, wine were ever produced out of water. Here it is urged, that certainly out of water, out of the moisture produced in the earth by rain and the like, the vine draws its sap, which in due order it applies to the production of the grape, and of the wine therein contained, so that thus yearly, by means of a natural process, wine does actually come out of water. But apart from the fact that water is only one of the elementary materials which are required for the fructification of the vine, and that to this end soil, air, and light must concur, it could not be said either of one or of all these elementary materials together that they produce the grape or the wine, nor consequently that Jesus, when he produced wine out of water, did the same thing only more quickly, which is repeated every year as a gradual process. On the contrary, here again there is a confusion of essentially distinct logical categories. For we may place the relation of the product to the producing agent, which is here treated of, under the category of power and manifestation, or of cause and effect. Never can it be said that water is the power or the cause which produces grapes and wine, for the power which gives existence to them is strictly the vegetable individuality of the vine plant, to which water, with the rest of the elementary agencies, is related only as the solicitation to the power, as the stimulus to the cause. That is, without the cooperation of water, air, etc., grapes certainly cannot be produced, any more than without the vine plant. But the distinction is, that in the vine, the grape, in itself or in its germ, is already present, and water, air, etc., only assist in its development, whereas in these elementary substances the grape is present neither actu nor potentia. They can in no way produce the fruit out of themselves, but only out of something else, the vine. To turn water into wine is not then to make a cause act more rapidly than it would act in a natural way, but it is to make the effect appear without a cause, out of a mere accessory circumstance. Or, to refer more particularly to organic nature, it is to call forth the organic product without the producing organism, out of the simple inorganic materials, or rather out of one of these materials only. This is about the same thing as to make bread out of earth without the intervention of the corn plant, flesh out of bread without the previous assimilation of it by an animal body, or in the same immediate manner, blood out of wine. If the supernaturalist is not here contented with appealing to the incomprehensibleness of an omnipotent word of Jesus, but also endeavours, with Olshausen, to bring the process which must have been contained in the miracle in question nearer to his conception, by regarding it in the light of a natural process, he must not, in order to render the matter more probable, suppress a part of the necessary stages in that process, but exhibit them all. They would then present the following series: first to the water, as only one of the elementary agents, Jesus must have added the power of the other elements above named. Secondly, and this is the chief point, he must have procured, in an equally invisible manner, the organic individuality of the vine. Thirdly, he must have accelerated, to the degree of instantaneousness, the natural process resulting from the reciprocal action of these objects upon one another, the blooming and fructification of the vine, together with the ripening of the grape. Fourthly, he must have caused the artificial process of pressing, and so forth, to occur invisibly and suddenly. And lastly, he must again have accelerated the further natural process of fermentation, so as to render it momentary. Thus, here again, the designation of the miracles as an accelerated natural process would apply to 2 stages only out of 5, the other 3 being such as cannot possibly be brought under this point of view, though the 2 first, especially the second, are of greater importance even than belonging to the stages which were neglected in the application of this view to the history of the miraculous feeding, so that the definition of an accelerated natural process is as inadequate here as there. As, however, this is the only, or the extreme category, under which we can bring such operations nearer to our conception and comprehension, it follows that if this category be shown to be inapplicable, the event itself is inconceivable. Not only, however, has the miracle before us been impeached in relation to possibility, but also in relation to utility and fitness. It has been urged, both in ancient and modern times, that it was unworthy of Jesus that he should not only remain in the society of drunkards, but even further their intemperance by an exercise of his miraculous power. But this objection should be discarded as an exaggeration, since, as expositors justly observe, from the words, after men have well drunk, verse 10, which the ruler of the feast uses with reference to the usual course of things at such feasts, nothing can with certainty be deduced with respect to the occasion in question. We must, however, still regard as valid an objection, which is not only pointed out by Paulus and the author of the Probabilia, but admitted even by Liicke and Olshausen, to be at the first glance a pressing difficulty, namely, that by this miracle Jesus did not, as was usual with him, relieve any want, any real need, but only furnished an additional incitement to pleasure, showed himself not so much helpful as courteous, rather, so to speak, performed a miracle of luxury than of true beneficence. If it be here said that it was a sufficient object for the miracle to confirm the faith of the disciples, which according to verse 11 was its actual effect, it must be remembered that, as a general rule, not only had the miracles of Jesus, considered with regard to their form, i.e., as extraordinary results, something desirable as their consequence, for instance, the faith of the spectators, but also, considered with regard to their matter, i.e., as consisting of cures, multiplications of loaves, and the like, were directed to some really beneficent end. In the present miracle, this characteristic is wanting, and hence Paulus is not wrong when he points out the contradiction which would lie at the conduct of Jesus, if towards the temper he rejected every challenge to such miracles as, without being materially beneficent, or called for by any pressing necessity, could only formally produce faith and astonishment, and yet in this instance performed a miracle of that very nature. The supernaturalist was therefore driven to maintain that it was not faith in general which Jesus here intended to produce, and only to be wrought by this particular miracle. Proceeding on this supposition, nothing was more natural than to be reminded by the opposition of water and wine, on which the miracle turns, of the opposition between him who baptized with water, Matt. 3:11, who at the same time came neither eating nor drinking, Luke 1:15, Matt. 11:18, and him who, as he baptized with the Holy Ghost and with fire, so he did not deny himself the ardent, animating fruit of the vine, and was hence reproached with being a wine-bibber, Matt. 11:19, especially as the fourth gospel, in which the narrative of the wedding at Cana is contained, manifests in a peculiar degree the tendency to lead over the contemplation from the Baptist to Jesus. On these grounds, Herder, and after him some others, have held the opinion that Jesus, by the above miraculous act, intended to symbolize to his disciples, several of whom had been disciples of the Baptist, the relation of his spirit and office to those of John, and by this proof of his superior power, to put an end to the offence which they might take at his more liberal mode of life. But here the reflection obtrudes itself that Jesus does not avail himself of this symbolical miracle to enlighten his disciples by explanatory discourses concerning his relation to the Baptist, an omission which even the friends of this interpretation pronounce to be surprising. How needful such an exposition was, if the miracle were not to fail of its special object, is evident from the fact that the narrator himself, according to verse 11, understood it not at all in this light, as a symbolization of a particular maxim of Jesus, but quite generally as a manifestation of his glory. Thus, if that special lesson were the object of Jesus in performing the miracle before us, then the author of the fourth gospel, that is, according to the supposition of the above theologians, his most apprehensive pupil, misunderstood him, and Jesus delayed in an injudicious manner to prevent this misunderstanding. Or, if both these conclusions are rejected, there still subsists the difficulty that Jesus, contrary to the prevailing tendency of his conduct, sought to attain the general object of proving his miraculous power by an act for which apparently he might have substituted a more useful one. Again, the disproportionate quantity of wine with which Jesus supplies the guests must excite astonishment. 6 vessels, each containing from 2 to 3 metri tas, supposing the Attic metri tis corresponding to the Hebrew bath, must be equivalent to 1½ Roman amphorae, or 21 Württemberg measures, would yield 252 through 378 measures. What a quantity for a company who had already drunk freely! What enormous vessels! Exclaims Dr. Paulus, and leaves no effort untried to reduce the statement of measures in the text. With a total disregard of the rules of the language, he gives to the preposition anna a collective meaning, instead of its proper distributive one, so as to make the 6 water pots contain, not each, but all together, from 2 to 3 metri tas. And even Olshausen consoles himself, after Ziemler, with the fact that it is nowhere remarked that the water in all the vessels was turned into wine. But these are subterfuges. They to whom the supply of so extravagant and dangerous a quantity of wine on the part of Jesus is incredible, must conclude that the narrative is unhistorical. Peculiar difficulty is occasioned by the relation in which this narrative places Jesus to his mother, and his mother to him. According to the express statement of the evangelist, the turning of water into wine was the beginning of the miracles of Jesus, and yet his mother reckons so confidently on his performing a miracle here, that she believes it only necessary to point out to him the deficiency of wine, in order to induce him to afford supernatural aid. And even when she receives a discouraging answer, she is so far from losing hope that she enjoins the servants to be obedient to the directions of her son, verses 3 and 5. How is this expectation of a miracle on the part of the mother of Jesus to be explained? Are we to refer the declaration of John, that the metamorphosis of the water was the first miracle of Jesus, merely to the period of his public life, and to presuppose as real events, for his previous years, the apocryphal miracles of the Gospels of the infancy? Or, believing that Chrysostom was right in regarding this as too uncritical, are we rather to conjecture that Mary, in consequence of her conviction that Jesus was the Messiah, a conviction wrought in her by the signs that attended his birth, expected miracles from him, and as perhaps on some earlier occasions, so now on this, when the perplexity was great, desired from him a proof of his power? Were only that early conviction of the relatives of Jesus that he was the Messiah somewhat more probable, and especially the extraordinary events of the childhood, by which it is supposed to have been produced, better accredited. Moreover, even presupposing the belief of Mary in the miraculous power of her son, it is still not at all clear how, notwithstanding his discouraging answer, she could yet confidently expect that he would just on this occasion perform his first miracle, and feel assured that she positively knew that he would act precisely so as to require the assistance of the servants. This decided knowledge on the part of Mary, even respecting the manner of the miracle about to be wrought, appears to indicate an antecedent disclosure of Jesus to her, and hence Olshausen supposes that Jesus had given his mother an intimation concerning the miracle on which he had resolved. But when could this disclosure have been made? Already as they were going to the feast? Then Jesus must have foreseen that there would be a want of wine, in which case Mary could not have apprised him of it as of an unexpected embarrassment. Or did Jesus make the disclosure after her appeal, and consequently in connection with the words, "What have I to do with thee, woman?" etc. But with this answer, it is impossible to conceive so opposite a declaration to have been united. It would therefore be necessary, on Olshausen's view, to imagine that Jesus uttered the negative words aloud, the affirmative in an undertone, merely for Mary, a supposition which would give the scene the appearance of a comedy. Thus it is on no supposition to be understood how Mary could expect a miracle at all, still less precisely such an one. The first difficulty might indeed be plausibly evaded, by maintaining that Mary did not here apply to Jesus in expectation of a miracle, but simply that she might obtain her son's advice in the case, as she was wont to do in all difficult circumstances. His reply, however, shows that he regarded the words of his mother as a summons to perform a miracle, and, moreover, the direction which Mary gave to the servants remains on this supposition totally unexplained. The answer of Jesus to the intimation of his mother, verse 4, has been just as often blamed with exaggeration as justified on insufficient grounds. However truly it may be urged that the Hebrew phrase mahi velachem, to which the Greek ti emoi kai soi corresponds, appears elsewhere as an expression of gentle blame, for example, 2 Samuel chapter 16, verse 10, or that with the entrance of Jesus on his special office, his relation to his mother as regarded his actions was dissolved. It nevertheless remains undeniable that it was fitting for Jesus to be modestly apprised of opportunities for the exercise of his miraculous power. And if one who pointed out to him a case of disease, and added an entreaty for help, did not deserve reprehension, as little and even less did Mary when she brought to his knowledge a want which had arisen, with a merely implied entreaty for assistance. The case would have been different had Jesus considered the occasion not adapted or even unworthy to have a miracle connected with it. He might then have repelled with severity the implied summons, as an incitement to a false use of miraculous power, instanced in the history of the temptation. As, on the contrary, he immediately after showed by his actions that he held the occasion worthy of a miracle, it is absolutely incomprehensible how he could blame his mother for her information, which perhaps only came to him a few moments too soon. Here again it has been attempted to escape from the numerous difficulties of the supernatural view by a natural interpretation of the history. The commentators who advance this explanation set out from the fact that it was the custom among the Jews to make presents of oil or wine at marriage feasts. Now Jesus, it is said, having brought with him 5 new disciples as uninvited guests, might foresee a deficiency of wine, and wished, out of pleasantry, to present his gift in an unexpected and mysterious manner. The doxa, or glory, which he manifested by this proceeding, is said to be merely his humanity, which in the proper place did not disdain to pass a jest. The pistis, or faith, which he thereby excited in his disciples, was a joyful adherence to a man who exhibited none of the oppressive severity which had been anticipated in the Messiah. Mary was aware of her son's project, and warned him when it appeared to her time to put it in execution. But he reminded her playfully not to spoil his jest by over haste. His causing water to be drawn seems to have belonged to the playful deception which he intended, that all at once wine was found in the vessels instead of water, and that this was regarded as a miraculous metamorphosis might easily happen at a late hour of the night, when there had already been considerable drinking. Lastly, that Jesus did not enlighten the wedding party as to the true state of the case, was a natural consequence of his wish not himself to dissipate the delusion which he had playfully caused. For the rest, how the plan was effected, by what arrangements on the part of Jesus the wine was conveyed in the place of the water, this, Paulus thinks, is not now to be ascertained. It is enough for us to know that all happened naturally. As, however, according to the opinion of this expositor, the evangelist was aware, in a general manner, that the whole occurrence was natural, why has he given us no intimation to that effect? Did he wish to prepare for the reader the same surprise that Jesus had prepared for the spectators? Still, he must afterwards have solved the enigma, if he did not intend the delusion to be permanent. Above all, he ought not to have used the misleading expression, that Jesus by this act manifested forth his glory, verse 11, which, in the phraseology of this gospel, can only mean his superior dignity. He ought not to have called the incident a sign, by which something supernatural is implied. Lastly, he ought not, by the expression, the water that was made wine, verse 9, and still less by the subsequent designation of Cana as the place where he made the water wine, to have occasioned the impression that he approved the miraculous conception of the event. The author of the Natural History sought to elude these difficulties by the admission that the narrator himself, John, regarded the event as a miracle, and meant to describe it as such. Not to mention, however, the unworthy manner in which he explains this error on the part of the evangelist, it is not easy to conceive of Jesus that he should have kept his disciples in the same delusion as the rest of the guests, and not have given to them at least an explanation concerning the real course of the event. It would therefore be necessary to suppose that the narrator of this event was not one of the disciples of Jesus, a supposition which goes beyond the sphere of this system of interpretation. But even admitting that the narrator himself, whoever he may have been, was included in the same deception with those who regarded the affair as a miracle, in which case his mode of representation and the expressions which he uses would be accounted for, still the procedure of Jesus and his mode of acting are all the more inconceivable if no real miracle were on foot. Why did he with refined assiduity arrange the presentation of the wine so that it might appear to be a miraculous gift? Why, in particular, did he cause the vessels in which he intended forthwith to present the wine to be filled beforehand with water, the necessary removal of which could only be a hindrance to the secret execution of his plan? Unless indeed it be supposed, with Woolston, that he merely imparted to the water the taste of wine, by pouring into it some liquor. Thus there is a double difficulty: on the one hand, that of imagining how the wine could be introduced into the vessels already filled with water; on the other, that of freeing Jesus from the suspicion of having wished to create the appearance of a miraculous transmutation of the water. It may have been the perception of these difficulties which induced the author of the Natural History entirely to sever the connection between the water which was poured in, and the wine which subsequently appeared, by the supposition that Jesus had caused the water to be fetched because there was a deficiency of this also, and Jesus wished to recommend the beneficial practice of washing before and after meals, but that he afterwards caused the wine to be brought out of an adjoining room where he had placed it: a conception of the matter which requires us either to suppose the intoxication of all the guests, and especially of the narrator, as so considerable that they mistook the wine brought out of the adjoining room for wine drawn out of the water vessels; or else that the deceptive arrangements of Jesus were contrived with very great art, which is inconsistent with the straightforwardness of character elsewhere ascribed to him. In this dilemma between the supernatural and the natural interpretations, of which, in this case again, the one is as insufficient as the other, we should be reduced, with one of the most recent commentators on the fourth gospel, to wait "until it pleased God, by further developments of judicious Christian reflection, to evolve a solution of the enigma to the general satisfaction." Did we not discern an outlet in the fact that the history in question is found in John's gospel alone? Single in its kind as this miracle is, if it were also the first performed by Jesus, it must, even if all the 12 were not then with Jesus, have yet been known to them all; and even if among the rest of the evangelists there were no apostle, still it must have passed into the general Christian tradition, and from thence into the synoptical memoirs. Consequently, as John alone has it, the supposition that it arose in a region of tradition unknown to the synoptists seems easier than the alternative, that it so early disappeared out of that from which they drew. The only question is, whether we are in a condition to show how such a legend could arise without historical grounds. Kaiser points for this purpose to the extravagant spirit of the Oriental legend, which has ever been so fertile in metamorphoses, but this source is so wide and indefinite, that Kaiser finds it unnecessary also to suppose a real jest on the part of Jesus, and thus remains uneasily suspended between the mythical and the natural explanations, a position which cannot be escaped from, until there can be produced points of mythical connection and origin more definite and exact. Now in the present case, we need halt neither at the character of Eastern legend in general, nor at metamorphoses in general, since transmutations of this particular element of water are to be found within the narrower circle of the ancient Hebrew history. Besides some narratives of Moses procuring for the Israelites water out of the flinty rock in the wilderness, Exodus chapter 17 verse 1 and following, Numbers chapter 20 verse 1 and following, a bestowal of water which, after being repeated in a modified manner in the history of Samson, Judges chapter 15 verse 18 and following, was made a feature in the messianic expectations. The first transmutation of water ascribed to Moses is the turning of all the water in Egypt into blood, which is enumerated among the so-called plagues. Exodus chapter 7 verse 17 and following. Together with this mutatio in deterius, there is in the history of Moses a mutatio in melius, also effected in water, for he made bitter water sweet, under the direction of Jehovah. Exodus chapter 17, verse 23 and following. As at a later era, Elisha also is said to have made unhealthy water good and innoxious. 2 Kings chapter 2, verse 19 and following. As, according to the rabbinical passage quoted, the bestowal of water, so also, according to this narrative in John, the transmutation of water appears to have been transferred from Moses and the prophets to the Messiah, with such modifications, however, as lay in the nature of the case. If, namely, on the one hand, a change of water for the worse, like that Mosaic transmutation into blood, if a miracle of this retributive kind might not seem well suited to the mild spirit of the Messiah as recognized in Jesus, so on the other hand, such a change for the better as, like the removal of bitterness or noxiousness, did not go beyond the species of water, and did not, like the change into blood, alter the substance of the water itself, might appear insufficient for the Messiah. If then the two conditions be united, a change of water for the better, which should at the same time be a specific alteration of its substance, must almost of necessity be a change into wine. Now this is narrated by John in a manner not indeed in accordance with reality, but which must be held all the more in accordance with the spirit of his gospel. For the harshness of Jesus towards his mother is, historically considered, incredible, but it is entirely in the spirit of the fourth gospel to place in relief the exaltation of Jesus as the divine Logos by such demeanor towards suppliants, as in John chapter 4, verse 48, and even towards his mother. Equally in the spirit of this gospel is it also to exhibit the firm faith which Mary maintains notwithstanding the negative answer of Jesus, by making her give the direction to the servants above considered, as if she had a preconception even of the manner in which Jesus would perform his miracle, a preconception which is historically impossible. End of section 103. Part 2, Chapter 9, Section 104 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 9, Miracles of Jesus. Section 104, Jesus curses a barren fig tree. The anecdote of the fig tree which Jesus caused to wither by his word, because when he was hungry he found no fruit on it, is peculiar to the two first Gospels, Matthew chapter 21, verse 18 and following, Mark chapter 11, verse 12 and following, but is narrated by them with divergencies which must affect our view of the fact. One of these divergencies of Mark from Matthew appears so favorable to the natural explanation that, chiefly in consideration of it, a tendency towards the natural view of the miracles of Jesus has been of late ascribed to this evangelist, and for the sake of this one favorable divergency he has been defended in relation to the other rather inconvenient one, which is found in the narrative before us. If we were restricted to the manner in which the first evangelist states the consequence of the curse of Jesus, and immediately the fig tree withered away, it would be difficult here to carry out a natural explanation, or even the forced interpretation of Paulus, which makes the word immediately only exclude further human accession to the fact, and not a longer space of time, rests only on an unwarranted transference of Mark's particulars into the narrative of Matthew. In Mark, Jesus curses the fig tree on the morning after his entrance into Jerusalem, and not till the following morning the disciples remark, in passing, that the tree is withered. Through this interim, which Mark leaves open between the declaration of Jesus and the withering of the tree, the natural explanation of the whole narrative insinuates itself, taking its stand on the possibility that in this interval the tree might have withered from natural causes. Accordingly, Jesus is supposed to have remarked in the tree, besides the lack of fruit, a condition from which he prognosticated that it would soon wither away, and to have uttered this prediction in the words, "No one will ever again gather fruit from thee." The heat of the day having realized the prediction of Jesus with unexpected rapidity, and the disciples remarking this the next morning, they then first connected this result with the words of Jesus on the previous morning, and began to regard them as a curse. An interpretation which, indeed, Jesus does not confirm, but impresses on the disciples, that if they have only some self-reliance, they will be able, not only to predict such physiologically evident results, but also to know and effect things far more difficult. But even admitting Mark's statement to be the correct one, the natural explanation still remains impossible. For the words of Jesus in Mark, verse 14, "No man eat fruit of thee hereafter forever," if they had been meant to imply a mere conjecture as to what would probably happen, must necessarily have had a potential signification given to them by the addition of on, and in the expression of Matthew, "Let no fruit grow on thee henceforward forever." The command is not to be mistaken, although Paulus would only find in this also the expression of a possibility. Moreover, the circumstance that Jesus addresses the tree itself as also the solemn forever, which he adds, speaks against the idea of a mere prediction, and in favour of a curse. Paulus perceives this fully, and hence with unwarrantable violence he interprets the words, "he saith to it," as if they introduced a saying merely in reference to the tree, while he depreciates the expression eis ton aiona by the translation in time to come. But even if we grant that the Evangelists, owing to their erroneous conception of the incident, may have somewhat altered the words of Jesus, and that he in reality only prognosticated the withering of the tree, still, when the prediction was fulfilled, Jesus did nevertheless ascribe the result to his own supernatural influence. For in speaking of what he has done in relation to the fig tree, he uses the verb poiein, verse 21, Matthew, which cannot, except by a forced interpretation, be referred to a mere prediction. But more than this, he compares what he has done in relation to the fig tree with the removal of mountains, and hence as this, according to every possible interpretation, is an act of causation, so the other must be regarded as an influence on the tree. In any case, when Peter spoke of the fig tree as having been cursed by Jesus, verse 21, Mark, either the latter must have contradicted the construction thus put on his words, or his silence must have implied his acquiescence. If then Jesus, in the issue, ascribes the withering of the tree to his influence, he either by his address to it designed to produce an effect, or he ambitiously misused the accidental result for the sake of deluding his disciples, a dilemma in which the words of Jesus, as they are given by the Evangelists, decidedly direct us to the former alternative. Thus we are inexorably thrown back from the naturalistic attempt at an explanation to the conception of the supernaturalists, preeminently difficult as this is in the history before us. we pass over what might be said against the physical possibility of such an influence as is there presupposed, not indeed because, with Hase, we could comprehend it through the medium of natural magic, but because another difficulty beforehand excludes the inquiry, and does not allow us to come to the consideration of the physical possibility. This decisive difficulty relates to the moral possibility of such an act on the part of Jesus. The miracle he here performs is of a punitive character. Another example of the kind is not found in the canonical accounts of the life of Jesus. The apocryphal Gospels alone, as has been above remarked, are full of such miracles. In one of the synoptical Gospels there is, on the contrary, a passage often quoted already, Luke chapter 9, verse 55 and following, in which it is declared, as the profound conviction of Jesus, that the employment of miraculous power in order to execute punishment or to take vengeance is contrary to the spirit of his vocation, and the same sentiment is attributed to Jesus by the evangelists, when he applies to them the words of Isaiah, he shall not break a bruised reed, etc. Matthew chapter 12, verse 20. Agreeably to this principle, and to his prevalent mode of action, Jesus must rather have given new life to a withered tree, than have made a green one wither. And in order to comprehend his conduct on this occasion, we must be able to show reasons which he might possibly have had for departing in this instance from the above principle, which has no mark of unauthenticity. The occasion on which he enunciated that principle was when, on the refusal of the Samaritan village to exercise hospitality towards Jesus and his disciples, the sons of Zebedee asked him whether they should not rain down fire on the village, after the example of Elijah. Jesus replied by reminding them of the nature of the spirit to which they belonged, a spirit with which so destructive an act was incompatible. In our present case, Jesus had not to deal with men who had treated him with injustice, but with a tree which he happened not to find in the desired state. Now, there is here no special reason for departing from the above rule. On the contrary, the chief reason which in the first case might possibly have moved Jesus to determine on a judicial miracle is not present in the second. The moral end of punishment, namely, to bring the punished person to a conviction and acknowledgment of his error, can have no existence in relation to a tree, and even punishment in the light of retribution is out of the question when we are treating of natural objects destitute of volition. For one to be irritated against an inanimate object, which does not happen to be found just in the desired state, is with reason pronounced to be a proof of an uncultivated mind. To carry such indignation to the destruction of the object is regarded as barbarous and unworthy of a reasonable being, and hence Woolston is not wrong in maintaining that in any other person than Jesus such an act would be severely blamed. It is true that when a natural object is intrinsically and habitually defective, it may very well happen that it may be removed out of the way in order to put a better in its place, a measure, however, for which, in every case, only the owner has the adequate motive and authority. Compare Luke chapter 13, verse 7. But that this tree, because just at that time it presented no fruit, would not have borne any in succeeding years, was by no means self-evident. Nay, the contrary is implied in the narrative, since the form in which the curse of Jesus is expressed, that fruit shall never more grow on the tree, presupposes that without this curse the tree might yet have been fruitful. Thus, the evil condition of the tree was not habitual, but temporary. Still further, if we follow Mark, it was not even objective, or existing intrinsically in the tree, but purely subjective, that is, a result of the accidental relation of the tree to the momentary wish and want of Jesus. For according to an addition which forms the second feature peculiar to Mark in this narrative, it was not then the time of figs, verse 13. It was not, therefore, a defect, but, on the contrary, quite in due order, that this tree, as well as others, had no figs on it. And Jesus, in whom it is already enough to excite surprise that he expected to find figs on a tree so out of season, might at least have reflected, when he found none, on the groundlessness of his expectation, and have forborne so wholly unjust an act as the cursing of the tree. Even some of the fathers stumbled at this addition of Mark's, and felt that it rendered the conduct of Jesus enigmatical, and to descend to later times, Woolston's ridicule is not unfounded, when he says that if a Kentish countryman were to seek for fruit in his garden in spring, and were to cut down the trees which had none, he would be a common laughing-stock. Expositors have attempted to free themselves from the difficulty which this addition introduces, by a motley series of conjectures and interpretations. On the one hand, the wish that the perplexing words did not stand in the text has been turned into the hypothesis that they may probably be a subsequent gloss. On the other hand, as, if an addition of this kind must stand there, the contrary statement, namely, that it was then the time of figs, were rather to be desired, in order to render intelligible the expectation of Jesus and his displeasure when he found it deceived, it has been attempted in various ways to remove the negative out of the proposition. One expedient is altogether violent, ohu being read instead of u, a point inserted after εἰν, and a second εἰν supplied after sukon, so that the translation runs thus: ubi enim tum versabatur, Jesus, tempus fucoum erat. Another expedient, the transformation of the sentence into an interrogatory one, nonne enim, etc., is absurd. A third expedient is to understand the words kairos sukon as implying the time of the fig-gathering, and thus to take Mark's addition as a statement that the figs were not yet gathered, that is, were still on the trees, in support of which interpretation appeal is made to the phrase kairos tu karpon, Matthew 21:34. But this expression strictly refers only to the antecedent of the harvest, the existence of the fruits in the fields or on the trees. When it stands in an affirmative proposition, it can only be understood as referring to the consequent, namely, the possible gathering of the fruit, in so far as it also includes the antecedent, the existence of the fruits in the field. Hence, esti kairos karpon can only mean thus much: the ripe fruit stands in the fields, and are therefore ready to be gathered. In like manner, when the above expression stands in a negative proposition, the antecedent, the existence of the fruits in the field, on the trees, etc., is primarily denied, that of the consequent only secondarily and by implication. Thus, ουκ έστι kairos sukon means, the figs are not on the trees, and therefore not ready to be gathered. By no means the reverse. They are not yet gathered, and therefore are still on the trees. But this unexampled figure of speech, by which, while according to the words the antecedent is denied, according to the sense only the consequent is denied, and the antecedent affirmed, is not all which the above explanation entails upon us. It also requires the admission of another figure which is sometimes called synchisis, sometimes hyperbaton. For, as a statement that the figs were then still on the trees, the addition in question does not show the reason why Jesus found none on that tree, but why he expected the contrary. It ought therefore, say the advocates of this explanation, to stand not after he found nothing but leaves, but after he came, if haply he might find anything thereon. A transposition, however, which only proves that this whole explanation runs counter to the text. Convinced, on the one hand, that the addition of Mark denies the prevalence of circumstances favourable to the existence of figs on that tree, but, on the other hand, still labouring to justify the expectation of Jesus, other expositors have sought to give to that negation, instead of the general sense, that it was not the right season of the year for figs, a fact of which Jesus must unavoidably have been aware. The particular sense, that special circumstances, only not necessarily known to Jesus, hindered the fruitfulness of the tree. It would have been a hindrance altogether special, if the soil in which the tree was rooted had been an unfruitful one. Hence, according to some, the words kairos sukon actually signify a soil favourable to figs. Others, with more regard to the verbal meaning of kairos, adhere, it is true, to the interpretation of it as a favourable time, but instead of understanding the statement of Mark universally, as referring to a regular annual season, in which figs were not to be obtained, they maintain it to mean that the particular year was from some incidental causes unfavourable to figs. But the immediate signification of kairos is the right, in opposition to the wrong season, not a favourable season as opposed to an unfavourable one. Now, when anyone, even in an unproductive year, seeks for fruits at the time in which they are wont to be ripe, it cannot be said that it is the wrong season for fruit. On the contrary, the idea of a bad year might be at once conveyed by the statement, that when the time for fruit came, there was found to be none. In any case, if the whole course of the year were unfavourable to figs, a fruit so abundant in Palestine, Jesus must almost as necessarily have known this, as that it was the wrong season, so that the enigma remains, how Jesus could be so indignant that the tree was in a condition which, owing to circumstances known to him, was inevitable. But let us only remember who it is to whom we owe that addition. It is Mark, who, in his efforts after the explanatory and the picturesque, so frequently draws on his own imagination, and in doing this, as it has been long ago perceived, and as we also have had sufficient opportunities of observing on our way, he does not always go to work in the most considerate manner. Thus here he is arrested by the first striking particular that presents itself, namely, that the tree was without fruit, and hastens to furnish the explanation that it was not the time for figs, not observing that while he accounts physically for the barrenness of the tree, he makes the conduct of Jesus morally inexplicable. Again, the above-mentioned divergency from Matthew in relation to the time within which the tree withered, far from evincing more authentic information, or a tendency to the natural explanation of the marvellous on the part of Mark, is only another product of the same dramatizing effort as that which gave birth to the above addition. The idea of a tree suddenly withering at a word is difficult for the imagination perfectly to fashion, whereas it cannot be called a bad dramatic contrivance, to lay the process of withering behind the scenes, and to make the result be first noticed by the subsequent passers-by. For the rest, In the assertion that it was then, a few days before Easter, no time for figs, Mark is so far right, as it regards the conditions of climate in Palestine, that at so early a time of the year the new figs of the season were not yet ripe, for the early fig or bokore is not ripe until the middle or towards the end of June, while the proper fig, the kermos, ripens only in the month of August. On the other hand, there might about Easter still be met with here and there, hanging on the tree, the third fruit of the fig tree, the late kermos, which had remained from the previous autumn and through the winter. As we read in Josephus that a part of Palestine, the shores of the Galilean Sea, more fruitful certainly than the country around Jerusalem, where the history in question occurred, produces figs uninterruptedly during 10 months of the year. But even if we have thus set aside this perplexing addition of Mark's, that the tree was not really defective, but only appeared so to Jesus in consequence of an erroneous expectation, there still subsists, even according to Matthew, the incongruity that Jesus appears to have destroyed a natural object on account of a deficiency which might possibly be merely temporary. He cannot have been prompted to this by economical considerations, since he was not the owner of the tree. Still less can he have been actuated by moral views, in relation to an inanimate object of nature. Hence, the expedient has been adopted of substituting the disciples as the proper object on which Jesus here intended to act, and of regarding the tree, and what Jesus does to it, as a mere means to his ultimate design. This is the symbolical interpretation, by which first the fathers of the church, and of late the majority of orthodox theologians among the moderns, have thought to free Jesus from the charge of an unsuitable action. According to them, anger towards the tree, which presented nothing to appease his hunger, was not the feeling of Jesus in performing this action, his object not simply the extermination of the unfruitful plant. On the contrary, he judiciously availed himself of the occasion of finding a barren tree, in order to impress a truth on his disciples more vividly and indelibly than by words. This truth may either be conceived under a special form, namely, that the Jewish nation which persisted in rendering no pleasing fruit to God and to the Messiah would be destroyed, or under the general form, that everyone who was as destitute of good works as this tree was of fruit, had to look forward to a similar condemnation. Other commentators, however, with reason maintain, that if Jesus had had such an end in view in the action, he must in some way have explained himself on the subject. For if an elucidation was necessary when he delivered the parable, it was the more indispensable when he performed a symbolical action, in proportion as this, without such an indication of an object lying beyond itself, was more likely to be mistaken for an object in itself. It is true that, here as well as elsewhere, it might be supposed that Jesus probably enlarged on what he had done for the instruction of his disciples, but that the narrators, content with the miracle, have omitted the illustrative discourse. If, however, Jesus gave an interpretation of his act in the alleged symbolical sense, the evangelists have not merely been silent concerning this discourse, but have inserted a false one in its place, for they represent Jesus, after his procedure with respect to the tree, not as being silent, but as giving, in answer to an expression of astonishment on the part of the disciples, an explanation which is not the above symbolical one, but a different one, nay, an opposite one. For when Jesus says to them that they need not wonder at the withering of the fig tree, since with only a little faith they will be able to effect yet greater things, he lays the chief stress on his agency in the matter, not on the condition and the fate of the tree as a symbol. Therefore, if his design turned upon the latter, he would have spoken to his disciples so as to contravene that design, or rather, if he so spoke, that cannot have been his design. For the same reason falls also Seifert's totally unsupported hypothesis, that Jesus, not indeed after, but before that act, when on the way to the fig tree, had held a conversation with his disciples on the actual condition and future lot of the Jewish nation, and that to this conversation the symbolical cursing of the tree was a mere keystone, which explained itself. For all comprehension of the act in question, which that introduction might have facilitated, must, especially in that age when there was so strong a bias towards the miraculous, have been again obliterated by the subsequent declaration of Jesus, which regarded only the miraculous side of the fact. Hence Ullmann has judged rightly in preferring to the symbolical interpretation, although he considers it admissible, another which had previously been advanced, namely, that Jesus by this miracle intended to give his followers a new proof of his perfect power, in order to strengthen their confidence in him under the approaching perils. Or rather, as a special reference to coming trial is nowhere exhibited, and as the words of Jesus contain nothing which he had not already said at an earlier period, Mark 17:20, Luke 17:6, Friedrich is more correct in expressing the view of the evangelists quite generally thus: Jesus used his displeasure at the unfruitfulness of the tree as an occasion for performing a miracle, the object of which was merely the general one of all his miracles, namely, to attest his messiahship. Hence Euthymius speaks entirely in the spirit of the narrators, as described by Friedrich, when he forbids all investigation into the special end of the action, and exhorts the reader only to look at it in general as a miracle. But it by no means follows from hence that we too should refrain from all reflection on the subject, and believingly receive the miracle without further question. On the contrary, we cannot avoid observing that the particular miracle which we have now before us does not admit of being explained as a real act of Jesus, either upon the general ground of performing miracles, or from any peculiar object or motive whatever. Far from this, it is in every respect opposed both to his theory and his prevailing practice, and on this account, even apart from the question of its physical possibility, must be pronounced more decidedly than any other to be such a miracle as Jesus cannot really have performed. It is incumbent on us, however, to adduce positive proof of the existence of such causes as, even without historical foundation, might give rise to a narrative of this kind. Now in our usual source, the Old Testament, we do, indeed, find many figurative discourses and narratives about trees, and fig trees in particular, but none which has so specific an affinity to our narrative that we could say the latter is an imitation of it. But we need not search long in the New Testament before we find, first in the mouth of the Baptist, Matthew 3:10, then in that of Jesus, 7:19, the apothegm of the tree, which, because it bears no good fruit, is cut down and cast into the fire. And further on, Luke 13:6 and following, this theme is dilated into the fictitious history of a man who for 3 years in vain seeks for fruit on a fig tree in his vineyard, and on this account determines to cut it down, but that the gardener intercedes for another year's respite. It was already an idea of some fathers of the church that the cursing of the fig tree was only the parable of the barren fig tree carried out into action. It is true that they held this opinion in the sense of the explanation before cited, namely, that Jesus himself, as he had previously exhibited the actual condition and the approaching catastrophe of the Jewish people in a figurative discourse, intended on the occasion in question to represent them by a symbolical action, which, as we have seen, is inconceivable. Nevertheless, we cannot help conjecturing that we have before us one and the same theme under three different modifications. First, in the most concentrated form, as an apotheme, then expanded into a parable, and lastly realized as a history. But we do not suppose that what Jesus twice described in words, he at length represented by an action. In our opinion, it was tradition which converted what it met with as an apotheme and a parable into a real incident. That in the real history the end of the tree is somewhat different from that threatened in the apotheme and parable, namely, withering instead of being cut down, need not amount to a difficulty. For had the parable once become a real history, with Jesus for its subject, and consequently its whole didactic and symbolical significance passed into the external act, then must this, if it were to have any weight and interest, take the form of a miracle, and the natural destruction of the tree by means of the axe must be transformed into an immediate withering on the word of Jesus. It is true that there seems to be the very same objection to this conception of the narrative, which allows its inmost kernel to be symbolical, as to the one above considered, namely, that it is contravened by the words of Jesus which are appended to the narrative. But on our view of the gospel histories, we are warranted to say, that with the transformation of the parable into a history, its original sense also was lost. And as the miracle began to be regarded as constituting the pith of the matter, that discourse on miracles, power, and faith was erroneously annexed to it. Even the particular circumstance that led to the selection of the saying about the removal of the mountain for association with the narrative of the fig tree, may be shown with probability. The power of faith, which is here represented by an effectual command to a mountain, Be thou removed, and be thou cast into the sea, is elsewhere, Luke 17:6, symbolized by an equally effectual command to a species of fig tree. Be thou plucked up by the root, and be thou planted in the sea. Hence, the cursing of the fig tree, so soon as its withering was conceived to be an effect of the miraculous power of Jesus, brought to mind the tree or the mountain which was to be transported by the miraculous power of faith, and this saying became appended to that fact. Thus, in this instance, praise is due to the third gospel for having preserved to us the parable of the barren Suki, and the apotheme of the Sukaminos to be transplanted by faith, distinct and pure, each in its original form and significance, while the two other synoptists have transformed the parable into a history, and have misapplied the apotheme, in a somewhat altered form, to a false explanation of that pretended history. End of section 104. Part 2, Chapter 10, Section 105 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 10, The Transfiguration of Jesus and his Last Journey to Jerusalem. Section 105. The Transfiguration of Jesus considered as a miraculous external event. The history of the transfiguration of Jesus on the mountain could not be ranged with the narratives of miracles which we have hitherto examined, not only because it relates to a miracle which took place in Jesus, instead of a miracle performed by him, but also because it has the character of an epoch in the life of Jesus, which, on the score of resemblance, could only be associated with the baptism and resurrection. Hence, Herder has correctly designated these three events as the three luminous points in the life of Jesus, which attest his heavenly mission. According to the impression produced by the first glance at the synoptical narrative, Matthew chapter 17, verse 1 and following, Mark chapter 9, verse 2 and following, Luke chapter 9, verse 28 and following, for the history is not found in the fourth gospel, we have here a real external and miraculous event. Jesus, 6 or 8 days after the first announcement of his passion, ascends a mountain with his three most confidential disciples, who are there witnesses how all at once his countenance, and even his clothes, are illuminated with supernatural splendor, how two venerable forms from the realm of spirits, Moses and Elias, appear talking with him, and lastly, how a heavenly voice, out of the bright cloud, declares Jesus to be the Son of God, to whom they are to give ear. These few points in the history give rise to a multitude of questions, by the collection of which Gabler has done a meritorious service. In relation to each of the three phases of the event, the light, the apparition of the dead, and the voice, both its possibility and the adequacy of its object may be the subject of question. First, whence came the extraordinary light with which Jesus was invested? Let it be remembered that a metamorphosis of Jesus is spoken of. Now this would appear to imply not a mere illumination from without, but an irradiation from within, a transient effulgence, so to speak, of the beams of the divine glory through the veil of humanity. Thus Olshausen regards this event as an important crisis in the process of purification and glorification, through which he supposes the corporeality of Jesus to have passed, during his whole life up to the time of his ascension. But without here dilating further on our previous arguments, that either Jesus was no real man, or the purification which he underwent during his life must have consisted in something else than the illumination and subtilization of his body, it is in no case to be conceived how his clothes, as well as his body, could participate in such a process of transfiguration. If, on this account, it be rather preferred to suppose an illumination from without, this would not be a metamorphosis, which however is the term used by the evangelists, so that no consistent conception can be formed of this scene, unless indeed we choose, with Olshausen, to include both modes, and think of Jesus as both radiating and irradiated. But even supposing this illumination possible, there still remains the question, what purpose could it serve? The answer which most immediately suggests itself is, to glorify Jesus. But compared with the spiritual glory which Jesus created for himself by word and deed, this physical glorification, consisting in the investing of his body with a brilliant light, must appear very insignificant, nay, almost childish. If it be said that, nevertheless, such a mode of glorifying Jesus was necessary for the maintenance of weak faith, we reply that in that case it must have been effected in the presence of the multitude, or at least before the entire circle of the disciples, not surely before just the select three who were spiritually the strongest. Still less would these few eyewitnesses have been prohibited from communicating the event precisely during the most critical period, namely, until after the resurrection. These two questions apply with enhanced force to the second feature in our history, the apparition of the two dead men. Can departed souls become visible to the living? And if, as it appears, the two men of God presented themselves in their former bodies only transfigured, whence had they these, according to biblical ideas, before the universal resurrection? Certainly in relation to Elijah, who went up to heaven without laying aside his body, this difficulty is not so great. Moses, however, died, and his corpse was buried. But further, to what end are we to suppose that these two illustrious dead appeared? The evangelical narrative, by representing the forms as talking with Jesus, seems to place the object of their appearance in Jesus, and if Luke be correct, it had reference more immediately to the approaching sufferings and death of Jesus. But they could not have made the first announcement of these events to him, for according to the unanimous testimony of the synoptists, he had himself predicted them a week before (Matthew 26:21 and parallel passages). Hence it is conjectured that Moses and Elias only informed Jesus more minutely concerning the particular circumstances and conditions of his death. But, on the one hand, it is not accordant with the position which the Gospels assign to Jesus in relation to the ancient prophets, that he should have needed instruction from them; and, on the other hand, Jesus had already foretold his passion so circumstantially, that the more special revelations from the world of spirits could only have referred to the particulars of his being delivered to the Gentiles, and the spitting in his face, of which he does not speak till a subsequent occasion (Matthew 20:19, Mark 10:34). If, however, it be suggested that the communication to be made to Jesus consisted not so much in information, as in the conferring of strength for his approaching sufferings, we submit that at this period there is not yet any trace of a state of mind in Jesus, which might seem to demand assistance of this kind, while for his later sufferings this early strengthening did not suffice, as is evident from the fact that in Gethsemane a new impartation is necessary. Thus we are driven, though already in opposition to the text, to try whether we cannot give the appearance a relation to the disciples. But first, the object of strengthening faith is too general to be the motive of so special a dispensation. Secondly, Jesus, in the parable of the rich man, must, on this supposition, have falsely expounded the principle of the divine government in this respect, for he there says that he who will not hear the writings of Moses and the prophets, and how much more he who will not hear the present Christ, would not be brought to believe though one should return to him from the dead; whence it must be inferred that such an apparition, at least to that end, is not permitted by God. The more special object, of convincing the disciples that the doctrine and fate of Jesus were in accordance with Moses and the prophets, had been already partly attained, and it was not completely attained until after the death and resurrection of Jesus, and the outpouring of the Spirit, the transfiguration not having formed any epoch in their enlightenment on this subject. Lastly, the voice out of the bright cloud, without doubt the Shekinah, is, like that of the baptism, a divine voice. But what an anthropomorphic conception of the divine being must that be, which admits the possibility of real, audible speech on his part! Or if it be said that a communication of God to the spiritual ear is alone spoken of here, the scene of the transfiguration is reduced to a vision, and we are suddenly transported to a totally different point of view. End of section 105. Part 2, Chapter 10, Section 106 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 10, The Transfiguration of Jesus and His Last Journey to Jerusalem. Section 106, The Natural Explanation of the Narrative in Various Forms. It has been sought to escape from the difficulties of the opinion which regards the transfiguration of Jesus as not only a miraculous, but also an external event, by confining the entire incident to the internal experience of the parties concerned. In adopting this position, the miraculous is not at once relinquished, it is only transferred to the internal workings of the human mind, and being thus more simple and conceivable. Accordingly, it is supposed that by divine influence the spiritual nature of the three apostles, and probably also of Jesus himself, was exalted to a state of ecstasy, in which they either actually entered into intercourse with the higher world, or were able to shadow forth its forms to themselves in the most vivid manner. That is, the event is regarded as a vision. But the chief support of this interpretation, namely, that Matthew himself, by the expression horama, vision, verse 9, describes the event as merely subjective and visionary, gives way so soon as it is remembered that neither is there anything in the signification of the word horama which determines it to refer to what is merely mental, nor is it exclusively so applied even in the phraseology of the New Testament. For we also find it, as in Acts chapter 7 verse 31, used to denote something perceived externally. As regards the fact itself, it is improbable, and at least without scriptural precedent, that several persons, as here 3 or 4, should have had the same very complex vision, to which it may be added that on this view of the subject also, the whole difficult question recurs concerning the utility of such a miraculous dispensation. To avoid the above difficulty, others, still confining the event to the internal experience of the parties, regard it as the product of a natural activity of soul, and thus explain the whole as a dream, during or after a prayer offered by Jesus, or by themselves, in which mention was made of Moses and Elias, and their advent as messianic forerunners desired, the three disciples, according to this interpretation, slept, and, the two names mentioned by Jesus yet sounding in their ears, dreamed that Moses and Elias were present, and that Jesus conversed with them, an illusion which continued during the first confused moments after their awakening. As the former explanation rests on the orama of Matthew, so it is alleged in support of this, that Luke describes the disciples as heavy with sleep, and only towards the end of the scene as fully awake. Verse 32. The hold which the third evangelist here presents to the natural explanation has been made a reason for assigning to his narrative an important superiority over that of the two other evangelists, recent critics pronouncing that by this and other particulars, which bring the event nearer to natural possibility, the account in Luke evinces itself to be the original, while that of Matthew, by its omission of those particulars, is proved to be the traditionary one, since, with the eagerness for the miraculous which characterized that age, no one would fabricate particulars calculated to diminish the miracle, as is the case with the sleepiness of the disciples. This mode of conclusion we also should be obliged to adopt, if in reality the above features could only be understood in the spirit of the natural interpretation. But we have only to recollect how in another scene, wherein the sufferings, which, according to Luke, were announced at the transfiguration, began to be accomplished, and wherein, according to the same evangelist, Jesus likewise held communication with a heavenly apparition, namely, in Gethsemane. The disciples, in all the synoptical gospels, again appear asleep. Matthew chapter 26, verse 40, and parallel passages. If it be admitted that the merely external, formal resemblance of the two scenes might cause a narrator to convey the trait of the slumber into the history of the transfiguration, there is a yet stronger probability that the internal import of the trait might appear to him appropriate for this occasion also. For the sleeping of the disciples at the very moment when their master was going through his most critical experience, exhibits their infinite distance from him, their inability to attain his exalted level. The prophet, the recipient of a revelation, is among ordinary men like a watcher among the sleeping. Hence it followed, of course, that as in the deepest suffering, so here also, in the highest glorification of Jesus, the disciples should be represented as heavy with sleep. Thus this particular, so far from furnishing aid to the natural explanation, is rather intended by a contrast to heighten the miracle which took place in Jesus. We are, therefore, no longer warranted in regarding the narrative in Luke as the original one, and in building an explanation of the event on his statement. On the contrary, we consider that addition, in connection with the one already mentioned, verse 31, a sign that his account is a traditionary and embellished one, and must rather adhere to that of the two other evangelists. Not only, however, does the interpretation which sees in the transfiguration only a natural dream of the apostles fail as to its main support, but it has besides a multitude of internal difficulties. It presupposes only the three disciples to have been dreaming, leaving Jesus awake, and thus not included in the illusion. But the whole tenor of the evangelical narrative implies that Jesus as well as the disciples saw the appearance. And what is still more decisive, had the whole been a mere dream of the disciples, he could not afterwards have said to them, "Tell the vision to no man," since by these words he must have confirmed in them the belief that they had witnessed something special and miraculous. Supposing, however, that Jesus had no share in the dream, it still remains altogether unexampled that three persons should in a natural manner have had the same dream at the same time. This the friends of the above interpretation have perceived, and hence have supposed that the ardent Peter, who indeed is the only speaker, alone had the dream, but that the narrators, by the synecdoche attributed to all the disciples, what in fact happened only to one. But from the circumstance that Peter here, as well as elsewhere, is the spokesman, it does not follow that he alone had the vision, and the contrary can, by no figure of speech, be removed from the clear words of the evangelist. But the explanation in question still more plainly betrays its inadequacy. Not only does it require, as already noticed, that the audible utterance of the name of Moses and Elias on the part of Jesus should be blended with the dream of the disciples, but it also calls in the aid of a storm, which, by its flashes of lightning, is supposed to have given rise in them the idea of supernatural splendor, by its peals of thunder, to that of conversation and heavenly voices, and to have held them in this delusion even for some time after they awakened. But according to Luke, it was on the waking of the disciples that they saw the two men standing by Jesus. This does not look like a mere illusion protracted from a dream into waking moments. Hence Koinol introduces the further supposition that, while the disciples slept, there came to Jesus two unknown men, whom they, in awaking, connected with their dream, and mistook for Moses and Elias. By giving this turn to the circumstances, all those occurrences which, on the interpretation based on the supposition of a dream, should be regarded as mere mental conceptions, are again made external realities. For the idea of supernatural brilliancy is supposed to have been produced by a flash of lightning, the idea of voices by thunder, and lastly, the idea of two persons in company with Jesus by the actual presence of two unknown individuals. All this the disciples could properly perceive only when they were awake, and hence the supposition of a dream falls to the ground as superfluous. Therefore, since this interpretation, by still retaining a thread of connection between the alleged character of the event and a mental condition, has the peculiar difficulty of making three partake in the same dream, it is better entirely to break this thread, and restore all to the external world, so that we now have a natural external occurrence before us, as in the first instance we had a supernatural one. Something objective presented itself to the disciples. Thus it is explained how it could be perceived by several at once. They deceived themselves when awake as to what they saw. This was natural, because they were all born within the same circle of ideas, were in the same frame of mind, and in the same situation. According to this opinion, the essential fact in the scene on the mountain is a secret interview which Jesus had preconcerted, and with a view to which he took with them the three most confidential of his disciples. Who the two men were with whom Jesus held this interview, Paulus does not venture to determine. Koinol conjectures that they were secret adherents of the same kind as Nicodemus. According to Venturini, they were Essenes, secret allies of Jesus. Before these were arrived, Jesus prayed, and the disciples, not being invited to join, slept. For the sleep noticed by Luke, though it were dreamless, is gladly retained in this interpretation, since a delusion appears more probable in the case of persons just awaking. On hearing strange voices talking with Jesus, they awake, see Jesus, who probably stood on a higher point of the mountain than they, enveloped in unwonted brilliancy, proceeding from the first rays of morning, which perhaps reflected from a sheet of snow, fell on Jesus, but were mistaken by them in the surprise of the moment for a supernatural illumination. They perceive the two men, whom, for some unknown reasons, the drowsy Peter, and after him the rest, take for Moses and Elias. Their astonishment increases when they see the two unknown individuals disappear in a bright morning cloud, which descends as they are in the act of departing, and hear one of them pronounce out of the clouds the words autos estin, etc., which they under these circumstances unavoidably regard as a voice from heaven. This explanation, which even Schleiermacher is inclined to favor, is supposed, like the former, to find a special support in Luke, because in this evangelist the assertion that the two men are Moses and Elias is much less confidently expressed than in Matthew and Mark, and more as a mere notion of the drowsy Peter. For while the two first evangelists directly say, "There appeared unto them Moses and Elias," Luke, more warily, as it seems, speaks of "two men who were Moses and Elias," the first designation being held to contain the objective fact, the second its subjective interpretation. But this interpretation is obviously approved by the narrator, from his choice of the word οχίτινες ἐσαν, instead of edoxon anai. That he first speaks of two men, and afterwards gives them their names, cannot have been to leave another interpretation open to the reader, but only to imitate the mysteriousness of the extraordinary scene, by the indefiniteness of his first expression. While this explanation has thus as little support in the evangelical narratives as those previously considered, it has at the same time no fewer difficulties in itself. The disciples must have been so far acquainted with the appearance of the morning beams on the mountains of their native land, as to be able to distinguish them from a heavenly glory. How they came to have the idea that the two unknown individuals were Moses and Elias is not easy to explain on any of the former views, but least of all on this: why Jesus, when Peter, by his proposal about the building of the three tabernacles, gave him to understand the delusion of the disciples, did not remove it, is incomprehensible, and this difficulty has induced Paulus to resort to the supposition that Jesus did not hear the address of Peter. The whole conjecture about secret allies of Jesus has justly lost all repute, and lastly, the one of those allies who spoke the words to the disciples out of the cloud must have permitted himself to use an unworthy mystification. End of section 106. Part 2, Chapter 10, Section 107 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 10, The Transfiguration of Jesus and his last journey to Jerusalem. Section 107, The History of the Transfiguration considered as a mythus. Thus here, as in every former instance, after having run through the circle of natural explanations, we are led back to the supernatural, in which, however, we are precluded from resting by difficulties equally decisive. Since, then, the text forbids a natural interpretation, while it is impossible to maintain as historical the supernatural interpretation which it sanctions, we must apply ourselves to a critical examination of its statements. These are indeed said to be especially trustworthy in the narrative before us, the fact being narrated by three evangelists who strikingly agree even in the precise determination of the time, and being moreover attested by the Apostle Peter. 2 Peter 1:17. The agreement as to the time, the 8 days of Luke meaning, according to the usual reckoning, the same as the 6 days of the other evangelists, is certainly striking, and besides this, all the three narrators concur in placing immediately after the transfiguration the cure of the demoniacal boy, which the disciples had failed to effect. But both these points of agreement may be accounted for by their origin of the synoptical gospels from a fixed fund of evangelical tradition, in relation to which we need not be more surprised that it has grouped together many anecdotes in a particular manner without any objective reason, than that it has often preserved expressions in which it might have varied through all the three editions. The attestation of the history by the three synoptists is, however, very much weakened, at least on the ordinary view of the relation which the four gospels bear to each other, by the silence of John, since it does not appear why this evangelist should not have included in his history an event which was so important, and which moreover accorded so well with his system, nay, exactly realized the declaration in his prologue, verse 14, We beheld his glory, the glory as of the only begotten of the Father. The worn-out reason that he might suppose the event to be sufficiently known through his predecessors, is, over and above its general invalidity, particularly unavailable here, because no one of the synoptists was in this instance an eyewitness, and consequently there must be many things in their narratives which one who, like John, had participated in the scene, might rectify and explain. Hence another reason has been sought for this and similar omissions in the fourth gospel, and such an one has been supposed to be found in the anti-gnostic, or more strictly, the antidocetic tendency which has been ascribed to the gospel, in common with the epistles, bearing the name of John. It is, accordingly, maintained that in the history of the transfiguration, the splendor which illuminated Jesus, the transformation of his appearance into something more than earthly, might give countenance to the opinion that his human form was nothing but an unsubstantial veil, through which at times his true superhuman nature shone forth, that his converse with the spirits of ancient prophets might lead to the conjecture that he was himself perhaps only a like spirit of some Old Testament saint revisiting the earth, and that, rather than give nourishment to such erroneous notions, which began early to be formed among Gnosticizing Christians, John chose to suppress this and similar histories. But besides that it does not correspond with the apostolic plainness of speech to suppress important facts in the evangelical history on account of their possible abuse by individuals, John, if he were guided by the above consideration, must at least have proceeded with some consistency, and have excluded from the circle of his accounts all narratives which, in an equal degree with the one in question, were susceptible of a docetic misinterpretation. Now here every one must at once be reminded of the history of the walking of Jesus on the sea, which is at least equally calculated with the history of the transfiguration, to produce the idea that the body of Jesus was a mere phantom, but which John nevertheless records. It is true that the relative importance of events might introduce a distinction, so that of two narratives with an equally strong docetic aspect, John might include the one on account of its superior weight, while he omitted the less important. But no one will contend that the walking of Jesus on the sea surpasses, or even equals, in importance the history of the transfiguration. John, if he were intent on avoiding what were a docetic appearance, must, on every consideration, have suppressed the first history before all others. As he has not done so, the above principle cannot have influenced him, and consequently can never be advanced as a reason for the designed omission of a history in the fourth gospel. Rather it may be concluded, and particularly in relation to the event in question, that the author knew nothing, or at least nothing precise, of that history. It is true that this conclusion can form an objection to the historical character of the narrative of the transfiguration to those only who suppose the fourth gospel to be the work of an apostle, so that from this silence we cannot argue against the truth of the narrative. On the other hand, the agreement of the synoptists proves nothing in its favour, since we have already been obliged to pronounce unhistorical more than one narrative in which three, nay, all four Gospels agree. Lastly, as regards the alleged testimony of Peter, from the more than doubtful genuineness of the second epistle of Peter, the passage which certainly refers to our history of the Transfiguration is renounced as a proof of its historical truth even by orthodox theologians. On the other hand, besides the difficulties previously enumerated, lying in the miraculous contents of the narrative, we have still a further ground for doubt in relation to the historical validity of the Transfiguration, namely, the conversation which, according to the two first evangelists, the disciples held with Jesus immediately after. In descending from the mountain, the disciples ask Jesus, "Why then say the scribes that Elias must first come?" Matthew verse 10. This sounds just as if something had happened, from which they necessarily inferred that Elias would not appear, and not in the least as if they were coming directly from a scene in which he had actually appeared, for in the latter case they would not have asked a question, as if unsatisfied, but must rather have indicated their satisfaction by the remark, "Truly then do the scribes say," etc. Hence expositors interpret the question of the disciples to refer, not to the absence of an appearance of Elias in general, but to the absence of a certain concomitant in the scene, which they had just witnessed. The doctrine of the scribes, namely, had taught them to anticipate that Elias, on his second appearance, would exert a reforming influence on the life of the nation, whereas in the appearance which they had just beheld, he had presently vanished again without further activity. This explanation would be admissible if the words will restore all things stood in the question of the disciples. Instead of this, however, it stands in both narratives, Matthew verse 11, Mark verse 12, only in the answer of Jesus, so that the disciples, according to this supposition, must, in the most contradictory manner, have been silent as to what they really missed, the restoration of all things, and only have mentioned that, which after the foregoing appearance they could not have missed, namely, the coming of Elias. As, however, the question of the disciples presupposes no previous appearance of Elias, but, on the contrary, expresses the feeling that such an appearance was wanting, so the answer which Jesus gives them has the same purport. For when he replies, "The scribes are right in saying that Elias must come before the Messiah, but this is no argument against my Messiahship, since an Elias has already preceded me in the person of the Baptist." When he thus seeks to guard his disciples against the doubt which might arise from the expectation of the scribes, by pointing out to them the figurative Elias who had preceded him, it is impossible that an appearance of the actual Elias can have previously taken place. Otherwise Jesus must, in the first place, have referred to this appearance, and only in the second place to the Baptist. Thus the immediate connection of this conversation with that appearance cannot be historical, but is rather owing solely to this point of similarity, that in both mention is made of Elias. But not even at an interval and after the lapse of intermediate events can such a conversation have been preceded by an appearance of Elias, for, however long afterwards, both Jesus and the three eyewitnesses among his disciples must have remembered it, and could never have spoken as if such an appearance had not taken place. Still further, an appearance of the real Elias cannot have happened even after such a conversation, in accordance with the orthodox idea of Jesus. For he too explicitly declares his opinion that the literal Elias was not to be expected, but that the Baptist was the promised Elias. If therefore, nevertheless, an appearance of the real Elias did subsequently take place, Jesus must have been mistaken, a consequence which precisely those who are most concerned for the historical reality of the transfiguration are the least in a position to admit. If then the appearance and the conversation directly exclude each other, the question is, which of the two passages can better be renounced? Now the purport of the conversation is so confirmed by Matthew 11:14, compare with Luke 1:17, while the transfiguration is rendered so improbable by all kinds of difficulties, that there cannot be much doubt as to the decision. According to this, it appears here, as in some former cases, that two narratives proceeding from quite different presuppositions, and having arisen also in different times, have been awkwardly enough combined, the passage containing the conversation proceeding from the probably earlier opinion, that the prophecy concerning Elias had its fulfilment in John, whereas the narrative of the transfiguration doubtless originated at a later period, when it was not held sufficient that in the messianic time of Jesus, Elias should only have appeared figuratively in the person of the Baptist, when it was thought fitting that he should also have shown himself personally and literally, if in no more than a transient appearance before a few witnesses, a public and more influential one being well known not to have taken place. In order next to understand how such a narrative could arise in a legendary manner, the first feature to be considered, on the examination of which that of all the rest will most easily follow, is the sun-like splendor of the countenance of Jesus, and the bright lustre of his clothes. To the Oriental, and more particularly to the Hebrew imagination, the beautiful, the majestic, is the luminous. The poet of the Song of Songs compares his beloved to the hues of morning, to the moon, to the sun, chapter 6:9. The holy man supported by the blessing of God is compared to the sun going forth in his might, Judges 5:31. And above all, the future lot of the righteous is likened to the splendor of the sun and the stars, Daniel 12:3, Matthew 13:43. Hence, not only does God appear clothed in light, and angels with resplendent countenances and shining garments, Psalm 50:2 3, Daniel 7:9 and following, chapter 10:5 6, Luke 24:4, Revelation 1:13 and following, but also the pious of Hebrew antiquity, as Adam before the fall, and among subsequent instances, more particularly Moses and Joshua, are represented as being distinguished by such a splendor. And the later Jewish tradition ascribes celestial splendor even to eminent rabbins in exalted moments. But the most celebrated example of this kind is the luminous countenance of Moses, which is mentioned, Exodus 34:29 and following. And as in other points, so in this, a conclusion is drawn from him in relation to the Messiah, a minori ad majus. Such a mode of arguing is indicated by the Apostle Paul, 2 Corinthians 3:7 and following, though he opposes to Moses, the minister of the letter, not Jesus. But in accordance with the occasion of his epistle, the apostles and Christian teachers, ministers of the Spirit, and the glory of the latter, which surpassed the glory of Moses, is an object of hope, to be attained only in the future life. But especially in the Messiah himself, it was expected that there would be a splendor which would correspond to that of Moses, nay, outshine it. And a Jewish writing which takes no notice of our history of the Transfiguration argues quite in the spirit of the Jews of the first Christian period, when it urges that Jesus cannot have been the Messiah, because his countenance had not the splendor of the countenance of Moses, to say nothing of a higher splendor. Such objections, doubtless heard by the early Christians from the Jews, and partly suggested by their own minds, could not but generate in the early church a tendency to introduce into the life of Jesus an imitation of that trait in the life of Moses, nay, in one respect to surpass it, and instead of a shining countenance that might be covered with a veil, to ascribe to him a radiance, though but transitory, which was diffused even over his garments. That the illumination of the countenance of Moses served as a type for the transfiguration of Jesus, is besides proved by a series of particular features. Moses obtained his splendor on Mount Sinai. Of the transfiguration of Jesus also the scene is a mountain. Moses, on an earlier ascent of the mountain, which might easily be confounded with the later one, after which his countenance became luminous, had taken with him, besides the 70 elders, 3 confidential friends, Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, to participate in the vision of Jehovah. Exodus chapter 24, verses 1 and 9-11. So Jesus takes with him his 3 most confidential disciples, that, so far as their powers were adequate, they might be witness of the sublime spectacle, and their immediate object was, according to Luke verse 28, to pray, just as Jehovah calls Moses with the 3 companions and the elders to come on the mountain that they might worship at a distance. As afterwards, when Moses ascended Sinai with Joshua, the glory of the Lord covered the mountain as a cloud. Verse 15 and following, Septuagint. As Jehovah called to Moses out of the cloud, until at length the latter entered into the cloud, verses 16-18, so we have in our narrative a bright cloud which overshadows Jesus and the heavenly forms, a voice out of the cloud, and in Luke an entering of the 3 into the cloud. The first part of the address pronounced by the voice out of the cloud consists of the messianic declaration, composed out of Psalm 2 verse 7 and Isaiah chapter 42 verse 1, which had already sounded from heaven at the baptism of Jesus. The second part is taken from the words with which Moses, in the passage of Deuteronomy quoted earlier, chapter 18 verse 15, according to the usual interpretation, announces to the people the future Messiah, and admonishes them to obedience towards him. By the transfiguration on the mount, Jesus was brought into contact with his type Moses, and as it had entered into the anticipation of the Jews that the messianic time, according to Isaiah chapter 52 verse 6 and following, would have not merely one, but several forerunners, and that among others the ancient lawgiver especially would appear in the time of the Messiah. So no moment was more appropriate for this appearance than that in which the Messiah was being glorified on a mountain, as he had himself once been. With him was then naturally associated the prophet who, on the strength of Malachi chapter 3 verse 23, was the most decidedly expected to be a messianic forerunner, and indeed, according to the rabbins, to appear contemporaneously with Moses. If these 2 men appeared to be the Messiah, it followed as a matter of course that they conversed with him, and if it were asked what was the tenor of their conversation, nothing would suggest itself so soon as the approaching sufferings and death of Jesus, which had been announced in the foregoing passage, and which besides, as constituting emphatically the messianic mystery of the New Testament, were best adapted for the subject of such a conversation with beings of another world. whence one cannot but wonder how Olshausen can maintain that the mythus would never have fallen upon this theme of conversation. According to this, we have here a mythus, the tendency of which is twofold: first, to exhibit in the life of Jesus an enhanced repetition of the glorification of Moses, and secondly, to bring Jesus as the Messiah into contact with his two forerunners, by this appearance of the lawgiver and the prophet, of the founder and the reformer of the theocracy, to represent Jesus as the perfecter of the kingdom of God and the fulfilment of the law and the prophets, and besides this, to show a confirmation of his messianic dignity by a heavenly voice. Before we part with our subject, this example may serve to show us with peculiar clearness how the natural system of interpretation, while it seeks to preserve the historical certainty of the narratives, loses their ideal truth, sacrifices the essence to the form, whereas the mythical interpretation, by renouncing the historical body of such narratives, rescues and preserves the idea which resides in them, and which alone constitutes their vitality and spirit. Thus if, as the natural explanation would have it, the splendor around Jesus was an accidental optical phenomenon, and the two appearances either images of a dream or unknown men, where is the significance of the incident? Where the motive for preserving in the memory of the church an anecdote so void of ideas and so barren of inference, resting on a common delusion and superstition? On the contrary, while, according to the mythical interpretation, I do not, it is true, see in the evangelical narrative any real event, I yet retain a sense, a purpose in the narrative, know to what sentiments and thoughts of the first Christian community it owes its origin, and why the authors of the Gospels included so important a passage in their memoirs. End of section 107. Part 2, Chapter 10, Section 108 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 10, The Transfiguration of Jesus and his last journey to Jerusalem. Section 108, Diverging accounts concerning the last journey of Jesus to Jerusalem. Shortly after the transfiguration on the mountain, the evangelists make Jesus enter on the fatal journey which conducted him to his death. With respect to the place from whence he set out on this journey, and the route which he took, the evangelical accounts differ. The synoptists agree as to the point of departure, for they all represent Jesus as setting out from Galilee. Matthew chapter 19 verse 1, Mark chapter 10 verse 1, Luke chapter 9 verse 51. In this last passage, Galilee is not indeed expressly named, but we necessarily infer it to be the supposed locality from what precedes, in which only Galilee and districts in Galilee are spoken of, as well as from the journey through Samaria, mentioned in the succeeding passage. But concerning the route which Jesus chose from thence to Judea, they appear to be at variance. It is true that the statements of two of them on this point are so obscure that they might appear to lend some aid to the harmonizing exegesis. Mark says in the clearest and most definite manner that Jesus took his course through Perea, but his statement, he came into the coasts of Judea on the further side of Jordan, is scarcely anything more than the mode in which he judged it right to explain the hardly intelligible expression of Matthew, whom he follows in this chapter. What it precisely is which the latter intends by the words, he departed from Galilee, and came into the coasts of Judea beyond Jordan, is in fact not at all evident. For if the explanation, he came into that part of Judea which lies on the opposite side of the Jordan, clashes alike with geography and grammar, so the interpretation to which the comparison of Mark inclines the majority of commentators, namely, that Jesus came into Judea through the country on the farther side of the Jordan, is, even as modified by Friedrich, not free from grammatical difficulty. In any case, however, thus much remains, that Matthew as well as Mark makes Jesus take the most circuitous course through Perea, while Luke, on the other hand, appears to lead him the more direct way through Samaria. It is true that his expression, chapter 17:11, where he says that Jesus, on his journey to Jerusalem, passed through the midst of Samaria and Galilee, is scarcely clearer than the one just cited from Matthew. According to the customary meaning of words, he seems to state that Jesus first crossed Samaria and then Galilee in order to arrive at Jerusalem. But this is an inversion of the true order, for if he set out from a place in Galilee, he must first traverse the rest of Galilee, and not until then could he enter Samaria. Hence the words dierkesthai dia mesu, etc., have been interpreted to mean a progress along the boundary between Galilee and Samaria, and Luke has been reconciled with the two first evangelists by the supposition that Jesus journeyed along the Galilean-Samarian frontier until he reached the Jordan, that he then crossed this river and so proceeded through Perea towards Judea and Jerusalem. But this latter supposition does not agree with Luke chapter 9, verse 51 and following, for we learn from this passage that Jesus, after his departure from Galilee, went directly to a Samaritan village, and here made an unfavourable impression, because his face was as though he would go to Jerusalem. Now this seems clearly to indicate that Jesus took his way directly from Galilee through Samaria to Judea. We shall therefore be on the side of probability if we judge this statement to be an artificial arrangement of words, to which the writer was led by his desire to introduce the narrative of the 10 lepers, one of whom was a Samaritan, and consequently admit that there is here a divergency between the synoptical gospels. Towards the end of the journey of Jesus, they are once more in unison, for according to their unanimous statement, Jesus arrived at Jerusalem from Jericho, Matthew chapter 20, verse 29 and parallel passages, a place which, we may observe, lay more in the direct road for a Galilean coming through Perea than for one coming through Samaria. Thus there is indeed a difference between the synoptists with regard to the way taken by Jesus, but still they agree as to the first point of departure and the last stage of the road. The account of John, however, diverges from them in both respects. According to him, it is not Galilee from whence Jesus sets out to attend the last Passover, for so early as before the Feast of Tabernacles of the previous year he had left that province, apparently for the last time, chapter 7 verses 1 and 10. That between this feast and that of the dedication, chapter 10 verse 22, he had returned thither, is at least not stated. After the latter feast, however, he betook himself to Perea and remained there, chapter 10 verse 40, until the illness and death of Lazarus recalled him into Judea and into the immediate vicinity of Jerusalem, namely to Bethany, chapter 11 verse 8 and following. On account of the machinations of his enemies, he quickly withdrew from thence again, but because he intended to be present at the coming Passover, he retired no further than to the little city of Ephraim, near to the wilderness, chapter 11, verse 54, and from this place no mention is made of a residence in Jericho, which besides did not lie in the way from Ephraim, according to the situation usually assigned to the latter city. He proceeded to Jerusalem to the feast. So total a divergency necessarily gave unwonted occupation to the harmonists. According to them, the departure from Galilee mentioned by the synoptists is not the departure to the last Passover, but to the feast of dedication, though Luke, when he says, when the time came that he should be received up, chapter 9, verse 51, incontrovertibly marks it as the departure to that feast on which the sufferings and death of Jesus awaited him, and though all the synoptists make the journey then begun end in that triumphal entry into Jerusalem, which, according to the fourth gospel also, took place immediately before the last Passover. If, according to this, the departure from Galilee narrated by the synoptists is regarded as that to the feast of the dedication, and the entrance into Jerusalem, which they mention as that to the subsequent Passover, they must have entirely passed over all which, on this supposition, lay between these two points, namely, the arrival and residence of Jesus in Jerusalem during the feast of dedication, his journey from thence into Perea, from Perea to Bethany, and from Bethany to Ephraim. If from this it should appear to follow that the synoptists were ignorant of all these particulars, our harmonists urge, on the contrary, that Luke made Jesus soon after his journey out of Galilee encounter scribes, who try to put him to the proof, chapter 10, verse 25 and following. Then shows him in Bethany in the vicinity of Jerusalem, chapter 10, verse 38 and following. Hereupon removes himself to the frontiers of Samaria and Galilee, chapter 17, verse 11, and not until then makes him proceed to the Passover in Jerusalem, chapter 19, verse 29 and following, all which plainly enough indicates that between that departure out of Galilee and the final entrance into Jerusalem, Jesus made another journey into Judea and Jerusalem, and from thence back again. But in the first place, the presence of the scribes proves absolutely nothing, and in the second, Luke makes no mention of Bethany, but only of a visit to Mary and Martha, whom the fourth evangelist places in that village, from which, however, it does not follow that the third also supposed them to dwell there, and consequently imagined Jesus when at their home to be in the vicinity of Jerusalem. Again, from the fact that so very long after his departure, chapter 9, verse 51, through chapter 17, verse 11, Jesus first appears on the frontier between Galilee and Samaria, it only follows that we have before us no orderly progressive narrative. But according to this harmonizing view, even Matthew was aware of those intermediate events, and has indicated them for the more attentive reader. The one member of his sentence, he departed from Galilee, intimates the journey of Jesus to the feast of dedication, and thus forms a separate whole. The other, and came into the coasts of Judea beyond Jordan, refers to the departure of Jesus from Jerusalem into Perea, John chapter 10, verse 40, and opens a new period. In adopting this expedient, however, it is honorably confessed that without the data gathered from John, no one would have thought of such a dismemberment of the passage in Matthew. In opposition to such artifices, no way is open to those who presuppose the accuracy of John's narrative, but that adopted by the most recent criticism, namely, to renounce the supposition that Matthew, who treats of the journey very briefly, was an eyewitness, and to suppose of Luke, whose account of it is very full, that either he or one of his collectors of whose labors he availed himself mingled together two separate narratives, of which one referred to the earlier journey of Jesus to the Feast of Dedication, the other to his last journey to the Passover, without suspecting that between the departure of Jesus out of Galilee and his entrance into Jerusalem, there fell yet an earlier residence in Jerusalem, together with other journeys and adventures. We may now observe how in the course of the narrative concerning the last journey or journeys into Jerusalem, the relation between the synoptical gospels and that of John is in a singular manner reversed. As in the first instance, we discovered a great blank on the side of the former, in their omission of a mass of intermediate events which John notices, so now towards the end of the account of the journey, there appears on the side of the latter a similar though smaller blank, for he gives no intimation of Jesus having come through Jericho on his way to Jerusalem. It may indeed be said that John might overlook this passage through Jericho, although, according to the synoptists, it was distinguished by a cure of the blind and the visit to Zacchaeus. But it is to be asked, is there in this narrative room for a passage through Jericho? This city does not lie on the way from Ephraim to Jerusalem, but considerably to the eastward. Hence, help is sought in the supposition that Jesus made all kinds of minor excursions, in one of which he came to Jericho, and from hence went forward to Jerusalem. In any case, a remarkable want of unity prevails in the evangelical accounts of the last journey of Jesus, for according to the common synoptical tradition, he journeyed out of Galilee by Jericho, and, as Matthew and Mark say, through Perea, as Luke says, through Samaria, while according to the fourth gospel, he must have come hither from Ephraim, statements which it is impossible to reconcile. End of section 108. Part 2, Chapter 10, Section 109 of The Life of Jesus Critically Examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 10, The Transfiguration of Jesus and His Last Journey to Jerusalem. Section 109, Divergencies of the Gospels in relation to the point from which Jesus made his entrance into Jerusalem. Even concerning the close of the journey of Jesus, concerning the last station before he reached Jerusalem, the evangelists are not entirely in unison. While from the synoptical gospels it appears that Jesus entered Jerusalem on the same day on which he left Jericho, and consequently without halting long at any intervening place, Matthew chapter 20, verse 34, chapter 21, verse 1 and following, and parallel passages. The fourth gospel makes him go from Ephraim only so far as Bethany, spend the night there, and enter Jerusalem only on the following day, chapter 12, verse 1 and 12 and following. In order to reconcile the two accounts, it is said, we need not wonder that the synoptists, in their summary narrative, do not expressly touch upon the spending of the night in Bethany, and we are not to infer from this that they intended to deny it. There exists, therefore, no contradiction between them and John, and what they present in a compact form, he exhibits in detail. But while Matthew does not even name Bethany, the two other synoptists mention this place in a way which decidedly precludes the supposition that Jesus spent the night there. They narrate that when Jesus came near to Bethphage and Bethany, he caused an ass to be fetched from the next village, and forthwith rode on this into the city. Between events so connected, it is impossible to imagine a night interposed. On the contrary, the narrative fully conveys the impression that immediately on the message of Jesus the ass was surrendered by its owner, and that immediately after the arrival of the ass, Jesus prepared to enter the city. Moreover, if Jesus intended to remain in Bethany for the night, it is impossible to discover his motive in sending for the ass. For if we are to suppose the village to which he sent to be Bethany, and if the animal on which he proposed to ride would not be required until the following morning, there was no need for him to send forward the disciples, that he might conveniently have waited until he arrived with them in Bethany. The other alternative, that before he had reached Bethany, and ascertained whether the animal he required might not be found there, he should have sent beyond this nearest village to Bethphage, in order there to procure an ass for the following morning, is altogether destitute of probability, and yet Matthew, at least, says decidedly that the ass was procured in Bethphage. To this it may be added, that according to the representation of Mark, when Jesus arrived in Jerusalem the evening had already commenced, chapter 11, verse 11, and consequently it was only possible for him to take a cursory survey of the city and the temple, after which he again returned to Bethany. It is not, certainly, to be proved that the fourth gospel lays the entrance in the morning, but it must be asked, why did not Jesus, when he only came from so near a place as Bethany, set out earlier from thence, that he might have time to do something worth speaking of in Jerusalem? The late arrival of Jesus in the city, as stated by Mark, is evidently to be explained only by the longer distance from Jericho thither. If he came from Bethany merely, he would scarcely set out so late, as that after he had only looked round him in the city, he must again return to Bethany, in order on the following day to set out earlier, which nothing had hindered him from doing on this day. It is true that in deferring the arrival of Jesus in Jerusalem until late in the evening, Mark is not supported by the two other synoptists, for these represent Jesus as undertaking the purification of the temple on the day of his arrival, and Matthew even makes him perform cures, and give answers to the high priests and scribes. Matthew chapter 21, verse 12 and following. But even without this statement as to the hour of entrance, the arrival of Jesus near to the above villages, the sending of the disciples, the bringing of the ass, and the riding into the city, are too closely consecutive to allow of our inserting in the narrative of the synoptists a night residence in Bethany. If then it remains that the three first evangelists make Jesus proceed directly from Jericho without any stay in Bethany, while the fourth makes him come to Jerusalem from Bethany only, they must, if they are mutually correct, speak of two separate entrances, and this has been recently maintained by several critics. According to them, Jesus first, as the synoptists relate, proceeded directly to Jerusalem, with the caravan going to the feast, and on this occasion there happened, when he made himself conspicuous by mounting the animal, an unpremeditated demonstration of homage on the part of his fellow travellers, which converted the entrance into a triumphal progress. Having retired to Bethany in the evening, on the following morning, as John relates, a great multitude went out to meet him in order to convey him into the city, and as he met with them on the way from Bethany, there was a repetition on an enlarged scale of the scene on the foregoing day, this time preconcerted by his adherents. This distinction of an earlier entrance of Jesus into Jerusalem before his approach was known in the city, and a later after it was learned that he was in Bethany, is favored by the difference, that according to the synoptical narrative, the people who render homage to him are only going before and following. Matthew verse 9, while according to that of John, they are meeting him, verses 13 and 18. If, however, it be asked, why then among all our narrators does each give only one entrance, and not one of them show any trace of a second? The answer in relation to John is, that this evangelist is silent as to the first entrance, probably because he was not present on the occasion, having possibly been sent to Bethany to announce the arrival of Jesus. As, however, according to our principles, if it be assumed of the author of the fourth gospel that he is the apostle named in the superscription, the same assumption must also be made respecting the author of the first. We ask in vain, whither are we then to suppose that Matthew was sent on the second entrance, that he knew nothing to relate concerning it? Since, with the repeated departure from Bethany to Jerusalem, there is no conceivable cause for such an errand. In relation to John, indeed, it is a pure invention, not to insist that even if the two evangelists were not personally present, they must yet have learned enough of an event so much talked of in the circle of the disciples, to be able to furnish an account of it. Above all, as the narrative of the synoptists does not indicate that a second entrance had taken place after the one described by them, so that of John is of such a kind, that before the entrance which it describes, it is impossible to conceive another. For according to this narrative, the day before the entrance which it details, consequently, according to the given supposition, on the day of the synoptical entrance, many Jews went from Jerusalem to Bethany, because they had heard of the arrival of Jesus, and now wished to see him and Lazarus, whom he had restored to life. Verse 9, compare with verse 12. But how could they learn on the day of the synoptical entrance that Jesus was at Bethany? On that day, Jesus did indeed pass either by or through Bethany, but he proceeded directly to Jerusalem, whence, according to all the narratives, he could have returned to Bethany only at so late an hour in the evening, that Jews who now first went from Jerusalem could no longer hope to be able to see him. But why should they take the trouble to seek Jesus in Bethany, when they had on that very day seen him in Jerusalem itself? Surely in this case it must have been said, not merely that they came not for Jesus' sake only, but that they might see Lazarus also, but rather that they had indeed seen Jesus himself in Jerusalem, but as they wished to see Lazarus also, they came therefore to Bethany, whereas the evangelist represents these people as coming from Jerusalem partly to see Jesus. He cannot therefore have supposed that Jesus might have been seen in Jerusalem on that very day. Further, when it is said in John, that on the following day it was heard in Jerusalem that Jesus was coming, verse 12, this does not at all seem to imply that Jesus had already been there the day before, but rather that the news had come from Bethany of his intention to enter on this day. So also the reception which is immediately prepared for him alone has its proper significance when it is regarded as the glorification of his first entrance into the metropolis. It could only have been appropriate on his second entrance, if Jesus had the day before entered unobserved and unhonored, and it had been wished to repair this omission on the following day, not if the first entrance had already been so brilliant. Moreover, on the second entrance, every feature of the first must have been repeated, which, whether we refer it to a preconceived arrangement on the part of Jesus, or to an accidental coincidence of circumstance, still remains improbable. With respect to Jesus, it is not easy to understand how he could arrange the repetition of a spectacle which, in the first instance significant, if acted a second time, would be flat and unmeaning. On the other hand, circumstances must have coincided in an unprecedented manner, if, on both occasions, there happened the same demonstrations of homage on the part of the people, with the same expressions of envy on the part of his opponents; if, on both occasions, too, there stood at the command of Jesus an ass, by riding which he brought to mind the prophecy of Zechariah. We might, therefore, call to our aid Seifert's hypothesis of assimilation, and suppose that the two entrances, originally more different, became thus similar by traditional intermixture, were not the supposition that two distinct events lie at the foundation of the evangelical narratives rendered improbable by another circumstance. On the first glance, indeed, the supposition of two entrances seems to find support in the fact that John makes his entrance take place the day after the meal in Bethany, at which Jesus was anointed under memorable circumstances, whereas the two first synoptists, for Luke knows nothing of a meal at Bethany in this period of the life of Jesus, make their entrance precede this meal, and thus, quite in accordance with the above supposition, the synoptical entrance would appear the earlier, that of John the later. This would be very well, if John had not placed his entrance so early, and the synoptists their meal at Bethany so late, that the former cannot possibly have been subsequent to the latter. According to John, Jesus comes 6 days before the Passover to Bethany, and on the following day enters Jerusalem, chapter 13, verses 1 and 12. On the other hand, the meal at Bethany, mentioned by the synoptists, Matthew chapter 26, verse 6 and following, and parallel passages, can have been at the most but 2 days before the Passover, verse 2. So that if we are to suppose the synoptical entrance prior to the meal and the entrance in John, there must then have been after all this, according to the synoptists, a second meal in Bethany. But between the two meals thus presupposed, as between the two entrances, there would have been the most striking resemblance even to the minutest points. And against the interweaving of two such double incidents, there is so strong a presumption, that it will scarcely be said there were two entrances and two meals, which were originally far more dissimilar, but from the transference of features out of the one incident into the other by tradition, they have become as similar to each other as we now see them. On the contrary, here, if anywhere, it is easier, when once the authenticity of the accounts is given up, to imagine that tradition has varied one incident, than that it has assimilated two. End of section 109. Part 2, Chapter 10, Section 110 of The Life of Jesus Critically Examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 10, The Transfiguration of Jesus and His Last Journey to Jerusalem. Section 110, More particular circumstances of the entrance, its object and historical reality. While the fourth gospel first makes the multitude that streamed forth to meet Jesus render him their homage, and then briefly states that Jesus mounted a young ass which he had obtained, the synoptists commence their description of the entrance with a minute account of the manner in which Jesus came by the ass, when, namely, he had arrived in the neighborhood of Jerusalem, towards Bethphage and Bethany at the Mount of Olives. He sent 2 of his disciples into the village lying before them, telling them that when they came there they would find, as Matthew says, an ass tied, and a colt with her. The 2 others, a colt whereon never man sat, which they were to loose and bring to him, silencing any objections of the owner by the observation, "The Lord hath need of him," or them. This having been done, the disciples spread their clothes, and placed Jesus on both the animals, according to Matthew, according to the two other synoptists, on the single animal. The most striking part of this account is obviously the statement of Matthew, that Jesus not only required 2 asses, though he alone intended to ride, but that he also actually sat on them both. It is true that, as is natural, there are not wanting attempts to explain the former particular, and to do away with the latter. Jesus, it is said, caused the mother animal to be brought with the colt, on which alone he intended to ride, in order that the young and still sucking animal might by this means be made to go more easily. Or else the mother, accustomed to her young one, followed of her own accord. But a young animal yet unweaned would scarcely be given up by its owner to be ridden. A sufficient motive on the part of Jesus in sending for the 2 animals could only be that he intended to ride both, which Matthew appears plainly enough to say, for his words imply not only that the clothes were spread, but also that Jesus was placed on the 2 animals. But how are we to represent this to ourselves? As an alternative mounting of the one and the other, Friedrich thinks. But this, for so short a distance, would have been a superfluous inconvenience. Hence, commentators have sought to rid themselves of the singular statement. Some, after very weak authorities, and in opposition to all critical principles, read in the words relative to the spreading of the clothes, upon it, the colt, instead of upon them. And then, in the mentioning that Jesus placed himself thereon, refer the επάνω αὐτῶν to the clothes which were spread on one of the animals. Others, thinking to escape the difficulty without an alteration of the reading, characterize Matthew's statement as an εναλλάγη νούμεροι, by which, according to Winner's explanation, it is meant that the evangelist, using an inaccurate mode of expression, certainly speaks of both animals, but only in the sense in which we say of him who springs from one of 2 horses harnessed together, that he springs from the horses. Admitting this expedient to be sufficient, it again becomes incomprehensible why Jesus, who according to this only meant to use 1 animal, should have sent for 2. The whole statement becomes the more suspicious when we consider that it is given by the first evangelist alone, for in order to reconcile the others with him, it will not suffice to say, as we ordinarily read, that they name only the foal as being that on which Jesus rode, and that while omitting the ass as an accessory fact, they do not exclude it. But how was Matthew led into this singular statement? Its true source has been pointed out, though in a curious manner, by those who conjecture that Jesus in his instructions to the 2 disciples, and Matthew in his original writing, followed the passage of Zechariah chapter 9 verse 9, made use of several expressions for the one idea of the ass, which expressions were by the Greek translator of the first gospel misconstrued to mean more than 1 animal. Undoubtedly it was the accumulated designations of the ass in the above passage, hup os ougion kai polon neon, Septuagint, which occasioned the duplication of it in the first gospel, for the and, which in the Hebrew was intended in an explanatory sense, was erroneously understood to denote an addition, and hence instead of an ass, that is, an ass's foal, was substituted an ass together with an ass's foal. But this mistake cannot have originated with the Greek translator, who, if he had found throughout Matthew's narrative but one ass, would scarcely have doubled it purely on the strength of the prophetic passage, and as often as his original spoke of one ass, have added a second, or introduced the plural number instead of the singular. It must rather have been made by one whose only written source was the prophetic passage, out of which, with the aid of oral tradition, he spun his entire narrative, that is, the author of the first gospel, who hereby, as recent criticism correctly maintains, irrecoverably forfeits the reputation of an eyewitness. If the first gospel stands alone in this mistake, so, on the other hand, the two intermediate evangelists have a feature peculiar to themselves, which it is to the advantage of the first to have avoided. We shall merely point out in passing the prolixity with which Mark and Luke, though they, as well as Matthew, make Jesus describe to the two disciples how they would find the ass, and wherewith they were to satisfy the owner. Yet do not spare themselves or the reader the trouble of almost verbally repeating every particular as having occurred. Mark verse 4 and following, Luke verse 32 and following. Whereas Matthew, with more judgment, contents himself with the observation that the disciples went and did as Jesus commanded them. This, as affecting merely the form of the narrative, we shall not dwell on further. But it concerns the substance that, according to Mark and Luke, Jesus desired an animal whereon yet never man sat, a particular of which Matthew knows nothing. One does not understand how Jesus could designedly increase the difficulty of his progress by the choice of a hitherto unridden animal, which, unless he kept it in order by divine omnipotence, for the most consummate human skill would not suffice for this on the first writing, must inevitably have occasioned much disturbance to the triumphal procession, especially as we are not to suppose that it was preceded by its mother, this circumstance having entered into the representation of the first evangelist only. To such an inconvenience Jesus would assuredly not have exposed himself without a cogent reason. Such a reason, however, appears to lie sufficiently near in the opinion of antiquity, according to which, to use Wettstein's expression, animalia usibus humanis nondum mancipata, sacra habebantur, so that thus Jesus, for his consecrated person and the high occasion of his messianic entrance, may have chosen to use only a sacred animal. But regarded more closely, this reason will appear frivolous and absurd also, for the spectators had no means of knowing that the ass had never been ridden before, except by the unruliness with which he may have disturbed the peaceful progress of the triumphal train. If we are thus unable to comprehend how Jesus could seek an honor for himself in mounting an animal which had never yet been ridden, we shall, on the contrary, find it easy to comprehend how the primitive Christian community might early believe it due to his honor that he should ride only on such an animal, as subsequently that he should lie only in an unused grave. The authors of the intermediate Gospels did not hesitate to receive this trait into their memoirs, because they indeed, in writing, would not experience the same inconvenience from the undisciplined animal, which it must have caused to Jesus in writing. The two difficulties already considered belong respectively to the first evangelist and the two intermediate ones. Another is common to them all, namely, that which lies in the circumstance that Jesus so confidently sends two disciples for an ass which they would find in the next village, in such and such situation, and that the issue corresponds so closely to his prediction. It might here appear the most natural to suppose that he had previously bespoken the ass, and that consequently it stood ready for him at the hour and place appointed. But how could he have thus bespoken an ass in Bethphage, seeing that he was just come from Jericho? Hence, even Paulus in this instance finds something else more probable, namely, that about the time of the feasts, in the villages lying on the high road to Jerusalem, many beasts of burden stood ready to be hired by travellers. But in opposition to this, it is to be observed that Jesus does not at all seem to speak of the first animal that may happen to present itself, but of a particular animal. Hence, we cannot but be surprised that Olshausen describes it as only the probable idea of the narrator, that to the Messiah making his entrance into Jerusalem, the providence of God presented everything just as he needed it, as also that the same expositor, in order to explain the ready compliance of the owners of the animal, finds it necessary to suppose that they were friends of Jesus, since this trait rather serves to exhibit the, as it were, magical power which resided in the name of the Lord, at the mention of which the owner of the ass unresistingly placed it at his disposal, and subsequently the inhabitant of the room gave it up at a word from the master. Matthew 26:18 and parallel passages. To this divine providence in favor of the Messiah, and the irresistible power of his name, is united a superior knowledge, by means of which Jesus here clearly discerns a distant fact which might be available for the supply of his wants. Now, admitting this to be the meaning and design of the evangelists, such a prediction of an accidental circumstance might certainly be conceived as the effect of a magnetic clairvoyance. But, on the one hand, we know full well the tendency of the primitive Christian legend to create such proofs of the superior nature of her Messiah. Witness the calling of the 2 pairs of brethren. But the instance most analogous has been just alluded to, and is hereafter to be more closely examined, namely, the manner in which Jesus causes the room to be bespoken for his last supper with the 12. On the other hand, the dogmatic reasons drawn from prophecy for displaying the far-seeing of Jesus here as precisely the knowledge of an ass being tied at a certain place, are clearly obvious, so that we cannot abstain from the conjecture that we have here nothing more than a product of the tendency which characterized the Christian legend, and of the effort to base Christian belief on ancient prophecy. In considering, namely, the passage quoted in the 1st and 4th Gospels from Zechariah, where it is merely said that the meek and lowly king will come riding on an ass in general, it is usual to overlook another prophetic passage which contains more precisely the tied ass of the Messiah. This passage is Genesis chapter 49, verse 11, where the dying Jacob says to Judah concerning the Shiloh, binding his foal unto the vine, and his ass's colt unto the choice vine. Justin Martyr understands this passage also, as well as the one from Zechariah, as a prediction relative to the entrance of Jesus, and hence directly asserts that the foal which Jesus caused to be fetched was bound to a vine. In like manner, the Jews not only held the general interpretation that the Shiloh was the Messiah, as may be shown already in the Targum, but also combined the passage relative to the binding of the ass with that on the riding of it into Jerusalem. That the above prophecy of Jacob is not cited by any one of our evangelists only proves at the utmost that it was not verbally present to their minds when they were writing the narrative before us. It can by no means prove that the passage was not an element in the conceptions of the circle in which the anecdote was first formed. The transmission of the narrative through the hands of many who were not aware of its original relation to the passage in Genesis may certainly be argued from the fact that it no longer perfectly corresponds to the prophecy. For a perfect agreement to exist, Jesus, after he had, according to Zechariah, ridden into the city on the ass, must, on dismounting, have bound it to a vine, instead of causing it to be unbound in the next village, according to Mark, from a door by the wayside, as he actually does. By this means, however, there was obtained, together with the fulfillment of those two prophecies, a proof of the supernatural knowledge of Jesus, and the magical power of his name. And in relation to the former point, it might be remembered in particular, that Samuel also had once proved his gifts as a seer by the prediction that, as Saul was returning homeward, 2 men would meet him with the information that the asses of Kis, his father, were found. 1 Samuel chapter 10, verse 2. The narrative in the fourth gospel, having no connection with the Mosaic passage, says nothing of the ass being tied, or of its being fetched by the disciples, and merely states with reference to the passage of Zechariah alone, Jesus, having found a young ass, sat thereon. Verse 14. The next feature that presents itself for our consideration is the homage which is rendered to Jesus by the populace. According to all the narrators, except Luke, this consisted in cutting down the branches of trees, which, according to the synoptists, were strewn in the way, according to John, who with more particularity mentions palm branches, were carried by the multitude that met Jesus. Further, according to all except John, in the spreading of clothes in the way. To this were added joyous acclamations, of which all have, with unimportant modifications, the words, "Blessed be he that cometh in the name of the Lord." All except Luke the Hosanna, and all the greeting as King or Son of David. The first, from Psalm 118, verse 26, Baruch Yabah Beshem Yahweh, was, it is true, a customary form of salutation to persons visiting the feasts, and even the second, Yovshihah Na, taken from the preceding verse of the same psalm, was a usual cry at the Feast of Tabernacles and the Passover. But the addition, "to the Son of David," and "the King of Israel," shows that the people here applied these general forms to Jesus, especially as the Messiah, bid him welcome in a preeminent sense, and wished success to his undertaking. In relation to the parties who present the homage, Luke's account is the most circumscribed, for he so connects the spreading of the clothes in the way, verse 36, with the immediately preceding context, that he appears to ascribe it, as well as the laying of the clothes on the ass, solely to the disciples, and he expressly attributes the acclamations to the whole multitude of the disciples only, whereas Matthew and Mark make the homage proceed from the accompanying mass of people. This difference, however, can be easily reconciled, for when Luke speaks of the multitude of the disciples, this means the wider circle of the adherents of Jesus, and, on the other hand, the very great multitude in Matthew only means all those who were favorable to him among the multitude. But while the synoptists remain within the limits of the company who were proceeding to the feast, and who were thus the fellow travelers of Jesus, John, as above noticed, makes the whole solemnity proceed from those who go out of Jerusalem to meet Jesus, verse 13, while he represents the multitude who are approaching with Jesus as testifying to the former the resurrection of Lazarus, on account of which, according to John, the solemn escort of Jesus into Jerusalem was prepared. Verse 17 and following. This cause we cannot admit as authentic, inasmuch as we have found critical reasons for doubting the resurrection of Lazarus. But with the alleged cause, the fact itself of the escort is shaken, especially if we reflect that the dignity of Jesus might appear to demand that the inhabitants of the city of David should have gone forth to bring him in with all solemnity, and that it fully harmonizes with the prevailing characteristics of the representation of the fourth gospel to describe, before the arrival of Jesus at the feast, how intently the expectations of the people were fixed upon him. Chapter 7, verse 11 and following, chapter 11, verse 56. This last trait in the picture before us is the displeasure of the enemies of Jesus at the strong attachment to him, exhibited by the people on this occasion. According to John, verse 19, the Pharisees said to each other, "We see from this that the lenient proceedings which we have hitherto adopted are of no avail. All the world is following him. We must interpose with forcible measures." According to Luke, verse 39 and following, some Pharisees addressed Jesus as if they expected him to impose silence on his disciples, on which he answers that if these were silent, the stones would cry out. While in Luke and John this happens during the progress, in Matthew it is only after Jesus has arrived with the procession in the temple, and when the children even here continue to cry, "Hosanna to the Son of David," that the high priests and scribes direct the attention of Jesus to the impropriety, as it appears to them, whereupon he repulses them with a sentence out of Psalm 8, verse 3. Out of the mouths of babes and sucklings thou hast perfected praise. Verse 15 and following. A sentence which in the original obviously relates to Jehovah, but which Jesus thus applies to himself. The lamentation of Jesus over Jerusalem, connected by Luke with the entrance, will come under our consideration further on. John, and more particularly Matthew, by his phrase, "All this was done that it might be fulfilled," etc., verse 4, unequivocally express the idea that the design, first of God, inasmuch as he ordained this scene, and next of the Messiah, as the participant in the divine counsels, was, by giving this character to the entrance, to fulfill an ancient prophecy. If Jesus saw in the passage of Zechariah chapter 9, verse 9, a prophecy concerning himself as the Messiah, this cannot have been a knowledge resulting from the higher principle within him, for even if this prophetic passage ought not to be referred to an historical prince as Uzziah, or John Hyrcanus, but to a messianic individual, still the latter, though a pacific, must yet be understood as a temporal prince, and moreover as in peaceful possession of Jerusalem, thus as one altogether different from Jesus. But it appears quite possible for Jesus to have come to such an interpretation in a natural way, since at least the rabbins with decided unanimity interpret the passage of Zechariah of the Messiah. Above all, we know that the contradiction which appeared to exist between the insignificant advent here predicted of the Messiah and the brilliant one which Daniel foretold, was at a later period commonly reconciled by the doctrine that according as the Jewish people showed themselves worthy, or the contrary, their Messiah would appear in a majestic or a lowly form. Now, even if this distinction did not exist in the time of Jesus, but only in general a reference of the passage Zechariah chapter 9 verse 9 to the Messiah, still Jesus might imagine that now, on his first appearance, the prophecy of Zechariah must be fulfilled in him, but hereafter, on his second appearance, the prophecy of Daniel. But there is a third possibility, namely, that either an accidental riding into Jerusalem on an ass by Jesus was subsequently interpreted by the Christians in this manner, or that, lest any messianic attribute should be wanting to him, the whole narrative of the entrance was freely composed after the two prophecies and the dogmatic presupposition of a superhuman knowledge on the part of Jesus. End of section 110. Part 3, Chapter 1, Section 111 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, History of the Passion, Death, and Resurrection of Jesus. Chapter 1, Relation of Jesus to the idea of a suffering and dying Messiah, his discourses on his death, resurrection, and second advent. Section 111. Did Jesus in precise terms predict his passion and death? According to the Gospels, Jesus more than once, and while the result was yet distant, predicted to his disciples that sufferings and a violent death awaited him. Moreover, if we trust the synoptical accounts, he did not predict his fate merely in general terms, but specified beforehand the place of his passion, namely Jerusalem, the time, namely the approaching Passover, the persons from whom he would have to suffer, namely the chief priests, scribes, and Gentiles. The essential form of his passion, namely crucifixion, in consequence of a judicial sentence, and even its accessory circumstances, namely scourging, reviling, and spitting. Matthew chapter 16, verse 21, chapter 17, verses 12 and 22 and following, chapter 20, verse 17 and following, chapter 26, verse 12, with the parallel Luke chapter 13, verse 33. Between the synoptists and the author of the fourth gospel, there exists a threefold difference in relation to this subject. Firstly and chiefly, in the latter the predictions of Jesus do not appear so clear and intelligible, but are, for the most part, presented in obscure figurative discourses, concerning which the narrator himself confesses that the disciples understood them not until after the issue. Chapter 2, verse 22. In addition to a decided declaration that he will voluntarily lay down his life, chapter 10, verse 15 and following, Jesus in this gospel is particularly fond of alluding to his approaching death under the expressions to lift up, to be lifted up, in the application of which he seems to vacillate between his exaltation on the cross and his exaltation to glory. Chapter 3, verse 14, chapter 8, verse 28, chapter 12, verse 32. He compares his approaching exaltation with that of the brazen serpent in the wilderness, chapter 3, verse 14. As, in Matthew, he compares his fate with that of Jonah, chapter 12, verse 40. On another occasion, he speaks of going away whither no man can follow him, chapter 7, verse 33 and following, chapter 8, verse 21 and following. As, in the synoptists, of a taking away of a bridegroom, which will plunge his friends into mourning, Matthew chapter 9, verse 15 and parallel passages, and of a cup which he must drink, and which his disciples will find it hard to partake of with him, Matthew chapter 20, verse 22 and parallel passages. The two other differences are less marked, but are still observable. One of them is that, while in John the allusions to a violent death of Jesus run in an equal degree through the whole gospel, in the synoptists the repeated and definite announcements of his death are found only towards the end, partly immediately before, partly during, the last journey. In earlier chapters there occurs, with the exception of the obscure discourse on the sign of Jonah, which we shall soon see to be no prediction of death, only the intimation of a removal, doubtless violent, of the bridegroom. The last difference is, that while, according to the three first evangelists, Jesus imparts those predictions, again with the single exception of the above intimation, Matthew 9:15, only to the confidential circle of his disciples. In John, he utters them in the presence of the people, and even of his enemies. In the critical investigation of these evangelical accounts, we shall proceed from the special to the general in the following manner. First we shall ask, is it credible that Jesus had a foreknowledge of so many particular features of the fate which awaited him? And next, is even a general foreknowledge and prediction of his sufferings on the part of Jesus probable? In which inquiry the difference between the representation of John and that of the synoptists will necessarily come under our consideration. There are two modes of explaining how Jesus could so precisely foreknow the particular circumstances of his passion and death, the one resting on a supernatural, the other on a natural basis. The former appears adequate to solve the problem by the simple position that before the prophetic spirit which dwelt in Jesus in the richest plenitude, his destiny must have lain unfolded from the beginning. As, however, Jesus himself, in his announcements of his sufferings, expressly appealed to the Old Testament, the prophecies of which concerning him must be fulfilled in all points. Luke chapter 18, verse 31, compare with chapter 22, verse 37, chapter 24, verse 25 and following, Matthew chapter 26, verse 54. So the orthodox view ought not to despise this help, but must give to its explanation the modification, that Jesus, continually occupied with the prophecies of the Old Testament, may have drawn those particularities out of them, by the aid of the Spirit that dwelt within him. According to this, while the knowledge of the time of his passion remains consigned to his prophetic presentiment, unless he be supposed to have calculated this out of Daniel or some similar source, Jesus must have come to regard Jerusalem as the scene of his suffering and death, by contemplating the fate of earlier prophets as a type of his own, the Spirit telling him that where so many prophets had suffered death, there, a fortiori, must the Messiah also suffer. Luke chapter 13, verse 33. That his death would be the sequel of a formal sentence, he must have gathered from Isaiah chapter 53, verse 8, where a judgment is spoken of as impending over the servant of God, and from verse 12, where it is said that he was numbered with the transgressors. Compare with Luke chapter 22, verse 37. That his sentence would proceed from the rulers of his own people, he might perhaps have concluded from Psalm 118, verse 22, where the builders who reject the cornerstone are, according to apostolic interpretation, Acts chapter 4, verse 11, the Jewish rulers. That he would be delivered to the Gentiles, he might infer from the fact that in several plaintive psalms, which are susceptible of a messianic interpretation, the persecuting parties are represented as heathens. That the precise manner of his death would be crucifixion, he might have deduced partly from the type of the brazen serpent which was suspended on a pole, Numbers chapter 21, verse 8 and following, compare John chapter 3, verse 14, partly from the piercing of the hands and feet, Psalm 22:17 Septuagint, lastly, that he would be the object of scorn and personal maltreatment, he might have concluded from passages such as verse 7 and following in the psalm above quoted, Isaiah chapter 50 verse 6, etc. Now, if the Spirit which dwelt in Jesus, and which, according to the Orthodox opinion, revealed to him the reference of these prophecies and types to his ultimate destiny, was a Spirit of truth, this reference to Jesus must admit of being proved to be the true and original sense of those Old Testament passages. But to confine ourselves to the principal passages only, a profound grammatical and historical exposition has convincingly shown, for all who are in a condition to liberate themselves from dogmatic presuppositions, that in none of these is there any allusion to the sufferings of Christ. Instead of this, Isaiah chapter 50 verse 6 speaks of the ill usage which the prophets had to experience. Isaiah chapter 53 of the calamities of the prophetic order, or more probably of the Israelitish people. Psalm 118 of the unexpected deliverance and exaltation of that people or of one of their princes, while Psalm 22 is the complaint of an oppressed exile. As to the 17th verse of this psalm, which has been interpreted as having reference to the crucifixion of Christ, even presupposing the most improbable interpretation of ka'ari by perfoderant, this must in no case be understood literally, but only figuratively, and the image would be derived not from a crucifixion, but from a chase or a combat with wild beasts. Hence, the application of this passage to Christ is now only maintained by those with whom it would be lost labor to contend. According to the Orthodox view, however, Jesus, in a supernatural manner, by means of his higher nature, discovered in these passages a pre-intimation of the particular features of his passion. But in that case, since such is not the true sense of these passages, the Spirit that dwelt in Jesus cannot have been the Spirit of truth, but a lying spirit. Thus the orthodox expositor, so far as he does not exclude himself from the light dispensed by an unprejudiced interpretation of the Old Testament, is driven, for the sake of his own interest, to adopt the natural opinion, namely, that Jesus was led to such an interpretation of Old Testament passages not by divine inspiration, but by a combination of his own. According to this opinion, there was no difficulty in foreseeing that it would be the ruling sacerdotal party to which Jesus must succumb, since, on the one hand, it was preeminently embittered against Jesus, on the other, it was in possession of the necessary power, and equally obvious was it that they would make Jerusalem the theatre of his judgment and execution, since this was the centre of their strength, that after being sentenced by the rulers of his people, he would be delivered to the Romans for execution, followed from the limitation of the Jewish judicial power of that period. That crucifixion was the death to which he would be sentenced might be conjectured from the fact that with the Romans this species of death was a customary infliction, especially on rebels. Lastly, that scourging and reviling would not be wanting, might likewise be inferred from Roman custom and the barbarity of judicial proceedings in that age. But viewing the subject more nearly, how could Jesus so certainly know that Herod, who had directed a threatening attention to his movements, Luke chapter 13 verse 31, would not forestall the sacerdotal party and add to the murder of the Baptist that of his more important follower? And even if he felt himself warranted in believing that real danger threatened him from the side of the hierarchy only, Luke chapter 13 verse 33, what was his guarantee that one of their tumultuary attempts to murder him would not at last succeed? Compare John chapter 8 verse 39, chapter 10 verse 31. And that he would not, as Stephen did at a later period, without any further formalities, and without a previous delivery to the Romans, find his death in quite another manner than by the Roman punishment of crucifixion? Lastly, how could he so confidently assert that the very next plot of his enemies, after so many failures, would be successful, and that the very next journey to the Passover would be his last? But the natural explanation also can call to its aid the Old Testament passages, and say, Jesus, whether by the application of a mode of interpretation then current among his countrymen, or under the guidance of his own individual views, gathered from the passages already quoted a precise idea of the circumstances attendant on the violent end which awaited him as the Messiah. But if, in the first place, it would be difficult to prove that already in the lifetime of Jesus all these various passages were referred to the Messiah, and if it be equally difficult to conceive that Jesus could independently, prior to the issue, discover such a reference, so it would be a case undistinguishable from a miracle, if the result had actually corresponded to so false an interpretation. Moreover, the Old Testament oracles and types will not suffice to explain all the particular features in the predictions of Jesus, especially the precise determination of time. If then Jesus cannot have had so precise a foreknowledge of the circumstances of his passion and death, either in a supernatural or a natural way, he cannot have had such a foreknowledge at all, and the minute predictions which the evangelists put into his mouth must be regarded as a vaticinium post eventum. Commentators who have arrived at this conclusion have not failed to extol the account of John, in opposition to that of the synoptists, on the ground that precisely those traits in the predictions of Jesus which, from their special character, he cannot have uttered, are only found in the synoptists, while John attributes to Jesus no more than indefinite intimations, and distinguishes these from his own interpretation, made after the issue, a plain proof that in his gospel alone we have the discourses of Jesus unfalsified and in their original form. But regarded more nearly, the case does not stand so that the fourth evangelist can only be taxed with putting an erroneous interpretation on the otherwise unfalsified declarations of Jesus. For in one passage, at least, he has put into his mouth an expression which, obscurely, it is true, but still unmistakably, determines the manner of his death as crucifixion, and consequently he has here altered the words of Jesus to correspond with the result. We refer to the expression, to be lifted up. In those passages of the fourth gospel where Jesus speaks in a passive sense of the Son of Man being lifted up, this expression might possibly mean his exaltation to glory, although in chapter 3 verse 14, from the comparison with the serpent in the wilderness, which was well known to have been elevated on a pole, even this becomes a difficulty. But when, as in chapter 8 verse 28, he represents the exaltation of the Son of Man as the act of his enemies, it is obvious that these could not lift him up immediately to glory, but only to the cross. Consequently, if the result above stated be admitted as valid, John must himself have framed this expression, or at least have distorted the Aramean words of Jesus, and hence he essentially falls under the same category with the synoptical writers. That the fourth evangelist, though the passion and death of Jesus were to him past events, and therefore clearly present to his mind, nevertheless makes Jesus predict them in obscure expressions. This has its foundation in the entire manner of this writer, whose fondness for the enigmatical and mysterious here happily met the requirement, to give an unintelligible form to prophecies which were not understood. There were sufficient inducements for the Christian legend thus to put into the mouth of Jesus, after the event, a prediction of the particular features of his passion, especially of the ignominious crucifixion. The more the Christ crucified became to the Jews a stumbling block and to the Greeks foolishness, 1 Corinthians 1:23, the more need was there to remove this offense by every possible means, and as, among subsequent events, the resurrection especially served as a retrospective cancelling of that shameful death, so it must have been earnestly desired to take the sting from that offensive catastrophe beforehand also, and this could not be done more effectually than by such a minute prediction. For as the most unimportant fact, when prophetically announced, gains importance, by thus being made a link in the chain of a higher knowledge, so the most ignominious fate, when it is predicted as part of a divine plan of salvation, ceases to be ignominious. Above all, when the very person over whom such a fate impends also possesses the prophetic spirit, which enables him to foresee and foretell it, and thus not only suffers, but participates in the divine prescience of his sufferings, he manifests himself as the ideal power over those sufferings. But the fourth evangelist has gone still farther on this track. He believes it due to the honor of Jesus to represent him as also the real power over his sufferings, as not having his life taken away by the violence of others, but as resigning it voluntarily, chapter 10:17 and following, a representation which indeed already finds some countenance in Matthew chapter 26:53, where Jesus asserts the possibility of praying to the Father for legions of angels, in order to avert his sufferings. End of section 111. Part 3, Chapter 1, Section 112 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, History of the Passion, Death, and Resurrection of Jesus. Chapter 1, Relation of Jesus to the idea of a suffering and dying Messiah, his discourses on his death, resurrection, and second advent. Section 112, the predictions of Jesus concerning his death in general, their relation to the Jewish idea of the Messiah, declarations of Jesus concerning the object and effects of his death. If, in this manner, we subtract from the declarations of Jesus concerning his approaching fate, attributed to him in the Gospels, all which regards the particular circumstances of this catastrophe, there still remains on the part of Jesus the general announcement that suffering and death awaited him, and also that this part of his career was a fulfillment of the Old Testament prophecies relative to the Messiah. As, however, the principal passages cited from the Old Testament, which treat of suffering and death, are only by mistake referred to the Messiah, while others, as Daniel chapter 9:26, Zechariah chapter 12:10, have not this signification, the orthodox, above all, must again beware of attributing so false an interpretation of these prophecies to the supernatural principle in Jesus, that instead of this, Jesus might possibly, by a purely natural combination, have educed the general result, that since he had made the hierarchy of his nation his implacable enemies, he had, in so far as he was resolved not to swerve from the path of his destination, the worst to fear from their revenge and authority. John chapter 10:11 and following. That from the fate of former prophets, Matthew chapter 5:12, chapter 21:33 and following, Luke chapter 13:33 and following, and isolated passages bearing such an interpretation, he might prognosticate a similar end to his own career, and accordingly predict to his followers that earlier or later a violent death awaited him. This it would be a needless overstraining of the supernaturalistic view any longer to deny, and the rational mode of considering the subject should be admitted. It may appear surprising if, after this admission, we still put the question, whether, according to the New Testament representation, it be probable that Jesus actually uttered such a prediction, since certainly a general announcement of his violent death is the least which the evangelical accounts appear to contain. But our meaning in the question is this: is the sequel, especially the conduct of the disciples, so described in the Gospels as to be reconcilable with a prior disclosure of Jesus relative to the sufferings which awaited him? Now, the express statements of the evangelists do not merely tend to show that the disciples did not understand the discourses of Jesus on his coming death, in the sense that they did not know how to adjust these facts in their own minds, or to make them tally with their preconceived ideas concerning the Messiah. A difficulty which drew from Peter the first time that Jesus announced his death the exclamation, "Be it far from thee, Lord, this shall not be unto thee." For we find the words of Mark chapter 9, verse 32, "But they understood not that saying," thus amplified in Luke, "and it was hid from them, that they perceived it not," chapter 9, verse 45. And the latter evangelist on another occasion says, "And they understood none of these things, and this saying was hid from them, neither knew they the things that were spoken," chapter 18, verse 34. Expressions which appear to imply that the disciples absolutely did not understand what the words of Jesus meant. In accordance with this, the condemnation and execution of Jesus fall upon them as a blow for which they are entirely unprepared, and consequently annihilate all the hopes which they had fixed on him as the Messiah. Luke chapter 24, verse 20 and following. "The chief priests and our rulers have crucified him, but we trusted that it had been he which should have redeemed Israel." But had Jesus spoken of his death to the disciples with such perfect openness, Mark chapter 8, verse 32, they must necessarily have understood his clear words and detailed discourses, and had he besides shown them that his death was foreshadowed in the messianic prophecies of the Old Testament, and was consequently a part of the Messiah's destination, Luke chapter 18, verse 31, chapter 22, verse 37, they could not, when his death actually ensued, have so entirely lost all belief in his messiahship. It is true that the Wolfenbüttel fragmentist is wrong in his attempt to show in the conduct of Jesus, as described by the evangelists, indications that his death was unexpected even to himself, but looking merely at the conduct of the disciples, it is difficult to avoid the conclusion which that writer draws, namely, that to judge by that conduct, Jesus cannot have made any antecedent disclosure to his disciples concerning his death. On the contrary, they appear to the very last moment to have held the common opinion on this matter, and only to have adopted the characteristics of suffering and death into their conception of the Messiah after the death of Jesus had unexpectedly come upon them. At all events, we have before us the following dilemma: either the statements of the evangelists as to the inability of the disciples to understand the predictions of Jesus, and their surprise at his death, are unhistorically exaggerated, or the decided declarations of Jesus concerning the death which awaited him were composed ex eventu, Nay, it becomes doubtful whether he even in general predicted his death as a part of his messianic destiny. On both sides, the legend might be led into unhistorical representations. For the fabrication of a prediction of his death in general, there were the same reasons which we have above shown to be an adequate motive for attributing to him a prognostication of the particular features of his passion. To the fiction of so total a want of comprehension in the disciples, an inducement might be found, on the one hand, in the desire to exhibit the profoundness of the mystery of a suffering Messiah revealed by Jesus, through the inability of the disciples to understand it; on the other, in the fact that in the evangelical tradition the disciples were likened to unconverted Jews and heathens, to whom anything was more intelligible than the death of the Messiah. In order to decide between these alternatives, we must first examine whether, prior to the death of Jesus, and independently of that event, the messianic ideas of the age included the characteristics of suffering and death. If already in the lifetime of Jesus it was the Jewish opinion that the Messiah must die a violent death, then it is highly probable that Jesus imbibed this idea as a part of his convictions, and communicated it to his disciples, who, in that case, could so much the less have remained uninstructed on this point, and overwhelmed by the actual result, in the degree alleged by the evangelists. If, on the contrary, that idea was not diffused among his countrymen before the death of Jesus, it still remains possible that Jesus might arrive at that idea by his private reflection, but it is a prior possibility that the disciples were the first to adopt the characteristics of suffering and death into their conception of the Messiah, after they had been taught by the issue. The question whether the idea of a suffering and dying Messiah was already diffused among the Jews in the time of Jesus is one of the most difficult points of discussion among theologians, and one concerning which they are the least agreed. And the difficulty of the question does not lie in the interests of party, so that it might be hoped that with the rise of impartial investigation the subject would cease to be perplexed. For, as Stodlin has aptly shown, both the orthodox and the rationalistic interest may alternately tend in each direction, and we in fact find theologians of both parties on both sides. The difficulty lies in the deficiency of information, and in the uncertainty of that which we do possess. If the Old Testament contained the doctrine of a suffering and dying Messiah, it might certainly thence be inferred with more than mere probability that this doctrine existed among the Jews in the time of Jesus. As, however, according to the most recent researches, the Old Testament, while it does indeed contain the doctrine of an expiation of the sins of the people to take place at the Messianic era, Ezekiel chapter 36 verse 25, chapter 37 verse 23, Zechariah chapter 13 verse 1, Daniel chapter 9 verse 24, has no trace of this expiation being effected by the suffering and death of the Messiah. There is no decision of the question before us to be expected from this quarter. The apocryphal books of the Old Testament lie nearer to the time of Jesus, but as these are altogether silent concerning the Messiah in general, there can be no discussion as to their containing that special feature. Again, if we turn to Philo and Josephus, the two authors who wrote soonest after the period in question, we find the latter silent as to the messianic hopes of his nation, and though the former does indeed speak of messianic times and a Messiah-like hero, he says nothing of sufferings on his part. Thus there remain, as sources of information on this point, only the New Testament and the later Jewish writings. In the New Testament, almost everything is calculated to give the impression that a suffering and dying Messiah was unthought of among the Jews who were contemporary with Jesus. To the majority of the Jews, we are told, the doctrine of a crucified Messiah was a skandalon, and the disciples were at a loss to understand Jesus in his repeated and explicit announcements of his death. This does not look as if the doctrine of a suffering Messiah had been current among the Jews of that period. On the contrary, these circumstances accord fully with the declaration which the fourth evangelist puts into the mouth of the Jewish multitude, chapter 12, verse 34, namely, that they had heard in the law that Christ abideth forever. Indeed, for a general acceptation of the idea of a suffering Messiah among the Jews of that period, even those theologians who take the affirmative side in this argument do not contend, but admitting that the hope of a worldly Messiah whose reign was to endure forever was the prevalent one, they only maintain, and herein the Wolfenbüttel fragmentist agrees with them, that a less numerous party, according to Staudlin, the Essenes, according to Hengstenberg, the better and more enlightened part of the people in general, held the belief that the Messiah would appear in a humble guise, and only enter into glory through suffering and death. In support of this, they appeal especially to two passages, one out of the third, and one out of the fourth gospel. When Jesus is presented as an infant in the temple at Jerusalem, the aged Simeon, among other prophecies, particularly concerning the opposition which her son would have to encounter, says to Mary, "Yea, a sword shall pierce through thine own soul also." Luke chapter 2, verse 35. Words which seem to describe her maternal sorrow at the death of her son, and consequently to represent the opinion that a violent death awaited the Messiah, as one already current before Christ. Still more plainly is the idea of a suffering Messiah contained in the words which the fourth gospel makes the Baptist utter on seeing Jesus. "Behold, the Lamb of God, which taketh away the sin of the world." Chapter 1, verse 29. This, viewed in its relation to Isaiah chapter 53, would, in the mouth of the Baptist, likewise tend to prove that the idea of expiatory suffering on the part of the Messiah was in existence before the time of Jesus. But both these passages have been above shown to be unhistorical, and from the fact that the primitive Christian legend was led, a considerable time after the issue, to attribute to persons whom it held divinely inspired, a foreknowledge of the divine decree with respect to the death of Jesus, it can by no means be concluded that this insight really existed prior to the death of Jesus. In conclusion, it is urged, that at least the evangelists and apostles refer to the idea of a suffering and dying Messiah in the Old Testament, whence it is thought warrantable to conclude that this interpretation of the Old Testament passages connected with our present subject was not unprecedented among the Jews. Certainly Peter, Acts chapter 3, verse 18 and following, 1 Peter chapter 1, verse 11 and following, and Paul, Acts chapter 26, verse 22 and following, 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 3, appeal to Moses and the prophets as annunciators of the death of Jesus, and Philip, in his interview with the Ethiopian eunuch, interprets a passage in Isaiah chapter 53 of the sufferings of the Messiah. But as those teachers of the church spoke and wrote all this after the event, we have no assurance that they did not assign to certain Old Testament passages a relation to the sufferings of the Messiah solely in consequence of that event, and not by adopting a mode of interpretation previously current among their Jewish contemporaries. If, according to this, The opinion that the idea in question already existed among the countrymen of Jesus during his lifetime has no solid foundation in the New Testament. We must proceed to inquire whether that idea may not be found in the later Jewish writings. Among the earliest writings of this class now extant are the Chaldee paraphrases of Onkelos and Jonathan, and the Targum of the latter, who, according to rabbinical tradition, was a pupil of Hillel the Elder, is commonly cited as presenting the idea of a suffering Messiah, because it refers the passage, Isaiah chapter 52 verse 13 through chapter 53 verse 12, to the Messiah. But with respect to the interpretation of this passage in the Targum of Jonathan, it is the singular fact that while the prophecies which it contains are in general interpreted messianically, yet so often as suffering and death are spoken of, either these ideas are avoided with marked design, and for the most part by some extremely forced expedient, or are transferred to a different subject, namely the people of Israel, a significant proof that to the author suffering and violent death appeared irreconcilable with the idea of the Messiah. But this, we are told, is the commencement of that aberration from the true sense of the sacred text, into which the latter Jews were seduced by their carnal disposition, and their hostility to Christianity. The more ancient interpreters, it is said, discovered in this passage of Isaiah a suffering and dying Messiah. It is true that Aben Ezra, Abarbanel, and others testify that many ancient teachers referred Isaiah chapter 53 to the Messiah, but some of their statements leave it by no means clear that those more ancient interpretations are not as partial as that of Jonathan, and in relation to all of them it remains uncertain whether the interpreters of whom they speak reach as far back as the age of Jonathan, which is highly improbable with respect to those parts of the book Sohar, wherein the passage in question is referred to a suffering Messiah. The writing which, together with that of Jonathan, may be regarded as the nearest to the time of Jesus, namely, the apocryphal fourth book of Esdras, drawn up, according to the most probable computation, shortly after the destruction of Jerusalem under Titus, does indeed mention the death of the Messiah, not however as a painful one, but only as a death which, after the long duration of the messianic kingdom, was to precede the general resurrection. The idea of great calamities, the birth throes, as it were, of the Messiah, which would usher in the messianic times, was undoubtedly disseminated before Christ. And equally early, there appears to have been placed in the front of these ills, which were to press upon the people of Israel in particular, the Antichrist, whom the Christ would have to oppose. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 3 and following. But since he was to annihilate this adversary in a supernatural manner, with the spirit of his mouth, this involved no suffering for the Messiah. Nevertheless, there are to be found passages in which a suffering of the Messiah is spoken of, and in which this suffering is even represented as vicarious on behalf of the people. But first, this is only a suffering, and no death of the Messiah. Secondly, it befalls him either before his descent into earthly life in his pre-existence, or during the concealment in which he keeps himself from his birth until his appearance as Messiah. Lastly, the antiquity of these ideas is doubtful, and according to certain indications, they could only be dated after the destruction of the Jewish state by Titus. Meanwhile, Jewish writings are by no means destitute of passages in which it is directly asserted that a Messiah would perish in a violent manner. But these passages relate not to the proper Messiah, the offspring of David, but to another, from among the posterity of Joseph and Ephraim, who was appointed to hold a subordinate position in relation to the former. This Messiah, ben Joseph, was to precede the Messiah, ben David, to unite the 10 tribes of the former kingdom of Israel with the 2 tribes of the kingdom of Judah, but after this to perish by the sword in the battle with Gog and Magog, a catastrophe to which Zechariah chapter 12 verse 10 was referred. But of this second dying Messiah, any certain traces are wanting before the Babylonian Gemara, which was compiled in the 5th and 6th centuries after Christ, and the book Sohar, the age of which is extremely doubtful. According to this, it cannot be proved, and is not even probable, that the idea of a suffering Messiah already existed among the Jews in the time of Jesus. It is still possible that, even without such a precedent, Jesus himself, by an observation of circumstances and a comparison of them with Old Testament narratives and prophecies, might come to entertain the belief that suffering and death were a part of the office and destination of the Messiah, and if so, it would be more natural that he should embrace this conviction gradually in the course of his public ministry, and that he should chiefly have confined his communications on the subject to his intimate friends, than that he should have had this conviction from the beginning, and have expressed it before indifferent persons, nay, enemies. The latter is the representation of John, the former of the synoptists. In relation also to the declarations of Jesus concerning the object and effects of his death, we can, as above in relation to the announcement of the death itself, distinguish a more natural from a more supernatural point of view. When Jesus, in the 4th Gospel, likens himself to the true shepherd who lays down his life for the sheep, chapter 10, verses 11 and 15, this may have the perfectly natural sense, that he is determined not to swerve from his office of shepherd and teacher, even though, in the prosecution of it, death should threaten him, the moral necessity of his death. The foreboding expression in the same Gospel, chapter 12, verse 24, that, except a corn of wheat fall into the ground and die, it abideth alone, but if it die, it bringeth forth much fruit, admits of an equally rational explanation, as a figurative representation of the victorious power which martyrdom gives to an idea and conviction, the moral efficacy of his death. Lastly, that which is so often repeated in the Gospel of John, namely, that it is good for the disciples that Jesus should go away, for without his departure the Comforter will not come to them, who will glorify him in them, may be supposed to express the perfectly natural consideration of Jesus, that without the removal of his sensible presence, the hitherto so material ideas of his disciples would not be spiritualized, the psychological efficacy of his death. The words of Jesus at the institution of the sacramental supper belong more to the supernaturalistic mode of view. For, if that which the intermediate evangelists make him say on this occasion, that the cup presented is the blood of the New Testament, Mark chapter 14, verse 24, and the New Testament in his blood, Luke chapter 22, verse 20, might appear to signify no more than that, as by the bloody sacrifice at Sinai was sealed the covenant of this ancient people with God, so by his, the Messiah's, blood would be sealed in a higher sense the community of the new covenant gathered round him. In the account of Matthew, on the contrary, when he makes Jesus add that his blood will be shed for many for the remission of sins. The idea of a covenant sacrifice is blended with that of expiatory sacrifice, and also in the two other evangelists by the addition, which is shed for many, or for you. The transition is made from the covenant sacrifice to the expiatory sacrifice. Further, when in the first gospel, chapter 20, verse 28, Jesus says he must give his life a ransom for many, this is doubtless to be referred to Isaiah chapter 53, where, according to a notion current among the Hebrews, Isaiah chapter 43, verse 3, Proverbs chapter 21, verse 18, the death of the servant of God is supposed to have a propitiatory relation to the rest of mankind. Thus, Jesus might, by psychological reflection, come to the conviction that such a catastrophe would be favorable to the spiritual development of his disciples, and that it was indispensable for the spiritualizing of their messianic ideas. Nay, in accordance with national conceptions and by a consideration of Old Testament passages, even to the idea that his messianic death would have an expiatory efficacy. Still, what the synoptists make Jesus say of his death as a sin offering might especially appear to belong rather to the system which was developed after the death of Jesus, and what the fourth evangelist puts into his mouth concerning the Paraclete, to have been conceived ex eventu, so that, again, in these expressions of Jesus concerning the object of his death, there must be a separation of the general from the special. End of section 112. Part 3, Chapter 1, Section 113 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, History of the Passion, Death, and Resurrection of Jesus. Chapter 1, Relation of Jesus to the idea of a suffering and dying Messiah. His discourses on his death, resurrection, and second advent. Section 113. Precise declarations of Jesus concerning his future resurrection. According to the evangelical accounts, Jesus predicted his resurrection in words not less clear than those in which he announced his death, and also fixed the time of its occurrence with singular precision. As often as he said to his disciples, "The Son of Man will be crucified," he added, "and the third day he shall rise again." Matthew chapter 16, verse 21, chapter 17, verse 23, chapter 20, verse 19, and parallel passages. Compare with chapter 17, verse 9, chapter 26, verse 32, and parallel passages. But of this announcement also it is said, that the disciples understood it not, so little that they even debated among themselves what the rising from the dead should mean. Mark chapter 9, verse 10. And in consistency with this want of comprehension, they, after the death of Jesus, exhibit no trace of a recollection that his resurrection had been foretold to them, no spark of hope that this prediction would be fulfilled. When the friends of Jesus had taken down his body from the cross and laid it in the grave, they undertook, John chapter 19, verse 40, or the women reserved to themselves, Mark chapter 16, verse 1, Luke chapter 23, verse 56, the task of embalming him, which is only performed in the case of those who are regarded as the prey of corruption, when, on the morning which, according to the mode of reckoning in the New Testament, opened the day which had been predetermined as that of the resurrection, the women went to the grave. They were so far from thinking of a predicted resurrection that they were anxious about the probable difficulty of rolling away the stone from the grave. Mark chapter 16, verse 3. When Mary Magdalene, and afterwards Peter found the grave empty, their first thought, had the resurrection been predicted, must have been that it had now actually taken place. Instead of this, the former conjectures that the body may have been stolen. John 20:2. While Peter merely wonders, without coming to any definite conjecture. Luke 24:12. When the women told the disciples of the angelic apparition which they had witnessed, and discharged the commission given them by the angel, the disciples partly regarded their words as idle tales. Luke 24:11. And were partly moved to fear and astonishment. Luke 24:22 and following. When Mary Magdalene, and subsequently the disciples going to Emmaus, assured the 11 that they had themselves seen the risen one, they met with no credence. Mark 16:11 and 13. And Thomas still later did not believe even the assurance of his fellow apostles. John 20:25. Lastly, when Jesus himself appeared to the disciples in Galilee, all of them did not even then cast off doubt. Mark 28:17. All this we must, with the Wolfenbüttel fragmentist, find incomprehensible if Jesus had so clearly and decidedly predicted his resurrection. It is true that as the conduct of the disciples, after the death of Jesus, speaks against such a prediction on the part of Jesus, so the conduct of his enemies appears to speak for it. For when, according to Matthew 27:62 and following, the chief priests and Pharisees entreat Pilate to set a watch at the grave of Jesus, they allege as a reason for their request, that Jesus while yet alive had said, "After 3 days I will rise again." But this narrative of the first gospel, which we can only estimate at a future point in our investigation, at present decides nothing, but only falls to one side of the dilemma, so that we must now say, if the disciples really so acted after the death of Jesus, then neither can he have decidedly foretold his resurrection, nor can the Jews, in consideration of such a prediction, have placed a watch at his grave, or, if the two latter statements be true, the disciples cannot have so acted. It has been attempted to blunt the edge of this dilemma by attributing to the above predictions not the literal sense that the deceased Jesus would return out of the grave, but only the figurative sense that his doctrine and cause, after having been apparently crushed, would again expand and flourish. As the Old Testament prophets, it was said, represent the restoration of the Israelitish people to renewed prosperity, under the image of a resurrection from the dead, Isaiah 26:19, Ezekiel 37, as they mark the short interval within which, under certain conditions, this turn of things was to be expected by the expression, "In 2 or 3 days will Jehovah revive the smitten one, and raise the dead," Hosea 6:2, in a statement of time which Jesus also uses indefinitely for a short interval, Luke 13:32. So by the declaration that he will rise on the 3rd day after his death, he intends to say no more than that even though he may succumb to the power of his enemies and be put to death, still the work which he has begun will not come to an end, but will in a short time go forward with a fresh impetus. These merely figurative modes of speaking adopted by Jesus, the apostles, after Jesus had actually risen in the body, understood literally, and regarded them as prophecies of his personal resurrection. Now that in the prophetic passages adduced, the expressions yeh kumun and hakitsu have only the alleged figurative sense is true. But these are passages the whole tenor of which is figurative, and in which, in particular, the depression and death which precede the revivification are themselves to be understood only in a figurative sense. Here, on the contrary, all the foregoing expressions, to be delivered, condemned, crucified, killed, etc., are to be understood literally. Hence, all at once with the words εγκερθῆναι and αναστῆναι to enter on a figurative meaning would be an unprecedented abruptness of transition. Not to mention that passages such as Matthew 26:32, where Jesus says, "After I am risen again, I will go before you into Galilee," can have no meaning at all unless εγκαίρεσθαι be understood literally. In this closely consecutive series of expressions, which must be taken in a purely literal sense, there is then no warrant and even no inducement to understand the statement of time which is connected with them otherwise than also literally, and in its strictly etymological meaning. Thus, if Jesus really used these words, and in the same connection in which they are given by the evangelists, he cannot have meant to announce by them merely the speedy victory of his cause. His meaning must have been that he himself would return to life in 3 days after his violent death. As, however, Jesus, judging from the conduct of his disciples after his death, cannot have announced his resurrection in plain words, other commentators have resigned themselves to the admission that the evangelists after the issue gave to the discourses of Jesus a definiteness which, as uttered by him, they did not possess, that they have not merely understood literally what Jesus intended figuratively of the revival of his cause after his death, but in accordance with their erroneous interpretation have so modified his words that, as we now read them, we must certainly understand them in a literal sense, yet that not all the discourses of Jesus are altered in this manner, here and there his original expressions still remain. End of section 113. Part 3, Chapter 1, Section 114, of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, History of the Passion, Death, and Resurrection of Jesus. Chapter 1, Relation of Jesus to the idea of a suffering and dying Messiah, his discourses on his death, resurrection, and second advent. Section 114. Figurative discourses in which Jesus is supposed to have announced his resurrection. According to the fourth gospel, Jesus, at the very commencement of his ministry, in figurative language, referred his enemies, the Jews, to his future resurrection. Chapter 2, verse 19 and following. On his first messianic visit to Jerusalem, and when, after the abuse of the market in the temple had provoked him to that exhibition of holy zeal from which we have formerly spoken, the Jews require a sign from him, by which he should legitimize his claim to be considered a messenger of God, who had authority to adopt such violent measures. Jesus gives them this answer: "Destroy this temple, and after 3 days I will raise it up." The Jews took these words in the sense which, since they were spoken in the temple, was the most natural, and urged, in reply to Jesus, that as it had taken 40 years to build this temple, he would scarcely be able, if it were destroyed, to rebuild it in 3 days. But the evangelist informs us that this was not the meaning of Jesus, and that he here spoke, though indeed the disciples were not aware of this until after his resurrection, of the temple of his body, That is, under the destruction and rebuilding of the temple, he alluded to his death and resurrection. Even if we admit, what however the most moderate expositors deny, that Jesus could properly, as he is also represented to have done in Matthew 12:39 and following, when the Jews asked him for a visible and immediate sign, refer them to his resurrection as the greatest, and for his enemies the most overwhelming miracle in his history, still he must have done this in terms which it was possible for them to understand, as in the above passage of Matthew, where he expresses himself quite plainly. But the expressions of Jesus, as here given, could not possibly be understood in this sense. For when one who is in the temple speaks of the destruction of this temple, everyone will refer his words to the building itself. Hence Jesus, when he uttered the words, this temple, must have pointed to his body with his finger, as indeed is generally presupposed by the friends of this interpretation. But in the first place, the evangelist says nothing of such a gesture, notwithstanding that it lay in his interest to notice this as a support of his interpretation. In the second place, Gabler has with justice remarked how ill-judged and ineffective it would have been, by the addition of a mere gesture, to give a totally new meaning to a speech, which verbally, and therefore logically, referred to the temple. If, however, Jesus used this expedient, the motion of his finger could not have been unobserved. The Jews must rather have demanded from him how he could be so arrogant as to call his body the temple. Or even if not so, still, presupposing that action, the disciples could not have remained in the dark concerning the meaning of his words, until after the resurrection. By these difficulties, modern exegetes have felt constrained to renounce John's explanation of the words of Jesus as erroneous, and made ex eventu, and to attempt to penetrate, independently of the evangelist's explanation, into the sense of the enigmatical saying which he attributes to Jesus. The construction put upon it by the Jews, who refer the words of Jesus to a real destruction and rebuilding of the national sanctuary, cannot be approved without imputing to Jesus an extravagant example of vainglorious boasting, at variance with the character which he elsewhere exhibits. If, on this account, search be made for some figurative meaning which may possibly be assigned to the declaration, there presents itself first a passage in the same Gospel, chapter 4:21 and following, where Jesus announces to the woman of Samaria that the time is immediately coming in which the Father will no longer be worshipped exclusively in Jerusalem, but will, as a spirit, receive spiritual worship. Now, in the present passage also, the destruction of the temple might, it is said, have signified the abolition of the temple service at Jerusalem, supposed to be the only valid mode of worship. This interpretation is confirmed by a narrative in the Acts, chapter 6:14. Stephen, who, as it appears, had adopted the above expressions of Jesus, was taxed by his accusers with declaring that Jesus of Nazareth shall destroy this place, and shall change the customs which Moses delivered. On which words, a change of the Mosaic religious institutions, without doubt a spiritualization of them, is described as a sequel to the destruction of the temple. To this may be added a passage in the synoptical Gospels. Nearly the same words which in John are uttered by Jesus himself appear in the two first Gospels, Matthew chapter 26:60 and following, Mark chapter 14:57 and following, as the accusation of false witnesses against him, and here Mark, in addition, designates the temple which is to be destroyed as one made with hands, and the new one which is to be built as another made without hands, whereby he appears to indicate the same contrast between the ceremonial and a spiritual religious system. By the aid of these passages, it is thought, the declaration in John may be explained thus: the sign of my authority to purify the temple is my ability in a short time to introduce in the place of the Jewish ceremonial worship a spiritual service of God. That is, I am authorized to reform the old system, insofar as I am qualified to found a new one. It is certainly a trivial objection to this explanation that in John the object is not changed, as in Mark, where the temple which is to be built is spoken of as another, but instead of this is indicated by the word autos, as the same with the one destroyed, since indeed the Christian system of religion in relation to the Jewish may, just as the risen body of Jesus in relation to the dead one, be conceived as at once identical and different, inasmuch as in both cases the substance is the same, while the transitory accidents only are supposed to be removed. But it is a more formidable objection which attaches itself to the determination of time, en tris in himerais, that this expression is also used indefinitely and proverbially, in the sense of a short interval of time in general, is not adequately proved by the two passages which are usually appealed to with this view, for in them the third day, by being placed in connection with the second and first, Hosea 6:2, Hashilishi miyomahim bayovim, Luke 13:32, Simeron kai auhrion kai ti triti, is announced as a merely relative and proximate statement, whereas in our passage it stands alone, and thus presents itself as an absolute and precise determination of time. Thus, alike invited and repelled by both explanations, theologians take refuge in a double sense, which holds the middle place, either between the interpretation of John and the symbolical one last stated, or between the interpretation of John and that of the Jews, so that Jesus either spoke at once of his body which was to be killed and again restored to life, and of the modification of the Jewish religion which was to be effected chiefly by means of that death and resurrection, or in order to repel the Jews, he challenged them to destroy their real temple, and on this condition, never to be fulfilled, promised to build another, still, however, combining with this ostensible sense for the multitude an esoteric sense, which was only understood by the disciples after the resurrection, and according to which naos denoted his body. But such a challenge addressed to the Jews, together with the engagement appended to it, would have been an unbecoming manifestation of petulance, and the latent intimation to the disciples a useless play on words. Besides that, in general, a double meaning, either of the one or the other kind, is unheard of in the discourse of a judicious man. As in this manner, the possibility of explaining the passage in John might be entirely despaired of, the author of the Probabilia appeals to the fact that the synoptists call the witnesses, who allege before the judgment seat that Jesus had uttered that declaration, false witnesses, whence he concludes that Jesus never said what John here attributes to him, and thus gains an exemption from the explanation of the passage, since he regards it as a figment of the fourth evangelist, whose object was both to explain the calumniations of the accusers, and also to nullify them by a mystical interpretation of his words. But on the one hand, it does not follow, from the fact that the synoptists call the witnesses false, that, in the opinion of the evangelists, Jesus had never said anything whatever of that whereof they accused him, for he might only have said it somewhat differently, λούσατε, not λούσω, or have intended it in a different sense, figuratively instead of literally. On the other hand, if he said nothing at all of this kind, it is difficult to explain how the false witnesses should come to choose that declaration, and especially the remarkable phrase ἐν τρισὶν ἡμέραις. If, according to this, on every interpretation of the expression, except the inadmissible one relative to the body of Jesus, the words ἐν τρισὶν ἡμέραις form a difficulty, a resource might be found in the narrative of the Acts, as being free from that determination of time. For here Stephen is only accused of saying, ὅτι Ἰησοῦς ὁ Ναζωριαῖος αὐτὸς κατελούσαι τὸν τόπον τούτον, καὶ άλλαξε τα ἔθη χα παρέδωκεν Μωυσῆς. What is false in this allegation? For the witnesses against Stephen also are described as μάρτυρες ψευδαῖς, might be the second proposition, which speaks in literal terms of a changing of the institutes of Moses, and instead of this, Stephen, and before him Jesus, may very probably have said in the figurative signification above developed, kai palin oik odem isai auton, or kai allon oik odem isai. Meanwhile, this expedient is not at all needful, so far as any insurmountable difficulty in the words ἐν τρισὶν ἡμέραις is concerned, as the number 3 is used proverbially, not only in connection with 2 or 4, Proverbs chapter 30 verses 15, 18, 21, 29, Wisdom of Solomon chapter 23 verse 21, chapter 26 verse 25, but also by itself, Wisdom of Solomon chapter 25 verse 1 and 3, so the expression in 3 days, if it were once in combination with the second and first day, become common as an indefinite statement of time, might probably at length be applied in the same sense when standing alone. Whether the expression should signify a long or a short period would then depend on the connection, here in opposition to the construction of a great and elaborate building, to the real natural erection of which, as the Jews directly remark, a long series of years was required, the expression can only be understood as denoting the shortest time. A prediction, or even a mere intimation of the resurrection, is therefore not contained in the words. As here, Jesus is said to have intimated his resurrection beforehand, by the image of the destroying and rebuilding of the temple, so on another occasion he is supposed to have quoted the type of the prophet Jonah with the same intention. Matthew chapter 12 verse 39 and following, compare with chapter 16 verse 4, Luke chapter 11 verse 29 and following. When the scribes and Pharisees desired to see a sign from him, Jesus is said to have repulsed their demand by the reply that to so evil a generation no sign shall be given but the sign of the prophet Jonah, which in the first passage of Matthew Jesus himself explains thus: as Jonah was 3 days and 3 nights in the belly of the whale, so also the Son of Man will pass 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth. In the second passage in which Matthew attributes this declaration to Jesus, he does not repeat the above interpretation, while Luke in the parallel passage explains it simply thus: For as Jonah was a sign to the Ninevites, so shall also the Son of Man be to this generation. Now against the possibility of Jesus having himself given the interpretation of the sign of Jonah, which Matthew puts into his mouth, verse 40, a variety of objections may be urged. It is indeed scarcely a tenable argument that Jesus cannot have spoken of 3 days and 3 nights, which he would pass in the heart of the earth, because he only lay in the grave 1 day and 2 nights. Since the phraseology of the New Testament decidedly has the peculiarity of designating the abode of Jesus in the grave as of 3 days' duration, because it touched upon the evening of the day before the Sabbath, and the morning of the day after it, and if this 1 day, together with 2 nights, were once taken for 3 whole days, it would only be a round way of expressing this completeness, to add to the days and nights also, which, besides, would naturally follow in the comparison with the 3 days and 3 nights of Jonah. But if Jesus gave the explanation of the sign of Jonah, which Matthew attributes to him, this would have been so clear a prediction of his resurrection, that for the same reasons which, according to the above observations, are opposed to the literal predictions of that event, we must conclude that Jesus cannot have given this explanation. At all events, it must have led the disciples, who, according to verse 49, were present, to question Jesus, and in that case it is not to be understood why he did not make the subject perfectly clear, and thus announce his resurrection in plain words. But if he cannot have done this, because then the disciples could not have acted after his death as they are said to have done in the evangelical accounts, neither can he, by that comparison of the fate which awaited him with that of Jonah, have called forth from his disciples a question which, if proposed to him, he must have answered, but which, judging from the sequel, he cannot have answered. On these grounds, modern critics have pronounced the explanation of the σημεῖον Ἰωνά in Matthew to be an interpretation made post eventum by the evangelist, and by him falsely attributed to Jesus. According to them, Jesus indeed directed the attention of the Pharisees to the sign of Jonah, but only in the sense in which Luke makes him explain it, namely, that as Jonah himself, by his mere appearance and preaching of repentance without miracles, had sufficed as a sign from God to the Ninevites, so his own contemporaries, instead of craving for miracles, should be satisfied with his person and preaching. This interpretation is the only one which accords with the tenor of the discourse of Jesus, even in Matthew, and more particularly with the parallel between the relation of the Ninevites to Jonah, and that of the queen of the south to Solomon, as it was the wisdom of Solomon by which the latter felt herself attracted from the ends of the earth, so in Jonah, even according to the expression of Matthew, it was solely his preaching which brought the Ninevites to repentance. It might be supposed that the future tense in Luke, so shall also the Son of Man be to this generation, a sign, cannot be referred to Jesus and his preaching as manifested at that moment, but only to something future as his resurrection. But this, in reality, points either to the future judgment, in which it will be made manifest, that as Jonah was reckoned a sign to the Ninevites, so was the Son of Man to the Jews then living, or to the fact that when Jesus spoke these words, his appearance had not yet attained its consummation, and many of its stages lay yet in futurity. Nevertheless, it must have been at an early period, as we see from the first gospel, that the fate of Jonah was placed in a typical relation to the death and resurrection of Jesus, since the primitive church anxiously searched through the Old Testament for types and prophecies of the offensive catastrophe which befell their Messiah. There are still some expressions of Jesus in the fourth gospel, which have been understood as latent prophecies of the resurrection. The discourse on the corn of wheat, chapter 12, 24, it is true, too obviously relates to the work of Jesus, as likely to be furthered by his death, to be here taken into further consideration. But in the farewell discourses in John there are some declarations, which many are still inclined to refer to the resurrection. When Jesus says, I will not leave you comfortless, I will come unto you. Yet a little time, and the world sees me no more, but ye see me. A little while, and ye shall not see me. And again a little while, and ye shall see me. Etc. Chapter 14, verse 18 and following, chapter 16, verse 16 and following. Many believe that these expressions, with the relation between a little while and again a little while, the opposition between manifest to you, the disciples, and not to the world, the words I shall see you again, and ye shall see, which appear to indicate a strictly personal interview, can be referred to nothing else than the resurrection, which was precisely such a reappearance after a short removal, and moreover a personal reappearance granted to the friends of Jesus alone. But this promised reappearance is at the same time described by Jesus in a manner which will not suit the days of the resurrection. If the words, because I live, chapter 14, verse 19, denote his resurrection, we are at a loss to know what can be meant by the succeeding clause, ye shall live also. Again, Jesus says that on that reappearance his disciples will know his relation to the Father, and will no more need to ask anything of him. Chapter 14, verse 20, chapter 16, verse 23. Yet, even on the very last day of their intercourse with him after the resurrection, they ask a question of him. Acts chapter 1, verse 6. And one which, from the point of view of the fourth gospel, is altogether senseless. Lastly, when he promises that to him who loves him, he and the Father will come and make their abode with him, it is perfectly clear that Jesus here speaks not of a corporeal return, but of his spiritual return through the Parakletos. Nevertheless, even this explanation has its difficulties, since, on the other hand, the expressions ye shall see me and I shall see you will not entirely suit that purely spiritual return. Hence we must defer the solution of this apparent contradiction until we can give a more complete elucidation of the discourses in which these expressions occur. In the meantime, we merely observe that the farewell discourses in John being admitted, even by the friends of the fourth gospel, to contain an intermixture of the evangelist's own thoughts, are the last source from which to obtain a proof on this subject. After all, there might seem to be a resource in the supposition that though Jesus did not indeed speak of his future resurrection, it was not the less foreknown by him. Now, if he had a foreknowledge of his resurrection, either he obtained it in a supernatural manner, by means of the prophetic spirit, the higher principle that dwelt within him, by means of his divine nature, if that be preferred, or he knew it in a natural manner, by the exercise of his human reason. but a supernatural foreknowledge of that event, as well as of his death, is inconceivable, owing to the relation in which Jesus places it to the Old Testament. Not merely in passages such as Luke 18:31, which, as prophecies, can no longer have an historical value for us after the result of our last inquiry, does Jesus represent his resurrection, together with his passion and death, as a fulfillment of all things that are written by the prophets concerning the Son of Man. But even after the issue, he admonishes his disciples that they ought to believe all that the prophets have spoken, namely, that Christ ought to have suffered these things and to enter into his glory. Luke 24:25 and following. According to the sequel of the narrative, Jesus forthwith expounded to these disciples, going to Emmaus, all the passages of Scripture relating to himself, beginning at Moses and all the prophets, to which farther on, verse 44, the Psalms are added, but no single passage is given us as having been interpreted by Jesus of his resurrection, except that it would follow from Matthew 12:39 and following, that he regarded the fate of the prophet Jonah as a type of his own, and regarding the subsequent apostolic interpretation as an echo of that of Jesus, it might be concluded that he, as afterwards the apostles, found such prophecies chiefly in Psalm 16:8 and following, Luke 2:25 and following, 13:35, Isaiah 53, Acts 8:32 and following, Isaiah 55:3, Acts 13:34, and possibly also in Hosea 6:2. But the fate of Jonah has not even an external similarity to that of Jesus, and the book which narrates his history carries its object so completely in itself, that whoever may ascribe to it, or to one of its particulars, a typical relation to events in futurity, assuredly mistakes its true sense and the design of its author. Isaiah 55:3 is so obviously irrelevant, that one can scarcely conceive how the passage could be brought into special connection with the resurrection of Jesus. Isaiah 53 refers decidedly to a collective subject perpetually restored to life in new members. Hosea 6 has a figurative reference, not to be mistaken, to the people and state of Israel. Lastly, the principal passage, Psalm 16, can only be interpreted of a pious man, who, by the help of Jehovah, hopes to escape from the danger of death, not in the sense that he, like Jesus, would rise again from the grave, but that he would not be laid there, that is, obviously, not for the present, but with the understanding that when his time should come he must pay the tribute of nature, which again will not apply to Jesus. Thus, if a supernatural principle in Jesus, a prophetic spirit, caused him to discover a pre-intimation of his resurrection in these Old Testament histories and passages, then, as no one of them really contained such a pre-intimation, the spirit in him cannot have been the spirit of truth, and must have been a lying spirit, the supernatural principle in him not a divine, but a demoniacal principle. If, in order to avoid this consequence, supranaturalists who are accessible to a rational interpretation of the Old Testament resort to their only remaining expedient, of regarding the foreknowledge of Jesus concerning his resurrection as purely natural and human, we must reply that the resurrection, conceived as a miracle, was a secret of the divine counsels, to penetrate into which, prior to the issue, was an impossibility to a human intelligence, While viewed as a natural result, it was a chance the last to be calculated upon, apart from the supposition of an apparent death planned by Jesus and his colleagues. Thus the foreknowledge, as well as the prediction of the resurrection, was attributed to Jesus only after the issue, and in fact it was an easy matter, with the groundless arbitrariness of Jewish exegesis, for the disciples and the authors of the New Testament to discover in the Old types and prophecies of the resurrection. Not that they did this with crafty design, according to the accusation of the Wolfenbüttel fragmentist and others of his class, but as he who has looked at the sun long sees its image wherever he may turn his gaze, so they, blinded by their enthusiasm for the new Messiah, saw him on every page of the only book they read, the Old Testament, and, in the conviction that Jesus was the Messiah, founded in the genuine feeling that he had satisfied their deepest need, a conviction that a feeling which we also still honor, they laid hold on supports which have long been broken, and which can no longer be made tenable by the most zealous efforts of an exegesis which is behind the age. End of section 114. Part 3, Chapter 1, Section 115 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, History of the Passion, Death, and Resurrection of Jesus. Chapter 1, Relation of Jesus to the idea of a suffering and dying Messiah, his discourses on his death, resurrection, and second advent. Section 115. The discourses of Jesus on his second advent. Criticism of the different interpretations. Not only did Jesus, according to the evangelical accounts, predict that he should return to life 3 days after his death, but also that at a later period, in the midst of the calamities which would issue in the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem, he should come in the clouds of heaven to close the present period of the world, and by a general judgment open the future age. Matthew chapter 24 and 25, Mark chapter 13, Luke chapter 17 verses 22 through 37, chapter 21 verses 5 through 36. As Jesus for the last time went out of the temple, Luke has not this circumstance, and his disciples, Luke says indefinitely, some, admiringly drew his attention to the magnificent building, he assured them that all which they then looked on would be destroyed from its foundations. Matthew chapter 24 verses 1 and 2 and parallel passages. On the question of the disciples, when this would happen, and what would be the sign of the Messiah's coming, which in their idea was associated with such a crisis, verse 3, Jesus warns them not to be deceived by persons falsely giving themselves out to be the Messiah, and by the notion that the expected catastrophe must follow immediately on the first prognostics, for wars and rumors of war, risings of nation against nation, and kingdom against kingdom, famine, pestilence, and earthquakes in divers places, would be only the beginning of the sorrows which were to precede the advent of the Messiah. Verses 4 through 8. They themselves, his adherents, must first suffer hatred, persecution, and the sword. Perfidy, treachery, deception by false prophets, lukewarmness, and general corruption of morals would prevail among men. But at the same time, the news of the Messiah's kingdom must be promulgated through the whole world. Only after all this could the end of the present period of the world arrive, until when he who would partake of the blessedness of the future must endure with constancy. Verses 9 through 14. A nearer presage of this catastrophe would be the fulfillment of the oracle of Daniel, chapter 9, verse 27, the standing of the abomination of desolation in the holy place. According to Luke chapter 21, verse 20, the encompassing of Jerusalem with armies. When this should take place, it would be high time for the most precipitate flight, according to Luke, because the devastation of Jerusalem would be at hand, an event which he more nearly particularizes in the address of Jesus to the city, chapter 19, verse 43 and following. Thine enemies shall cast a trench about thee, and compass thee round, and keep thee in on every side, and shall lay thee even with the ground, and thy children within thee, and they shall not leave in thee one stone upon another. At this juncture, all who should have hindrances to rapid departure would be deserving of compassion, and it would be in the highest degree desirable that the recommended flight should not fall in an unfavorable season, for then would commence unexampled tribulation, according to Luke verse 24, consisting chiefly in many of the people of Israel perishing by the sword, in others being carried away captive, and in Jerusalem being trodden down of the Gentiles for a predetermined period. A tribulation which only the merciful abridgment of its duration by God, for the sake of the elect, could render supportable. Verses 15 through 22. At this time would arise false prophets and messiahs, seeking to delude by miracles and signs, and promising to show the Messiah in this or that place, whereas a Messiah who was concealed anywhere and must be sought out could not be the true one, for his advent would be like the lightning, a sudden and universal revelation, of which the central point would be Jerusalem, the object of punishment on account of its sin. Verses 23 through 28. Immediately after this time of tribulation, the darkening of the sun and moon, the falling of the stars, and of the shaking of all the powers of heaven would usher in the appearance of the Messiah, who, to the dismay of the dwellers on the earth, would come with great glory in the clouds of heaven, and immediately send forth his angels to gather together his elect from all the corners of the earth. Verses 29 through 31. By the forenamed signs, the approach of the described catastrophe would be as certainly discernible as the approach of summer by the budding of the fig tree. The existing generation would, by all that was true, live to witness it, though its more precise period was known to God only. Verses 32 through 36. But after the usual manner of mankind, what follows Mark and Luke partly have not at all, partly not in this connection. They would allow the advent of the Messiah, as formerly the deluge, to overtake them in thoughtless security. Verses 37 through 39. And yet it would be an extremely critical period, in which those who stood in the closest relation to each other would be delivered over to entirely opposite destinies. Verses 40 and 41. Hence watchfulness would be requisite, as in all cases where the period of a decisive issue is uncertain, an admonition which is then illustrated by the image of the master of the house and the thief, verses 43 and 44, of the servant to whom his lord, when about to travel, entrusted the rule of his house, verses 45 through 51, of the wise and foolish virgins, chapter 25, verses 1 through 13, and lastly of the talents, verses 14 through 30. Hereupon follows a description of the solemn judgment, which the Messiah would hold over all nations, and in which, according as the duties of humanity were observed or neglected, he would award blessedness or misery, verses 31 through 46. Thus, in these discourses, Jesus announces that shortly, chapter 24, verse 29, after that calamity which, especially according to the representation in Luke's gospel, we must identify with the destruction of Jerusalem and its temple, and within the term of the cotemporary generation, verse 34, he would visibly make his second advent in the clouds, and terminate the existing dispensation. Now, as it will soon be 18 centuries since the destruction of Jerusalem, and an equally long period since the generation cotemporary with Jesus disappeared from the earth, while his visible return and the end of the world which he associated with it have not taken place, the announcement of Jesus appears so far to have been erroneous. Already in the first age of Christianity, when the return of Christ was delayed longer than had been anticipated, there arose, according to 2 Peter chapter 3, verse 3 and following, scoffers, asking, "Where is the promise of his coming? For since the fathers fell asleep, all things continue as they were from the beginning of creation." In modern times, the inference which may apparently be drawn from the above consideration, to the disadvantage of Jesus and the apostles, has been by no one more pointedly expressed than by the Wolfenbüttel fragmentist. No promise throughout the whole Scriptures, he thinks, is on the one hand more definitely expressed, and on the other has turned out more flagrantly false, than this, which yet forms one of the main pillars of Christianity. And he does not see in this a mere error, but a premeditated deception on the part of the apostles, to whom, and not to Jesus himself, he attributes that promise, and the discourses in which it is contained. A deception induced by the necessity of alluring the people on whose contributions they wished to subsist by the promise of a speedy reward, and discernible by the boldness of their attempts to evade the doubts springing from the protracted delay of the return of Christ. Paul, for example, in the second epistle to the Thessalonians, sheltering himself in obscure phrases, and Peter, in his second epistle, resorting to the preposterous expedient of appealing to the divine mode of reckoning time, in which 1,000 years are equal to 1 day. Such inferences from the discourse before us would inflict a fatal wound on Christianity. Hence it is natural that exegetes should endeavor by all means to obviate them. And as the whole difficulty consists in Jesus having apparently placed an event now long past in immediate chronological connection with one still future, 3 expedients are possible: either to deny that Jesus in part spoke of something now past, and to allege that he spoke solely of what is still future; or to deny that a part of his discourse relates to something still future, and thus to refer the entire prediction to what is already lying in the past; or lastly, to admit that the discourse of Jesus does indeed partly refer to something which is still future to us, but either to deny that he places the 2 series of events in immediate chronological succession, or to maintain that he has also noticed what is intermediate. Some of the fathers of the church, as Irenaeus and Hilary, yet living in the primitive expectation of the return of Christ, and at the same time not so practised in regular exegesis as to be incapable of overlooking certain difficulties attendant on a desirable interpretation, referred the entire prediction from its commencement in Matthew chapter 24 to its end in Matthew chapter 25, to the still future return of Christ to judgment. But as this interpretation admits that Jesus in the commencement of his discourse uses the destruction of Jerusalem as a type of the final catastrophe, it virtually nullifies itself. For what does that admission signify, but that the discourse of Jesus, in the first instance, produces the impression that he spoke of the destruction of Jerusalem, that is, of something now past, and that only more extended reflection and combination can give it a relation to something still lying in futurity. To modern rationalism, based as it was on naturalistic principles, the hope of the second advent of Christ was in every form annihilated. Hence, not scrupling at any exegetical violence for the sake of removing from Scripture what was discordant with its preconceived system, it threw itself on the opposite side, and hazarded the attempt to refer the discourses in question, in their entire tenor, solely to the destruction of Jerusalem, and the events which immediately preceded and followed it. According to this interpretation, the end spoken of is only the cessation of the Judeo-Gentile economy of the world. What it said of the advent of Christ in the clouds is only a figurative description of the promulgation and triumph of his doctrine. The assembling of the nations to judgment, and the sending of some into blessedness and others into condemnation, is an image of the happy consequences which would result from embracing the doctrine and cause of Jesus, and the evil consequences attendant on indifference or hostility to them. But in this explanation there is a want of similarity between the symbols and the ideas represented, which is not only unprecedented in itself, but particularly inconceivable in this case, since Jesus is here addressing minds of Jewish culture, and must therefore be aware that what he said of the Messiah's advent in the clouds, of the judgment, and the end of the existing period of the world, would be understood in the most literal sense. It thus appears that the discourse of Jesus will not, as a whole, admit of being referred either to the destruction of the Jewish state, or to the events at the end of the world. It would therefore be necessarily referred to something distinct from both, if this twofold impossibility adhered alike to all its parts. But the case is not so, for while, on the one hand, what is said, Matthew chapter 24, verses 2 and 3 and 15 and following, of the devastation of the temple cannot be referred to the end of the world, on the other hand, what is predicted, chapter 25, verse 31 and following, of the judgment to be held by the Son of Man, will not suit the destruction of Jerusalem. As, according to this, in the earlier part of the discourse of Jesus, the destruction of Jerusalem is the predominant subject, but in the subsequent part, the end of all things. It is possible to make a division so as to refer the former to the more proximate event, the latter to the more remote one. This is the middle path which has been taken by the majority of modern exegetes, and here the only question is, where is the partition to be made? As it must present a space of time within which the whole period from the destruction of Jerusalem to the last day may be supposed to fall, and which therefore would include many centuries, it must, one would think, be plainly indicated, so as to be easily and unanimously found. It is no good augury for the plan that this unanimity does not exist, that, on the contrary, the required division is made in widely different parts of the discourse of Jesus. Thus much, on the one hand, appeared to be decided, that at least the close of the 25th chapter, from verse 31, with its description of the solemn tribunal which the Messiah, surrounded by his angels, would hold over all nations, cannot be referred to the time of the destruction of Jerusalem. Hence, many theologians believed that they could fix the boundary here, retaining the relation to the end of the Jewish state until chapter 25, verse 30, and at this point making the transition to the end of the world. On the very first glance at this explanation, it must appear strange that the great chasm which it supposes to exist between verses 30 and 31 is marked simply by a de. Moreover, not only are the darkening of the sun and moon, earthquakes, and falling of the stars understood as a mere image of the subversion of the Jewish state and worship, but when, chapter 24, verse 31, it is said of the Messiah that he will come in the clouds, this is supposed to mean invisibly, with power, only observable by the effects he produces, with great glory, with such as consists in the conclusions which may be drawn from those effects, while the angels who gather together the nations by the sound of the trumpet are supposed to represent the apostles preaching the gospel. Quite erroneously, appeal is made, in support of this merely figurative meaning, to the prophetic pictures of the divine day of judgment. Isaiah chapter 13, verse 9 and following, chapter 24, verse 18 and following, Jeremiah chapter 4, verse 23 and following, Ezekiel chapter 32, verse 7 and following, Joel chapter 3, verse 3 and following, Amos chapter 8, verse 9. Farther to descriptions, such as Judges chapter 5, verse 20, Acts chapter 2, chapter 17 and following. In those prophetic passages, real eclipses of the sun and moon, earthquakes, and the like are intended, and are described as prodigies which will accompany the predicted catastrophe. The Song of Deborah, again, celebrates a real participation of heaven in the battle against Sisera, a participation which, in the narrative, chapter 4, verse 15, is ascribed to God himself in the song, to his heavenly hosts. Lastly, Peter expects that the outpouring of the Spirit will be succeeded by the appearances in the heavens, promised among the signs of the great day of the Lord. The attempt to effect a division near the end of the discourse, at chapter 25, verse 30, failing, from its rendering much that goes before incapable of explanation, the next expedient is to retreat as far towards the commencement as possible, by considering how far it is inevitable to recognize a relation to the immediate future. The first resting place is after chapter 24, verse 28, for what is said, up to this point, of war and other calamities, of the abomination in the temple, of the necessity for speedy flight, in order to escape unprecedented misery, cannot be divested of a reference to the destruction of Jerusalem without the greatest violence, while what follows concerning the appearance of the Son of Man in the clouds, etc., just as imperatively demands an application to the last day. But in the first place, it appears incomprehensible how the enormous interval, which on this explanation also is supposed to fall between the one portion of the discourse and the other, can be introduced between two verses, of all others, which Matthew connects by an adverb expressive of the shortest possible time, eutheos. It has been sought to remove this inconvenience by the assertion that eutheos does not here signify the quick succession of the one incident on the other, but only the unexpected occurrence of an event, and that consequently what is here said amounts merely to this: suddenly, at some period, how distant is undetermined, after the calamities attendant on the destruction of Jerusalem, the Messiah will visibly appear. Such an interpretation of eutheos is, as Olshausen correctly perceives, merely a desperate resource. But even were it otherwise, it would afford no real aid, since not only does Mark in his parallel passage, verse 24, by the words, in those days after that tribulation, place the events which he proceeds to mention in uninterrupted chronological succession with those which he had before detailed, but also shortly after this point in each of the narratives, Matthew verse 34 and parallel passages, we find the assurance that all this will be witnessed by the existing generation. As thus the opinion that from verse 29 everything relates to the return of Christ to judge the world, was threatened with annihilation by verse 34, the word γενεὰ, as the Wolfenbüttel fragmentist complains, was put to the torture, that it might cease to bear witness against this mode of division. At one time it is made to signify the Jewish nation, at another the adherents of Jesus, and of both the one and the other Jesus is supposed to say that it will, how many generations hence being left uncertain, be still in existence on the arrival of that catastrophe. So to explain the verse in question, that it may not contain a determination of time, is even maintained to be necessary on a consideration of the context, verse 35. For as in this Jesus declares it impossible to determine the period of that catastrophe, he cannot immediately before have given such a determination, in the assurance that his cotemporaries would yet live to see all of which he had been speaking. But this alleged necessity, so to interpret the word γενεὰ, has long been dissipated by the distinction between an inexact indication of the space of time, beyond which the event will not be deferred, and the precise determination of the epoch, at which it will occur. The former Jesus gives, the latter he declares himself unable to give. But the very possibility of interpreting γενεὰ in the above manner vanishes when it is considered that in connection with a verb of time, and without anything to imply a special application, γενεὰ cannot have any other than its original sense, that is, generation, age. That in a passage aiming to determine the signs of the Messiah's advent, it would be very unsuitable to introduce a declaration which, instead of giving any information concerning the arrival of that catastrophe, should rather treat of the duration of the Jewish nation, or of the Christian community, of which nothing had previously been said. That, moreover, already at verse 33, in the words, Ye, when ye shall see all these things, know, etc., it is presupposed that the parties addressed would witness the approach of the event in question. And lastly, that in another passage, Matthew chapter 16 verse 28 and parallel passages, the certainty of living to see the coming of the Son of Man is asserted not simply of this generation, but of some standing here, whereby it is shown in the most decisive manner that in the present passage also Jesus intended by the above expression the race of his cotemporaries, who were not to have become extinct before that catastrophe should occur. Unable to deny this, and yet anxious to separate as widely as possible the end of the world here announced and the age of Jesus, others would find in the declaration before us nothing more than this: the events hitherto described will begin to be fulfilled in the present age, though their complete fulfilment may yet be deferred many centuries. But when already at verse 8 the subject is said to be the beginning of the tribulation, while from verse 14 we have a description of the end of the present period of the world, which that tribulation would introduce, and it is here, verse 34, said the existing generation shall not pass away, until all these things be fulfilled. We must inevitably understand by all these things not merely the beginning, but also the last mentioned events at the end of the world. Thus there is still, at verse 34, something which must be referred to an event very near to the time of Jesus. Hence, the discourse of Jesus cannot, from so early a point as verse 29, refer to the end of the world, an epoch so far distant. And the division must be made somewhat farther on, after verse 35 or 42. But on this plan, expressions are thrown into the first part of the discourse, which resist the assigned application to the time of the destruction of Jerusalem. The glorious advent of Christ in the clouds, and the assembling of all nations by angels, verse 30 and following, must be regarded as the same extravagant figures which formerly forbade our acceptance of another mode of division. Thus the declaration, verse 34, which, together with the preceding symbolical discourse on the fig tree, verse 32 and following, and the appended asseveration, verse 35, must refer to a very near event, has, both before and after it, expressions which can only relate to the more distant catastrophe. Hence it has appeared to some as a sort of oasis in the discourse, having a sense isolated from the immediate context. Schott, for instance, supposes that up to verse 26 Jesus had been speaking of the destruction of Jerusalem, that at verse 27 he does indeed make a transition to the events at the end of the present period of the world, but that at verse 32 he reverts to the original subject, the destruction of Jerusalem, and only at verse 36 proceeds again to speak of the end of the world. But this is to hew the text in pieces out of desperation. Jesus cannot possibly have spoken with so little order and coherence, still less can he have so linked his sentences together as to give no intimation of such abrupt transitions. Nor is this imputed to him by the most recent critics. According to them, it is the evangelist who has joined together, not in the best order, distinct and heterogeneous declarations of Jesus. Matthew, indeed, admits Schultz, imagined that these discourses were spoken without intermission, and only arbitrariness and violence can in this respect sever them from each other. But hardly did Jesus himself deliver them in this consecutive manner and with this imprint of unity. The various phases of his coming, thinks Sieffert, his figurative appearance at the destruction of Jerusalem, and his literal appearance at the last day, though they may not have been expressly discriminated, were certainly not positively connected by Jesus. But subjects which he spoke of in succession were, from their obscurity, confused together by the evangelist. And as in this instance there recurs the difference between Matthew and Luke, that what Matthew represents as being spoken on a single occasion, Luke distributes into separate discourses, to which it is also to be added that much of what Matthew gives, Luke either has not, or has it in a different form. Therefore Schleiermacher believed himself warranted to rectify the composition of Matthew by that of Luke, and to maintain that while in Luke the two separate discourses, chapter 17, verse 22 and following, and chapter 21, verse 5 and following, have each their appropriate connection and their indubitable application, in Matthew, chapters 24 and 25, by the blending of those two discourses and the introduction of portions of other discourses, the connection is destroyed and the application obscured. According to this, the discourse, Luke chapter 21, taken alone, contains nothing which outsteps the reference to the capture of Jerusalem and the accompanying events. Yet here also, verse 27, we find the declaration, then shall they see the Son of Man coming in a cloud. And when Schleiermacher explains this as a mere image representing the revelation of the religious significance of the political and natural events before described, he falls into a violence of interpretation which overturns his entire opinion as to the natural relation of these accounts. If, then, in the connection of the end of all things with the destruction of Jerusalem, Matthew by no means stands alone, but is connected by Luke, to say nothing of Mark, whose account in this instance is an extract from Matthew. We may, it is true, conclude that as in other discourses of Jesus, so perhaps in this also, many things which were uttered at different times are associated, but there is nothing to warrant the supposition that precisely what relates to the two events, which in our idea are so remote from each other, is the foreign matter, especially since we see, from the unanimous representation of the remaining New Testament writings, that the primitive church expected, as a speedy issue, the return of Christ, together with the end of the present period of the world. 1 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 11, chapter 15, verse 51, Philippians chapter 4, verse 5, 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, verse 15 and following, James chapter 5, verse 8, 1 Peter chapter 4, verse 7, 1 John chapter 2, verse 18, Revelation chapter 1, verses 1 and 3, chapter 3, verse 11, chapter 22, verses 7, 10, 12, and 20. Thus it is impossible to evade the acknowledgment that in this discourse, if we do not mutilate it to suit our own views, Jesus at first speaks of the destruction of Jerusalem, and farther on, and until the close, of his return at the end of all things, and that he places the two events in immediate connection. There remains, therefore, but one expedient for vindicating the correctness of his announcement, namely, on the one hand, to assign the coming of which he speaks to the future, but, on the other hand, to bring it at the same time into the present. Instead of a merely future, to make it a perpetual coming. The whole history of the world, it is said, since the first appearance of Christ, is an invisible return on his part, a spiritual judgment which he holds over mankind. Of this, the destruction of Jerusalem, in our passage until verse 28, is only the first act. In immediate succession comes the revolution effected among mankind by the publication of the gospel, a revolution which is to be carried on in a series of acts and epochs, until the end of all things, when the judgment gradually effected in the history of the world will be made known by an all-comprehending final revelation. But the famous utterance of the poet, spoken from the inmost depth of modern conviction, is ill adapted to become the key of a discourse, which more than any other has its root in the point of view proper to the ancient world. To regard the judgment of the world, the coming of Christ, as something successive, is a mode of conception in the most direct opposition to that of the New Testament. The very expressions by which it designates that catastrophe as that day or the last day show that it is to be thought of as momentary. The end of the age, verse 3, concerning the signs of which the apostles inquire, and which Jesus elsewhere, Matthew chapter 13, verse 39, represents under the image of the harvest, can only be the final close of the course of the world, not something which is gradually effected during this course. When Jesus compares his coming to lightning, chapter 24, verse 27, and to the entrance of the thief in the night, verse 43, he represents it as one sudden event, and not as a series of events. If we consider in addition to this the extravagant figures, which it is not less necessary to suppose on this interpretation, then on the above-mentioned reference of the 24th chapter to the destruction of Jerusalem, it will appear necessary to abstain from this expedient, as from all the previous ones. Thus, the last attempt to discover in the discourse before us the immense interval which, looking from our position in the present day, is fixed between the destruction of Jerusalem and the end of all things, having failed, we are taught practically that that interval lies only in our own conception, which we are not justified in introducing into the text. And when we consider that we owe our idea of that interval only to the experience of many centuries, which have elapsed since the destruction of Jerusalem, it cannot be difficult to us to imagine how the author of this discourse, who had not had this experience, might entertain the belief that shortly after the fall of the Jewish sanctuary, the world itself, of which, in the Jewish idea, that sanctuary was the center, would also come to an end, and the Messiah appear in judgment. End of section 115. Part 3, Chapter 1, Section 116 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, History of the Passion, Death, and Resurrection of Jesus. Chapter 1, Relation of Jesus to the idea of a suffering and dying Messiah, his discourses on his death, resurrection, and second advent. Section 116. Origin of the Discourses on the Second Advent. The result just obtained involves a consequence, to avoid which has been the object of all the futile attempts at explanation hitherto examined. If, namely, Jesus conceived and declared that the fall of the Jewish sanctuary would be shortly followed by his visible return and the end of the world, while it is now nearly 1800 years since the one catastrophe, and yet the other has not arrived, it follows that in this particular he was mistaken. Hence expositors, who so far yield to exegetical evidence, as to agree with us in the above conclusion concerning the meaning of the discourse before us, seek, from dogmatical considerations, to evade this legitimate consequence. Hengstenberg, as is well known, has advanced, in relation to the history of the Hebrew prophets, the following theory, which has met with approval from other expositors. To the spiritual vision of these men, he says, future things presented themselves not so much through the medium of time as of space, as it were, in great pictures, and thus, as is the case in paintings or perspective views, the most distant object often appeared to them to stand immediately behind the nearest, foreground and background being intermingled with each other. And this theory of a perspective vision we are to apply to Jesus, especially in regard to the discourse in question. But we may here cite the appropriate remark of Paulus, that as one who in a perspective externally presented does not know how to distinguish distances, labors under an optical delusion, that is, errs, so likewise in an internal perspective of ideas, if such there be, the disregard of distances must be pronounced an error. Consequently, this theory does not show that the above men did not err, but rather explains how they easily might err. Even Olshausen considers this theory, which he elsewhere adopts, insufficient in the present case to remove all appearance of error on the part of Jesus, and he therefore seeks to derive special grounds of justification from the particular nature of the event predicted. In the first place, he regards it as indispensable to the full moral influence of the doctrine of Christ's return, that this catastrophe should be regarded as possible, nay, probable, at any moment. This consideration may indeed justify such enunciations as Matthew chapter 24, verse 37 and following, where Jesus admonishes to watchfulness, because no one can know how soon the decisive moment may arrive, but by no means such as chapter 24, verse 34, where he declares that within the term of the existing generation all will be fulfilled. For one whose mind is in a healthy state, conceives the possible as possible, the probable as probable, and if he wishes to abide by the truth, he so exhibits them to others. He, on the contrary, by whom the merely possible or probable is conceived as the real, is under a mistake, and he who, without so conceiving it himself, yet for a moral or religious object, so represents it to others, permits himself to use a pious fraud. Olshausen further avails himself of a position already noticed, namely, that the opinion that the advent of Christ is at hand is a true one, inasmuch as the entire history of the world is a coming of Christ, though not so as to exclude his final coming at the end of all things. But if it is proved that Jesus represented his literal final coming as near at hand, while in fact only his figurative perpetual coming occurred in the period indicated, he has confused these two modes of his coming. The last argument which Olshausen adduces, that because the acceleration or delay of the return of Christ depends on the conduct of men, consequently on their free will, his prophecy is only to be understood conditionally, stands or falls with the first. For to represent something conditional as unconditional is to create a false impression. Sieffert likewise regards the grounds on which Olshausen seeks to free the assertions of Jesus concerning his return from the imputation of error as inadequate. Nevertheless, he holds it an impossibility to the Christian consciousness to ascribe an erroneous expectation to Jesus. In no case would this furnish a warrant arbitrarily to sever from each other those elements in the discourse of Jesus which refer to the nearer event, from those which in our view refer to the more remote one. Rather, if we had reasons for holding such an error on the part of Jesus inconceivable, we must deny in general that the discourses on the second advent, in which those two sets of materials are so inextricably interwoven, originated with him. But, looking from the orthodox point of view, the question is not, what will it satisfy the Christian consciousness of the present day to believe or not to believe concerning Christ, but what stands written concerning Christ? And to this the above consciousness must accommodate itself as it best may. Considering the subject rationally, however, a feeling resting on presuppositions, such as the so-called Christian consciousness, has no voice in matters of science, and as often as it seeks to intermeddle with them, is to be reduced to order by the simple reprimand, mulier taceat in ecclesia. But have we no other grounds for questioning that Jesus really uttered the predictions contained in Matthew chapter 24 and 25 and parallel passages? In pursuing this inquiry, we may first take our stand on the assertion of supranaturalistic theologians, that what Jesus here predicts he could not know in the natural way of reasonable calculation, but only in a supernatural manner. Even the main fact that the temple would be destroyed and Jerusalem laid waste could not, according to this opinion, be so certainly foreknown. Who could conjecture, it is asked, that the Jews would carry their frantic obstinacy so far as to render such an issue inevitable? Who could calculate that precisely such emperors would send such procurators as would provoke insurrection by their baseness and pusillanimity? Still more remarkable is it that many particular incidents which Jesus foretold actually occurred. The wars, pestilence, earthquakes, famines, which he prophesied, may be shown in the history of the succeeding times. The persecution of his followers really took place. The prediction that there would be false prophets, and even such as would, by promises of miracles, allure the people into the wilderness. Matthew chapter 24, verses 11, 24 and following, and parallel passages, may be compared with a strikingly similar passage from Josephus, describing the last times of the Jewish state. The encompassing of Jerusalem with armies, mentioned by Luke, with the trench, which he elsewhere, chapter 19, verse 43 and following, speaks of as being cast about the city, may be recognized in the circumstance recorded by Josephus that Titus caused Jerusalem to be enclosed by a wall. Lastly, it may also excite astonishment that the declarations, "There shall not be left one stone upon another," in relation to the temple, and "they shall lay thee even with the ground," Luke chapter 19, verse 44, in relation to the city, were fulfilled to the letter. When, on the orthodox point of view, from the impossibility of foreseeing such particulars in a natural manner, it is concluded that Jesus had a supernatural insight into the future, this conclusion is here attended not only with the same difficulty as above, in connection with the announcement of his death and resurrection, but with another also. In the first place, according to Matthew chapter 24, verse 15, and Mark chapter 13, verse 14, Jesus represented the first stage of the catastrophe as a fulfillment of the prophecy of Daniel concerning an abomination of desolation, and consequently referred Daniel chapter 9, verse 27, compare chapter 11, verse 31, chapter 12, verse 11, to an event at the destruction of Jerusalem by the Romans. For what Paulus maintains, namely, that Jesus here only borrows an expression from Daniel, without regarding that declaration of the prophet as a prophecy concerning something which in his time, the time of Jesus, was still future, is here rendered especially inconceivable by the addition, "Let him that readeth understand." Now, it may be regarded as an established point in the modern criticism and explanation of the Old Testament that the above passages in Daniel have reference to the desecration of the temple by Antiochus Epiphanes. Consequently, the interpretation of them which the evangelists here lend to Jesus is a false one. But to proceed to the difficulty which is peculiar to the prophecy in Matthew chapters 24 and 25, only one side of it, that relating to Jerusalem, has been fulfilled. The other, that relating to the return of Jesus and the end of the world, remains unfulfilled. Such a half-true prophecy as this cannot have been drawn by Jesus from his higher nature, and he must have been left in this matter to his human faculties. But that he should be able, by means of these, to foresee a result dependent on so many fortuities as was the destruction of Jerusalem, with its particular circumstances, appears inconceivable, and hence the conjecture arises that these discourses, in their definiteness which they now possess, were not uttered prior to the issue, consequently not by Jesus, but that they may have been put into his mouth as prophecies after the issue. Thus Kaiser, for example, is of opinion that Jesus threatened a terrible fate to the temple and the nation by means of the Romans conditionally, in case the nation did not accept salvation from the Messiah, and described this fate in prophetic types. But that the unconditional form and the more precise delineations were given to his discourse post eventum. Credner also infers, from the circumstances, that incidents accompanying the destruction of Jerusalem are put into the mouth of Jesus as prophecies, that the three first Gospels cannot have been composed before this event. It must certainly be supposed that the prophecy, as we have it in the two first Gospels, was formed immediately after or even during the issue, since here the appearance of the Messiah is predicted as an event that would immediately succeed the fall of Jerusalem, which in later years could no longer be the expectation. As this immediate chronological connection of the two catastrophes is not so expressly made by Luke, it has been supposed that this evangelist gives the prophecy as it was modified by experience, that the Messiah's advent and the end of the world had in no wise followed close on the destruction of Jerusalem. In opposition to these two opinions, that the prophecy in question had a supernatural force, and that it was only made after the issue, it is sought, in a third quarter, to show that what is here predicted Jesus might really have known in a natural way, while, on the one hand, it is held in the highest degree astonishing that the result should have so closely corresponded with the most minute features of the prophecy of Jesus. On the other hand, there are expositors by whom this correspondence is called into question. The encompassing of Jerusalem with armies, say they, is precisely what Titus, according to Josephus, pronounces impossible to be effected. It is predicted that a trench would be cast about the city, while Josephus informs us that after the first attempt at forming an embankment had been rendered useless by an act of incendiarism on the part of the besieged, Titus desisted from his scheme. Of false messiahs arising in the interval between the death of Jesus and the destruction of Jerusalem, history says nothing. The commotions among nations and the natural phenomena in that period are far from being so important as they are here represented. But above all in these prophecies, especially as they are given in Matthew and Mark, it is not the destruction of Jerusalem which is predicted, but solely that of the temple, plain divergencies of the prophecy from the result, which would not exist if either a supernatural glance into the future, or a vaticinium post eventum were concerned. According to these theologians, we are on the wrong track in seeking the counterpart of these prophecies forwards in the result, since it was backwards, on types presented in the past, that the authors looked. A mass of such types was furnished by the Jewish conception of the circumstances which would precede the advent of the Messiah. False prophets and messiahs, war, famine, and pestilence, earthquakes and commotions in the heavens, prevalent corruption of manners, persecution of the faithful servants of Jehovah, were held to be the immediate harbingers of the messianic kingdom. Moreover, in the prophets, there are descriptions of the tribulation which would presage and accompany the day of the coming of Jehovah. Isaiah chapter 13 verse 9 and following, Joel chapter 1 verse 15, chapter 2 verse 1 and following, verse 10 and following, chapter 3 verse 3 and following, chapter 4 verse 15 and following, Zephaniah chapter 1 verse 14 and following, Haggai chapter 2 verse 7, Zechariah chapter 14 verse 1 and following, Malachi chapter 3 verse 1 and following, or which would precede the messianic kingdom of the saints, Daniel chapters 7 through 12, as also expressions in later Jewish writings, so analogous with our evangelical prediction, as to put it beyond question that the description which it gives of the time of the Messiah's advent is drawn from a circle of ideas which had long been current among the Jews. Another question is, whether the principal feature in the picture before us, the destruction of the temple and the devastation of Jerusalem, as introductory to the coming of the Messiah, may also be shown to have made part of the popular conception in the time of Jesus. In Jewish writings, we find the notion that the birth of the Messiah would coincide with the destruction of the sanctuary. But this idea was obviously first formed after the fall of the temple, in order that a fountain of consolation might spring out of the lowest depth of misery. Josephus finds in Daniel, together with what relates to Antiochus, a prophecy of the annihilation of the Jewish state by the Romans. But as this is not the primary object in any of the visions in Daniel, Josephus might first make this interpretation after the issue, in which case it would prove nothing as to the time of Jesus. Nevertheless, it is conceivable that already in the time of Jesus, the Jews might attribute to the prophecies of Daniel a reference to events yet future, although these prophecies in fact related to a far earlier period, and they might do so on the same grounds as those on which the Christians of the present age still look forward to the full realization of Matthew chapters 24 and 25. As immediately after the fall of the kingdom made of iron mixed with clay, and of the horn that speaks blasphemies and makes war against the saints, the coming of the Son of Man in the clouds, and the commencement of the everlasting kingdom of the saints is prophesied, while this result had not by any means succeeded the defeat of Antiochus, there was an inducement still to look to the future, and not for the heavenly kingdom, but also, since they were made immediately to precede it, for the calamities caused by the kingdom of iron and clay, among which calamities, by analogy with what was predicted of the horn, the desecration of the temple was conspicuous. But while the prophecy in Daniel includes only the desecration of the temple and the interruption of the worship, together with the partial destruction of the city, in the discourse before us, complete destruction is predicted to the temple, and likewise to the city, not merely in Luke, where the expressions are very marked, but undoubtedly in the two other evangelists also, as appears to be indicated by the exhortation to hasty flight from the city. Which prediction of total destruction, as it is not contained in the type, can apparently have been gathered only from the result. But in the first place, the description in Daniel with the expressions shomem and yashjit, chapter 9 verse 26 and following, chapter 12 verse 11, which the Septuagint translates as desolation and I destroy, may easily be also understood of a total destruction. And secondly, if once, in connection with the sins of the nation, the temple and city had been destroyed and the people carried away captive, every enthusiastic Israelite, to whom the religious and moral condition of his fellow countrymen appeared corrupt and irremediable, might thenceforth expect and predict a repetition of that former judgment. According to this, even those particulars in which, as we have seen in the foregoing section, Luke surpasses his fellow narrators in definiteness, are not of a kind to oblige us to suppose either a supernatural foreknowledge, or a vaticinium post eventum. On the contrary, all may be explained by a close consideration of what is narrated concerning the first destruction of Jerusalem in 2 Kings chapter 25, 2 Chronicles chapter 36, and Jeremiah chapter 39 verse 52. There is only one point which Jesus, as the author of this discourse, could not have gathered from any types, but must have been drawn entirely from himself, namely, the declaration that the catastrophe which he described would arrive within the present generation. This prediction we must hesitate to derive from a supernatural knowledge, for the reason already noticed, that it is only half fulfilled, while the other side of the fact, the striking fulfilment of at least the one half of the prophecy, might incline us to distrust the supposition of a merely natural calculation, and to regard this determination of time as a feature introduced into the discourse of Jesus after the issue. Meanwhile, it is clear from the passages cited at the conclusion of the last section, that the apostles themselves expected the return of Christ to take place within their lifetime, and it is not improbable that Jesus also believed that this event, together with the ruin of the city and temple, which, according to Daniel, was to precede it, was very near at hand. The more general part of the expectation, namely, the appearing at some future time in the clouds of heaven, to awake the dead, to sit in judgment, and to found an everlasting kingdom, would necessarily, from a consideration of Daniel, where such a coming is ascribed to the Son of Man, be contemplated by Jesus as a part of his own destiny, so soon as he held himself to be the Messiah; while, with regard to the time, it was natural that he should not conceive a very long interval as destined to elapse between his first messianic coming in humiliation and his second in glory. One objection to the genuineness of the synoptical discourses on the second advent is yet in reserve. It has, however, less weight in our point of view than in that of the prevalent criticism of the Gospels. This objection is derived from the absence of any detailed description of the second advent of Jesus in the Gospel of John. It is true that the fundamental elements of the doctrine of Christ's return are plainly discoverable in the fourth Gospel also. Jesus therein ascribes to himself the offices of the future judgment, and the awaking of the dead. John chapter 5, verses 21 through 30. Which last is not indeed numbered among the concomitants of the advent of Christ in the synoptical Gospels, but not seldom appears in that connection elsewhere in the New Testament. For example, 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 23, 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, verse 16. When Jesus, in the fourth Gospel, sometimes denies that he is to come into the world for judgment, chapter 3, verse 17, chapter 8, verse 15, chapter 12, verse 47, this refers only to his first presence on earth, and is limited by opposite declarations, in which he asserts that he is come into the world for judgment, chapter 9, verse 39, compare with chapter 8, verse 16, to the sense that the object of his mission is not to condemn, but to save, and that his judgment is not individual or partial, that it consists not in an authoritative sentence proceeding subjectively from himself, but in an objective act proceeding from the intrinsic tendency of things, a doctrine which is significantly expressed in the declaration that him who hears his word without believing, he judges not, but the word which he has spoken shall judge him in the last day. Chapter 12, verse 48. Further, when the Jesus of John's Gospel says of the believer, he shall not come into judgment, chapter 3, verse 18, chapter 5, verse 24, this is to be understood of a judgment with a condemnatory issue, when, on the contrary, it is said of the unbeliever, he is judged already, chapter 3, verse 18. This only means that the assigning of the merited lot to each is not reserved until the future judgment at the end of all things, since each one in his inward disposition bears within himself the fate which is his due. This does not exclude a future solemn act of judgment, wherein that which has at present only a latent existence will be made matter of awful revelation. For in the very passage last quoted we find the consignment to condemnation, and elsewhere the awarding of future blessedness. Chapter 5, verse 28 and following, chapter 6, verse 39 and following, and verse 54. Associated with the last day and the resurrection. In like manner, Jesus says in Luke also, in the same connection in which he describes his return as a still future external catastrophe, chapter 17, verse 20 and following, the kingdom of God cometh not with observation, neither shall they say, Lo here, or Lo there, for behold, the kingdom of God is within you. A certain interpretation of the words uttered by the Jesus of John's Gospel supposes him even to intimate that his return was not far distant. The expressions already mentioned in the farewell discourses, in which Jesus promises his disciples not to leave them comfortless, but, after having gone to the Father, shortly, chapter 16, verse 16, to come again to them, chapter 14, verses 3 and 18, are not seldom understood of the return of Christ at the last day. But when we hear Jesus say of this same return, that he will therein reveal himself only to his disciples, and not to the world, chapter 14, verse 19, compare with verse 22, it is impossible to think of it as a return to judgment, in which Jesus conceived that he should reveal himself to good and bad without distinction. There is a particularly enigmatical allusion to the coming of Christ in the appendix to the fourth Gospel, chapter 21. On the question of Peter as to what will become of the apostle John, Jesus here replies, If I will that he tarry till I come, what is that to thee? Verse 22. Whence, as it is added, the Christians inferred that John would not die, since they supposed the coming here spoken of to be the final return of Christ, in which those who witnessed it were to be changed without tasting death. 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 51 and following. But, adds the author correctively, Jesus did not say the disciple would not die, but only if he willed that he should tarry till he came, what was that to Peter? Hereby the evangelist may have intended to rectify the inference in two ways. Either it appeared to him erroneous to identify the remaining until Jesus came with not dying, that is, to take the coming of which Jesus here spoke for the last, which would put an end to death, and in that case he must have understood by it an invisible coming of Christ, possibly in the destruction of Jerusalem. Or he held it erroneous that what Jesus had only said hypothetically, even if he willed the given case that was no concern of Peter's, should be understood categorically as if such had really been the will of Jesus, in which case the erchomai would retain its customary sense. If, according to this, all the main features of the doctrine of the second advent are put into the mouth of Jesus in the fourth gospel also, still we nowhere find anything of the detailed, graphic description of the external event, which we read in the synoptical gospels. This relation between the two representations creates no slight difficulty on the ordinary view of the origin of the gospel, and especially that of the fourth. If Jesus really spoke of his return so fully and solemnly as the synoptists represent him to have done, and treated of the right knowledge and observation of the signs as something of the highest importance, it is inconceivable that the author of the fourth gospel could pass over all this if he were an immediate disciple of Jesus. The usual mode of accounting for such an omission, by the supposition that he believed this part of the teaching of Jesus to be sufficiently known from the synoptical gospels, or from oral tradition, is the more inadequate here in proportion as all which bears a prophetic character, especially when relating to events at once so much longed for and dreaded, is exposed to misinterpretation, as we may see from the rectification just noticed, which the author of John chapter 21 found it necessary to apply to the opinion of his cotemporaries, concerning the promise given by Jesus to John. Thus, in the present case, an explanatory word would have been highly seasonable and useful, especially as the representation of the first gospel, which made the end of all things follow immediately on the destruction of Jerusalem, must be the more an occasion of doubt and offence the nearer the latter event came, and in a still greater degree when it was past. And who was more capable of affording such enlightenment than the favourite disciple, particularly if, according to Mark chapter 13 verse 3, he was the only evangelist who had been present at the discourse of Jesus on this subject. Hence, here again, a special reason for his silence is sought in the alleged destination of his gospel for non-Judaical idealizing Gnostics, whose point of view those descriptions would not have suited, and were therefore omitted. But precisely in relation to such readers, it would have been a culpable compliance, a confirmation in their idealizing tendency, had John, out of deference to them, suppressed the real side of the return of Christ. The apostle must rather have withstood the propensity of these people to evaporate the external historical part of Christianity, by giving due prominence to it, as, in his epistle, in opposition to their Docetism, he lays stress on the corporeality of Jesus. So, in opposition to their idealism, he must have been especially assiduous to exhibit in the return of Christ the external facts by which it would be signalized. Instead of this, he himself speaks nearly like a Gnostic, and constantly aims, in relation to the return of Christ, to resolve the external and the future into the internal and the present. Hence, there is not so much exaggeration, as Olshausen supposes, in the opinion of Fleck, that the representation of the doctrine of Jesus concerning his return in the synoptical gospels, and that given in the fourth, exclude each other. For if the author of the fourth gospel be an apostle, the discourses on the second advent which the three first evangelists attribute to Jesus cannot have been so delivered by him, and vice versa. We, however, as we have said, cannot avail ourselves of this argument, having long renounced the presupposition that the fourth gospel had an apostolic origin. But on our point of view, we can fully explain the relation which the representation of the fourth gospel bears to that of the synoptists. In Palestine, where the tradition recorded by the three first gospels was formed, the doctrine of a solemn advent of the Messiah, which was there prevalent, and which Jesus embraced, was received in its whole breadth into the Christian belief. Whereas in the Hellenistic theosophic circle in which the fourth gospel arose, this idea was divested of its material envelopment, and the return of Christ became the ambiguous medium between a real and an ideal, a present and a future event, which it appears in the fourth gospel. End of section 116. Part 3, Chapter 2, Section 117 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, History of the Passion, Death, and Resurrection of Jesus. Chapter 2, Machinations of the Enemies of Jesus, Treachery of Judas, Last Supper with the Disciples. Section 117, Development of the relation of Jesus to his enemies. In the three first Gospels, the principal enemies of Jesus are the Pharisees and scribes, who saw in him the most ruinous opponent of their institutions, together with the chief priests and elders, who, as the heads of the external temple worship and the hierarchy founded upon it, could have no friendly feeling towards one who on every opportunity represented as the main point the internal service of God with the devotion of the mind. Elsewhere we find among the enemies of Jesus the Sadducees. Matthew chapter 16 verse 1, chapter 22 verse 23 and following, and parallel passages. Compare with Matthew chapter 16 verse 6 and following, and parallel passages, to whose materialism much in his opinions must have been repugnant, and the Herodian party, Mark chapter 3 verse 6, Matthew chapter 22 verse 16 and parallel passages, who, having been unfavorable to the Baptist, were naturally so to his successor. The fourth gospel, though it sometimes mentions the chief priests and Pharisees, the most frequently designates the enemies of Jesus by the general expression, the Jews, an expression which proceeds from a later Christian point of view. The four evangelists unanimously relate that the more defined machinations of the Pharisaic hierarchical party against Jesus took their rise from an offense committed by the latter against the prevalent rules concerning the observation of the Sabbath. When Jesus had cured the man with the withered hand, it is said in Matthew, the Pharisees went out and held a council against him, how they might destroy him. Chapter 12, verse 14. Compare with Mark chapter 3, verse 6, Luke chapter 6, verse 11. And in like manner, John observes, on the occasion of the Sabbath cure at the pool of Bethesda, therefore did the Jews persecute Jesus. And after mentioning a declaration of Jesus, proceeds thus, therefore the Jews sought the more to kill him. Verses 16 and 18. But immediately after this commencing point, the synoptical account of the relation in question diverges from that of John. In the synoptists, the next offense is given by the neglect of washing before meals on the part of Jesus and his disciples, with the sharp invectives which, when called to account on the subject, he launched forth against the spirit of petty observance, and the hypocrisy and spirit of persecution with which it was united in the Pharisees and lawyers. After all which it is said that the latter conceived a deep animosity against him, and tried to sift him and entrap him by dangerous questions, in order to obtain grounds of accusation against him. Luke chapter 11 verses 37 through 54. Compare with Matthew chapter 15 verse 1 and following, Mark chapter 7 verse 1 and following. On his last journey to Jerusalem, the Pharisees gave Jesus a warning against Herod. Luke chapter 13 verse 31, which apparently had no other object than to induce him to leave the country. The next important cause of offense to the hierarchical party was the striking homage paid to Jesus by the people on his entrance into Jerusalem, and the purification of the temple which he immediately undertook. But they were still withheld from any violent measures towards him by the strength of his interest with the people. Matthew chapter 21 verse 15 and following, Mark chapter 9 verse 18, Luke chapter 19 verses 39 and 47 and following, which was the sole reason why they did not possess themselves of his person, after the severe manner in which he had characterized them in the parable of the husbandmen of the vineyard. Matthew chapter 21 verse 45 and following, and parallel passages. After these events, it scarcely needed the anti-Pharisaic discourse, Matthew chapter 23, to make the chief priests, the scribes, and elders, that is, the Sanhedrim, assemble in the palace of the high priest shortly before the Passover, for a consultation, that they might take Jesus by subtlety and kill him. Matthew chapter 26 verse 3 and following, and parallel passages. In the fourth gospel also, the great number of the adherents of Jesus among the people is sometimes, it is true, described as the reason why his enemies desire to seize him. Chapter 7 verses 32 and 44, compare with chapter 4 verse 1 and following. And his solemn entrance into Jerusalem embitters them here also. Chapter 12 verse 19. Sometimes their murderous designs are mentioned without any motive being stated. Chapter 7 verses 1, 19, and 25, chapter 8 verse 40. But the main cause of offense in this gospel lies in the declarations of Jesus concerning his exalted dignity. Even on the occasion of the cure of the lame man on the Sabbath, what chiefly irritated the Jews was that Jesus justified it by appealing to the uninterrupted agency of God as his Father, which in their opinion was a blasphemous making of himself equal with God. Verse 18. When he spoke of his divine mission, they sought to lay hold on him. Chapter 7 verse 30, compare with chapter 8 verse 20. On his asserting that he was before Abraham, they took up stones to cast at him. Chapter 8 verse 59. They did the same when he declared that he and the Father were one. Chapter 10 verse 31. And when he asserted that the Father was in him and he in the Father, they again attempted to seize him. Chapter 10 verse 39. But that which, according to the fourth gospel, turns the scale and causes the hostile party to take a formal resolution against Jesus, is the resuscitation of Lazarus. When this act was reported to the Pharisees, they and the chief priests convened a council of the Sanhedrim, in which the subject of deliberation was, that if Jesus continued to perform so many signs, all would at length adhere to him, and then the Roman power would be exerted to the destruction of the Jewish nation, whereupon the high priest Caiaphas pronounced the momentous decision, that it was better for one man to die for the people than for the whole nation to perish. His death was now determined upon, and it was enjoined on everyone to point out his abode, that he might be arrested. Chapter 11, verse 46 and following. With regard to this difference that modern criticism observes, that we should not at all comprehend the tragical turn of the fate of Jesus from the synoptical accounts, and that John alone opens to us a glance into the manner in which, step by step, the breach between the hierarchical party and Jesus was widened. In short, that in this point also, the representation of the fourth gospel shows itself a pragmatical one, which that of the other gospels is not. But what it is in which the Gospel of John exhibits superiority in gradation and progress, it is difficult to see, since the very first definite statement concerning the incipient enmity, verse 18, contains the extreme of the offense, making himself equal with God, and the extreme of the enmity, they sought to kill him. So that all which is narrated further concerning the hostility of the Jews is mere repetition, and the only fact which presents itself as a step towards more decided measures is the resolution of the Sanhedrim, chapter 11. This species of gradation, however, is not wanting in the synoptical account also. Here we have the transition from the indefinite laying wait for Jesus, and the communing what might be done to him, Luke chapter 11 verse 54, chapter 6 verse 11. Or, as it is more precisely given in Matthew chapter 12 verse 14, and in Mark chapter 3 verse 6, the taking counsel how they might destroy him, to the definite resolve as to the manner and the time. But it is especially made a reproach to the three first evangelists, that in passing over the resurrection of Lazarus, they have omitted that incident which gave the final impulse to the fate of Jesus. If we, on the contrary, in virtue of the above result of our criticism of this miraculous narrative, must rather praise the synoptists that they do not represent as the turning point in the fate of Jesus an incident which never really happened, so the fourth evangelist, by the manner in which he relates the murderous resolve to which it was the immediate inducement, by no means manifests himself as one whose authority can be held by us a sufficient warrant for the truth of his narrative. The circumstance that he ascribes to the high priest the gift of prophecy, without doubt in accordance with a superstitious idea of his age, and regards his speech as a prediction of the death of Jesus, would certainly not by itself prove that he could not have been an apostle and eyewitness. But it has with justice been held a difficulty, that our evangelist designates Caiaphas as the high priest of that year, chapter 11 verse 49, and thus appears to suppose that this dignity, like many Roman magistracies, was an annual one, whereas it was originally held for life, and even in that period of Roman ascendancy was not a regular annual office, but was transferred as often as it pleased the arbitrariness of the Romans. To conclude on the authority of the fourth gospel in opposition to the general custom, and notwithstanding the silence of Josephus, that Annas and Caiaphas, by a private agreement, held the office for a year by turns, is an expedient to which those may resort whom it pleases. To take eniautou indefinitely for chronou is, from the twofold repetition of the same expression, chapter 5 verse 51 and chapter 18 verse 13, is inadmissible. That at that period the high priesthood was frequently transferred from one to another, and some high priests were not allowed to remain in their office longer than a year, did not justify our author in designating Caiaphas as the high priest of a particular year, when in fact he filled that post for a series of years, and certainly throughout the duration of the public agency of Jesus. Lastly, that John intended to say that Caiaphas was high priest in the year in which Jesus died, without thereby excluding earlier and later years, in which he also held the office, is an equally untenable position. For if the time in which an incident occurs is described as a certain year, this mode of expression must imply that either the incident, the date of which is to be determined, or the fact by which that date is to be determined, is connected with the term of a year. Thus, either the author of the fourth gospel must have been of the opinion that from the death of Jesus, to which this decision of Caiaphas was the initiative step, a plenitude of spiritual gifts, including the gift of prophecy to the high priest of that period, was dispensed throughout that particular year, and no longer. Or, if this be a far-fetched explanation, he must have imagined that Caiaphas was high priest for the term of that year only. Luca concludes that as, according to Josephus, the high priest of that period held his office for 10 years successively, therefore John cannot have meant by the expression archeireus tu eniau ton ek einon, that the office of high priest was an annual one, whereas the author of the Probabilia, on the ground that the evidence of this meaning in the words of the gospel is far more certain than that John is its author, reverses this proposition, and concludes that as the fourth gospel here presents an idea concerning the duration of the office of high priest, which could not be entertained in Palestine, therefore its author cannot have been a native of Palestine. Of the further statements also, as to the points in which Jesus gave offense to the hierarchy of his nation, those which the synoptists have alone, or in common with John, are credible, those which are peculiar to the latter, not so. Among those which are common to both sides, the solemn entrance of Jesus into Jerusalem, and the strong attachment of the people to him, were equally natural causes of offense, with his discourses and actions in opposition to the sabbatical institutions, in whatever the latter may have consisted. On the contrary, the manner in which, according to the fourth gospel, the Jews take offense at the declarations of Jesus concerning himself as the Son of God, is, according to our earlier analysis, as inconceivable as it is consistent with the common order of things that the polemical tone towards the Pharisees which the first evangelists all lend to Jesus should irritate the party attacked. Thus, no new or more profound insight into the causes and motives of the reaction against Jesus is to be obtained from the fourth gospel, but the information which the synoptists have preserved to us fully suffices to make that fact intelligible. End of section 117.